Chen Jin, who traversed parallel worlds, transformed a dilapidated shipyard into a globally renowned super factory with the aid of a magnificent system. The technology developed here not only incited panic among Western nations, but also drove the affluent in the Middle East to madness. Here, one can find super yachts capable of reaching speeds of 85 knots, formidable frigates armed with the capacity to launch 144 missiles, and a super vertical launch system that can fire 12 missiles within a single second. Following this, solid-state graphene batteries, anti-gravity technology, carbon-based chips, artificial intelligence, and plasma propulsion engines emerged. Chen Jin proclaimed, "Whatever you can imagine, I possess. What you cannot envision, I also have." Chapter 120. The aerial photography app goes live. Well, I was simply thrilled to see that we reached 1 million participants so swiftly. It's my first time being involved in the launch of such a new product, Cielua responded, lifting her head from Chen Jin's embrace. Indeed, I acknowledge my oversight in neglecting that it was Lure's first experience with such matters. My dear Lure is truly remarkable. The employees must also be quite intrigued by the number of participants in the aerial photography initiative. Go and share this splendid news with them. Let them rejoice. Additionally, we can offer some rewards, perhaps a month's bonus, to deepen their sense of belonging to the company. Chen Jin recognized that it was not the moment to dampen her spirits, but rather to encourage her. So he complimented her and offered a suggestion, as he had experienced this kind of situation before. Yes, I shall convey this good news to them promptly. As for the rewards, I will discuss it with Jia, Xinyue, and Meng. I shall take my leave now. After contemplating Chen Jin's proposal, Cielua readily agreed. She then rose from Chen Jin's arms, adjusted her attire, and returned to her computer to check the real-time data. At that moment, the participation number had surpassed 1.3 million, reaching 1,305,785. She was astonished that, within just a few minutes, the figure had increased by several hundred thousand, which filled her with immense joy, prompting her to hurriedly exit the CEO's office. She arrived at the office area to announce this delightful news to the employees, informing them that the company would soon present unexpected rewards, though the specifics would be discussed in a couple of days before notification. She assured everyone that they would be pleased. The employees, upon hearing such wonderful news, erupted into cheers. They were astonished that a drone priced at $3,599 could garner such participation in crowdfunding in less than 20 minutes. Although this drone possessed more photographic capabilities than typical unmanned aerial vehicles, it ultimately remained a mere toy for taking pictures. However, the sheer number of enthusiasts for such a toy was truly unexpected. Moreover, the boss intended to grant them rewards, which was delightful news indeed. Cielua, observing the jubilant office area, chose not to interrupt but returned to the CEO's office. She then sat beside Chen Jin, watching the review videos playing on his phone, and remarked, "Brother Jin, don't you think these videos created by the vloggers are quite impressive? They are professional photographers, and we spent considerable time selecting them." After saying this, Cielua made a gesture urging Chen Jin to praise her. Chen Jin, witnessing her adorable demeanor, wrapped his arm around her delicate waist and pulled her back into his embrace, subsequently stating, "Indeed, my dear Lure is exceptional. The vloggers you found are indeed quite skilled. They effectively highlight our product's features while sharing their unique perspectives and innovative approaches, significantly benefiting our promotional efforts. Oh, by the way, Lure, how is the progress of the app coming along? Our crowdfunding project only has 7 days. It would be unfortunate if the app isn't launched by the time we ship." Upon hearing this, Cielua adjusted her position in Chen Jin's embrace to find a comfortable spot and replied, "The app is nearing completion. The development department finalized it at the beginning of the month, and it has undergone over 20 days of testing in the testing department, ensuring no issues have arisen. Once the server is set up in a couple of days, we can schedule the app's launch. Moreover, the operations department has already completed the app's review process in major app stores ahead of time. Once the app is launched, it will be available for users to download. I don't know if it's because of you, Brother Jin, but the App Store reviews seem to be less stringent, and the processing speed is quite swift. Haha, as your Brother Jin, I hold significant influence over the mobile industry's energy sources. It is only natural for them to give us some leeway. Besides, our app is compliant, so there shouldn't be any issues with the review process. Since we can launch the app before the product's shipping, we should begin promoting the app now, allowing users to download it in advance for immediate use. We can also conduct a stress test during this time. Should any issues arise, we will have time to resolve them without impacting user experience." Chen Jin responded with a smile after hearing Cielua's account. Upon hearing his suggestion, Cielua nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Brother Jin, you are right. Launching early allows users to familiarize themselves with the app's features while also providing a stress test. It's a win-win situation. I will arrange this immediately." With that, She picked up her phone from the side and contacted the heads of the development and operations departments, instructing them to ensure the app goes live in 2 days. She then reached out to the marketing department head, asking them to prepare promotional materials for the app, ready to launch advertisements in 2 days. After completing these tasks, Cielur continued. I have informed them. They can manage the subsequent work. Exactly. Lure, as the company owner, you need not be involved in every detail. They can devise their own plans, while you simply need to make the right decisions at critical moments. Do not emulate Labrus. Not everyone can achieve what he has, haha. After speaking, Chen Jin tightened his embrace around the girl. I understand. Cielur, nestled against Chen Jin, nodded in response. All right, to celebrate the aerial photography device's success, I will treat you to a feast prepared by a national-level chef, including royal cuisine, haha. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin released the girl from his embrace and addressed her. Yay, a grand feast. It's been ages since I've had one. Cielur's inner foodie was unleashed at the prospect of a lavish meal, as she began to wave her hands in excitement. Indeed, it has been several months. Let's go right away. I shall ensure Lure enjoys a satisfying meal this time, huh? With that, Chen Jin took Cielur's hand and exited the CEO's office. The employees in the office area smiled as they observed their boss and Chen Jin walking out of the company, as they all understood the nature of their relationship and knew they were likely going on a date. Their approval was palpable. The reason was simple: the generous salary provided by the boss. With reports of salaries reaching 18,000, the phrase, "the company is my family," aptly described the current atmosphere. As long as the boss offered a substantial salary and appeared happy, they naturally supported him wholeheartedly. However, Chen Jin and Cielur remained oblivious to the situation in the office area as they stepped outside and boarded the elevator to descend. Once downstairs, Chen Jin drove to the private restaurant previously recommended by Xie Jingye. Since it was Saturday, the establishment was open, and Chen Jin had pre-booked a table, ensuring their meal would be ready upon their arrival. Ultimately, the two indulged in a lavish feast, with Chen Jin consuming 6 portions and Cielur savoring 3, causing her once flat abdomen to become pleasantly rounded. The remaining portion was regrettably left untouched. After their meal, the two languished for half an hour before regaining their energy. Since Cielur needed to return to the company to monitor data, Chen Jin escorted her back before heading to the aircraft factory to check on production progress. 2 days later, the aerial photography app officially launched, and due to the overwhelming popularity of the drone, along with the marketing team's efforts, the app's download count exceeded 5 million within a single day, with registration numbers reaching 4.8 million, a resounding success. With such a substantial number of simultaneous users, the app and server operated without any issues, proving the app's successful development. Consequently, Cielur announced that each member of the development department would receive a bonus equivalent to 6 months' salary. Employees from other departments would also receive a bonus of 2 months' salary, emphasizing that everyone would benefit. This news thrilled the employees, who erupted into cheers for their formidable boss. Chapter 121. The unveiling of the Type 058C frigate. It is said that when one embarks on a career, they realize how swiftly time passes. At least this is how Chen Jin felt, as half a year had flown by in the blink of an eye, bringing them to November 6, 2026. Throughout these past months, numerous events unfolded. In April, following the mass shipment of the mini bionic drones, a fervor erupted online, as countless purchasers showcased diverse and seemingly professional videos captured with the drones. This surge in interest led to an influx of videos related to the mini drones across various video platforms. Eventually, even professional photographers, as well as directors from television series, films, and online dramas, utilized the drones for scene capturing, as they recognized that the cinematic-style filming capabilities embedded in these drones were tailor-made for their needs. With the advent of this feature, whenever they aspire to capture aerial or overhead shots, there is no longer a necessity to prepare cumbersome cranes. A single drone of this kind suffices to accomplish the task autonomously, not only saving time and effort, but also reducing costs significantly. Naturally, those who wish to engage in manual control can do so, with compatible controllers available for purchase at a mere 499 yuan. Most notably, the image quality produced by the drone rivals that of conventional professional cameras, making it a veritable boon for aspiring filmmakers who cannot afford expensive cameras or the rental of large cranes. Consequently, over the past 6 months, numerous short web dramas and individual projects have predominantly utilized this drone for filming, which has resulted in a sustained high demand for the device in the months to follow. Remarkably, its sales surpassed 10 million units in less than 2 months, an astonishing feat for a mere toy. Furthermore, the sales figures for the drone are not the only astonishing aspect. The download count for the accompanying aerial photography app has soared to an impressive 30 million, more than threefold the drone's sales. The surge in downloads can be attributed to the app's community features, including the sharing of filming techniques and trading functionalities, which were activated a month post-launch. Many users have eagerly shared their aerial footage within the community, alongside numerous professional photographers offering their expertise. In light of these developments, a multitude of photography enthusiasts have been drawn to the app, and after experiencing it for a while, they have eagerly recommended it to their friends. Thus, through a chain reaction of sharing, the app's download count has reached an astounding 30 million. In addition to the drone's popularity, discussions began circulating online in August regarding a new type of frigate, specifically the 058C model, which was in the process of being launched and outfitted. The discovery of this frigate was serendipitously made by a user who had recently acquired a camera and was eager to test its zoom capabilities. This individual was situated in a building approximately 3 kilometers away from the South China Shipyard, testing his newly purchased camera, which boasted a 120x zoom feature. As he adjusted his direction towards the shipyard, he fortuitously witnessed the frigate's launch, capturing the event clearly through the camera's zoom. Having followed the status of domestic naval vessels, the user immediately sensed that this ship was unlike any currently active in the fleet and did not resemble any known vessels under construction. Thus, he concluded that he had encountered an entirely new class of warship and proceeded to record a video, which he subsequently posted online, igniting a fervent discussion about the ship's novel design. Many naval enthusiasts, some traveling great distances from the north, flocked to witness the frigate firsthand. Their efforts were rewarded, as despite the South China Shipyard's location being 1.5 kilometers across the Pearl River estuary, the calm waters allowed for a clear view of the shipyard's activities. Should there be an attempt to cordon off the shipyard, it would impede the ongoing outfitting of the frigate and disrupt the passage of other large vessels. Thus, Chen Jin indicated that there was no need for secrecy and advocated for open construction. However, during the dock construction phase, it was essential to maintain discretion regarding the internal design and the installation of equipment on the deck, such as vertical launch systems, necessitating the use of movable barriers to conceal these critical elements of the warship's capabilities. As for the external outfitting and deck installations, excessive secrecy was unwarranted, as such activities would inevitably be observed. This is a reality that all shipyards around the globe cannot evade. Even renowned domestic shipyards, such as Jiangnan and Dalian, face similar scrutiny during the launch and outfitting of naval vessels, as observers can utilize high-magnification optical zoom lenses from afar or even satellite imagery, unless the entire shipyard is entirely enclosed, which is impractical. Therefore, aside from smaller vessels or submarines that require strict confidentiality, most naval ships are launched and outfitted in a semi-secretive manner. Conceal what can be concealed and accept what cannot. This has led many online users to vigilantly monitor shipbuilding activities at these yards, sharing updates on naval construction progress in relevant forums and groups for public viewing. Naturally, this has also attracted some spies, resulting in the gradual closure of several previously popular large military forums, leaving behind only smaller gathering places. Nevertheless, many military enthusiasts continue this monitoring work, not only to stay informed about domestic warship production, but also to relish the recognition as experts among the general public. Ultimately, some well-informed enthusiasts, after several days of meticulous observation, managed to ascertain the specifications of this new vessel. Based on its current length, width, and estimated draft, they calculated its displacement to be approximately 5,000 to 5,500 tons, categorizing it as a medium-sized surface vessel. Additionally, they noted that this frigate's external design deviated from the conventional styles of other domestic warships, featuring smoother edge lines rather than the sharp angles characteristic of current models. Consequently, the overall appearance of this vessel inclined towards a more rounded, streamlined form, suggesting a focus on speed rather than imposing strength. As a result, even those who prided themselves on their extensive naval knowledge found it challenging to categorize this frigate. Speculations arose that it might be a frigate. However, its displacement seemed too substantial for that classification. Conversely, if it were a destroyer, its tonnage would be inadequate, as the latest domestic destroyers typically weigh between 7,000 and 8,000 tons, rendering a 5,000-ton destroyer inconsequential. Moreover, destroyers do not typically exhibit such streamlined shapes. Thus, in this scenario of visibility paired with ambiguity, an increasing number of users engaged in discussions. Gradually, the frigate's popularity surged, peaking during the subsequent launches of 2 additional vessels. This momentum persisted until October 15th, 2 months later, when Chen Jin announced on the Chuangxiang Shuguang official website the upcoming participation of the 058C fire support frigate in the 2026 Haizhou Maritime Expo, alongside a poster for the Starry Sky all-electric reconnaissance strike drone. This announcement was prominently displayed on the homepage of the official site, ensuring that any visitor to Chuangxiang Shuguang's website would immediately encounter the posters for both pieces of equipment. Moreover, the poster featured bold text detailing the exhibition information. Although it contained merely 20-some words, the combined impact left many netizens in a state of bewilderment. Not only ordinary users were perplexed. Even an esteemed member of a military forum who had been monitoring activities across the river felt the weight of the announcement. The poster read, 058C Fire Support Frigate, set to participate in the 2026 Haizhu Maritime Expo. While they could comprehend the naming convention for the 058C, understanding the designation Fire Support Frigate posed a challenge, particularly given the increased tonnage. The combination of the terms 058C, Fire Support, and Frigate left them confounded. When did frigates assume the title of fire support vessels? Had Chuangxiang Shuguang lost its senses? With this question lingering, a multitude of netizens flocked to the Chuangxiang Shuguang website to scrutinize the details presented on the poster. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Chuangxiang Shuguang was showcasing another piece of equipment, a fully electric reconnaissance strike drone. They distinctly recalled that Chuangxiang Shuguang was a private enterprise, previously subjected to sanctions by the United States. In contrast, other domestic companies facing similar circumstances often encountered significant operational challenges or even collapse. However, Chuangxiang Shuguang not only persevered but thrived, leveraging its unparalleled solid-state graphene batteries, high-performance bearings, and exceptionally luxurious yachts to dominate the domestic market, causing foreign brands to retreat in disarray. Now, they were venturing into military equipment, particularly large-scale systems, a move that undeniably showcased their formidable capabilities. Chapter 122. Media Day. At the Haizhu Air Show, the reason Chen Jin was able to showcase these two pieces of equipment at the exhibition was due to the consent of the Grand Elder and others. Previously, the nation had acquired a plethora of innovative technologies from Chen Jin, necessitating time for assimilation and application to new equipment. To prevent premature scrutiny from other nations, it was essential to divert their attention using specific targets. The frigate presented by Chen Jin was particularly suited for this purpose, as it not only redefined the conventional role of a frigate, but also endowed it with remarkable speed, along with a formidable firepower network technology, capable of outclassing all existing frigates worldwide. Although the export version of the firepower network system had been deliberately limited in its launch speed, allowing for a maximum of 3 missiles to be launched simultaneously, and the supercavitating torpedoes were substituted with domestically available export versions. Even this constrained capacity enabled a launch speed that surpassed that of all current frigates and even many larger destroyers. Furthermore, the maximum missile capacity remained unaltered, supporting up to 144 anti-ship missiles or 288 air defense missiles, or a mixed load of both. Consequently, with such an astonishing payload and an exceptionally high rate of fire, should the performance parameters of this frigate be disclosed, it would undoubtedly become a focal point globally. Thus, for a considerable duration, the world's gaze would be fixated on this extraordinary frigate, thereby reducing attention on other Chinese equipment and providing an opportunity for clandestine development. Once they had fully comprehended the technologies provided by Chen Jin, they could embark on designing new equipment, such as employing HHQ-17 air defense missiles and YJ-27 anti-ship missiles as armaments, complemented by the firepower network technology in the new Type 055. Once designed and constructed, it would truly become a nightmare for carrier battle groups, who could withstand a saturation attack of over 300 anti-ship missiles. Moreover, these anti-ship missiles were no ordinary munitions. Their cruising speed reached a staggering 47 Mach, with terminal speeds peaking at 56 Mach. Although they did not meet the hypersonic criteria, they far surpassed typical anti-ship missiles. At such velocities, most air defense systems would prove ineffective, significantly complicating the defense challenges for carrier battle groups against such saturation attacks. Hence, the Chinese Navy required a period of discrete development to achieve an astounding impact when the time came. Additionally, Chen Jin's intention in presenting this frigate was to capitalize on its potential for substantial profit, as selling arms remains one of the most lucrative enterprises globally. Consequently, after deliberation, the Grand Elder and other elders quickly overturned the notion of it being a secret weapon, endorsing Chen Jin's proposal for external sales, which led to the announcement of participation in the air show. November 6th and 8th marked the media days of this year's Haizhu Air Show, designated as professional days, primarily open to industry professionals and select media representatives. On the morning of November 6th, the first day of media access, throngs of media personnel gathered at the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of the much-discussed mysterious frigate. Their objective was to reach the exhibition area of Chuangxiang Shuguang, aiming to capture relevant explanatory videos or live broadcasts to ride the wave of excitement. After nearly half an hour of anticipation, The gates of the air show finally opened, and hundreds of professional media representatives hurried towards the B-17 area where Chuangshan Shuguang was situated. The two drones brought by Chen Jin for the exhibition were directly sourced from the factory, actual machines on display. Due to their considerable size, they could not be accommodated indoors, prompting Chen Jin to select the outdoor B-17 booth for their presentation. Meanwhile, the 058C frigate, due to its dimensions, could not be transported for display, especially since the Haizhu Air Show primarily showcased aerospace equipment and seldom featured naval vessels. Therefore, the frigate's exhibition had to rely on proportionally scaled models. Undeterred, Chen Jin effortlessly created a 1-meter diameter model by inputting the blueprints into a 3D printer, and through segmented printing, he produced models with a length of 3 meters. He prepared 4 models to showcase to the eager fans. Additionally, models of anti-ship missiles, air defense missiles, as well as air-to-ground and air-to-air missiles accompanying the drones were also featured. Once these media and professional representatives entered the exhibition area, they swiftly arrived at Chuangshan Shuguang's booth. There, they were greeted by 4 scaled models, each accompanied by performance specification placards detailing the frigate's capabilities, allowing prospective buyers to grasp its parameters at a glance. Given that the exhibition was open to the public, confidentiality regulations did not apply, prompting the media personnel to begin live broadcasts immediately, as they had promised their followers to showcase information about the enigmatic frigate. Among them was a streamer named Shan Zong, who had previously kept watch across from the South China Shipyard and had revealed numerous updates on the construction progress of Chinese naval vessels, thus amassing tens of thousands of live-streaming fans. Recently, after broadcasting several updates on the mysterious warship's outfitting progress, his follower count skyrocketed from several thousand to over 400,000. Eager for more, he quickly secured a media day ticket to gather information on the enigmatic frigate. Upon arriving next to the model, he heard an exclamation from another professional. "My goodness, come look. This frigate has 72 vertical launch silos. Can it still be called a frigate?" Upon hearing this astonishment, Shan Zong abandoned his initial plan to examine the external configuration of the warship and instead turned to investigate another specification placard. The moment he glanced at it, he was left speechless, as it indeed stated 72 vertical launch silos. Seeing such a staggering number, Shan Zong aimed his phone's camera at the placard and exclaimed, "Brothers, can you believe it? A frigate has managed to incorporate 72 vertical launch silos. What sort of extraterrestrial technology is this? No. Look at its speed. An astonishing maximum of 62 knots." Just as he finished reading the data on the vertical launch system and prepared to look further, he encountered yet another piece of incredulous information. Beneath the description of the vertical launch system, it stated that the frigate's maximum sailing speed reached an astounding 62 knots. What does this imply? The most advanced 054A frigate in the country has a maximum speed of barely 30 knots, while this frigate exceeds the 054A's speed by more than double. No wonder he had found it peculiar upon first seeing it. After all, which navy would design a vessel with such a smooth, streamlined shape? Only ultra-high-speed vessels would consider such a design. As Shan Zong scrutinized the data on the placard while observing the model, he could not help but express his awe. "Gentlemen, let us momentarily set aside discussions of its armament configuration. At first glance, this frigate indeed bears a striking resemblance to none of the contemporary vessels, particularly when compared to our 054A. Firstly, its exterior is adorned with a multitude of smooth, streamlined designs, which starkly differ from the conventional military ships, as it renders our naval force seemingly lacking in combat prowess, appearing rather feeble. Secondly, the propeller diverges from the standard employed by current mainstream warships, featuring significantly larger blades, which is likely one of the primary reasons for its remarkable speed capabilities. To be candid, if a warship is solely fast, it is of little practical utility, for no amount of speed can evade an anti-ship missile. The only advantage lies in its ability to reach the battlefield at an astonishing pace, often arriving twice as quickly as other vessels while they remain en route. This swiftness, coupled with its impressive 72 vertical launch cells, aligns perfectly with its designation as a fire support model. Moreover, take a look here. It states that each cell can accommodate 2 anti-ship missiles or 4 air defense missiles. What does this imply? It suggests that the armament capacity of this frigate can rival that of our 055 class, a frigate capable of carrying over 100 anti-ship missiles. No wonder it is dubbed a fire support variant. However, my friends, let's not become overly excited. Considering the current dimensions of our anti-ship missiles, a vessel with a displacement of 600 tons would certainly struggle to accommodate such armament. I surmise that this frigate must utilize smaller-sized missiles. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to house such a quantity. Let us proceed to examine the missile specifications. After concluding his remarks, Mr. Shan swiftly approached the display of missile models, where several professionals, also live streaming, were passionately discussing. Incredible, absolutely astounding. Such diminutive air defense missiles can reach 210 kilometers, and astonishingly, this anti-ship missile boasts a range of 470 kilometers. This is already on par with large-scale anti-ship missile ranges. Moreover, is this speed not excessively exaggerated? Can it truly achieve such velocities? Upon hearing these comments, Mr. Shan coincidentally turned his gaze towards the missile models laid out before him. Chapter 123, Media Day at the Haizhou Air Show, Part 2. Upon closer inspection, one cannot help but be taken aback. These missiles are remarkably small. Can it possibly possess sufficient power? Could it be an optical illusion? With such doubts, Mr. Shan glanced at the performance parameter board beside him. Simultaneously, the camera on his phone directed its lens towards the displayed information. Missile 1. Name, HHQ, 17 Air Defense Variant. Dimensions, length 3 meters, diameter 0.15 meters. Weight, 524 kilograms. Guidance system, composite guidance, mid-course command, terminal active radar, infrared, inertial. Maximum speed, 7 Mach. Maximum range, 210 kilometers. Missile 2. Name, YJ-27 Anti-Ship Variant. Dimensions, length 4.5 meters. Diameter 0.25 meters. Weight, 720 kilograms. Guidance system, composite guidance, terminal active radar, infrared image recognition, inertial satellite. Maximum speed, 4.7 Mach. Terminal penetration speed of 5.6 Mach. Maximum range, 470 kilometers. Warhead weight, 80 kilograms, equivalent to the 350 kilogram warhead of a conventional anti-ship missile, capable of delivering a significant blow to a 7.000 ton vaisseau. After absorbing this astonishing data, not only Mr. Shan, but also the nearly 400,000 viewers in the live stream were equally astounded by the information presented, flooding the chat with their reactions. What? Am I seeing this correctly? The warhead weight of 80 kilograms can equivalently match a 350 kilogram anti-ship missile? Does this not surpass our YJ-18A in strength? Surely, this cannot be genuine. How outrageous. Indeed, it is exceedingly outrageous. For instance, this air defense missile not only achieves a maximum speed of 7 Mach, but also manages a range of 210 kilometers despite its diminutive size. This is truly hard to believe. Admittedly, while it may seem exaggerated, this is a product of Chuangxiang Shuguang, a name whose capabilities are well recognized, certified by the United States, and one that would not dare to fabricate claims in an air show. Just as Mr. Shan meticulously examined the missile models, the chat room had already been inundated with countless messages. After a few moments of observation, he glanced at the chat and slowly spoke. Gentlemen, the performance of these two missiles is undoubtedly authentic. Any equipment featured in the air show has undergone rigorous official scrutiny. It's not simply a matter of participation. Thus, we need not concern ourselves with their legitimacy. What we should ponder is whether the state's willingness to allow Chuangxiang Shuguang to showcase such an extraordinary product, with intentions for external sales, indicates that they possess even more astonishing technology. Upon finishing his statement, Mr. Shan returned to the frigate model, intending to scrutinize its intricate details. Unbeknownst to him, his words had incited a fervent discussion in the chat room. Indeed, if such remarkable technology is available for public display, according to our nation's modus operandi, it undoubtedly implies that there are at least 2 generations of advancements concealed. The thought alone ignites a fervor within me. I must contribute in some way to our nation's military development. I shall click a few more times. Clicks abound in agreement. Uncertain if a particular message resonated, the livestream audience began to engage in a chain of responses. Meanwhile, Mr. Shan, deeply engrossed in the frigate model, remained blissfully unaware of the ongoing excitement in the chat, as he was captivated by the vertical launch system on the deck. He meticulously compared the model with the information on the performance parameters. During this examination, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar piece of information, one that he initially found perplexing as he had never encountered it before. According to the description, the vertical launch system of this frigate employs a rapid launch technology known as fire network, which effectively enhances missile launch velocity. This fire network technology was entirely unfamiliar to him. Upon realizing this, he retrieved another mobile device and searched for the corresponding keywords, only to find absolutely no results. The internet yielded no information regarding a rapid launch technology by the name of fire network. This implies that this technology is a unique creation of Chuangxiang Shuguang, though its specific efficacy remains unknown. Observing Mr. Shan's actions, the viewers in the chat recognized his discovery and began to flood the screen with messages. After placing the phone he had used for the search back in his pocket, he turned his gaze to the live stream, startled by the astounding figure of 560,000 viewers online, and thus remarked, "My goodness, what brings so many here today?" For those joining us, please hit that follow button. It will ensure you don't miss out on the upcoming revelations we have in store. It seems that there was some curiosity regarding my recent actions. In truth, I was searching for information on the rapid launch technology called Fire Network, as noted in the performance parameters. Upon encountering this unfamiliar term, I felt compelled to investigate online, only to discover that nothing related to rapid launch was available. Thus, this technology may very well be a creation of Chuangxiang Shuguang itself, and it likely represents a remarkably advanced innovation. Regrettably, there is currently no pertinent information disclosed, leaving us in the dark about its operational principles. We can only await further developments to see if they release any demonstration videos. I personally speculate that they will, as they intend to market this technology. Without demonstration videos, how could they possibly attract orders? Am I right, my friends? After the remarks from Mr. Sean, the live chat was flooded with supportive messages. Indeed, this name is unfamiliar, and it seems that no one in the world has particularly researched a technology aimed at enhancing missile launch speeds. At least, we have not heard any relevant news from our esteemed nation or from the beautiful country across the ocean. Mr. Sean is correct. Without a demonstration, others would remain oblivious to its nature, which is evidently inconsistent with sales logic. Speaking of this technological term, combined with the frigate's fire support model, it truly fits splendidly. Yes, indeed, this name resonates profoundly. The term fire network suggests that this frigate, bolstered by this technology, can achieve a firepower akin to a net. The mere thought of such formidable firepower is exhilarating. I sincerely hope this technology is not merely a gimmick. Anticipation builds within me. 1, 2, 10,000 expectations. Mr. Sean, standing beside the model of the 028C frigate, observed the barrage of messages in the live chat and chuckled. He then spoke again. It seems my friends are equally intrigued by this technology. To be honest, I share the same fervor. Therefore, I kindly ask all new and old friends to follow along. Over the next few days, I will keep you updated on the developments at Chuangxiang Shuguang's booth. I believe they have something prepared, simply not unveiled yet. I suspect that when the foreign dignitaries arrive, especially the affluent individuals from the Middle East, as we all understand, only then will they reveal it. If they do, I will be the first to share it with all of you, so please click to follow. Your guidance will lead you to the right path. Thank you, everyone. By the way, aside from this frigate, it appears that Chuangxiang Shuguang has another drone on display at Drone Exhibition Area C, Booth 08. Let us head over there to take a look. As Mr. Sean spoke, he suddenly recalled that, apart from announcing the frigate, the official website of Chuangxiang Shuguang also mentioned a drone on display. He then addressed the live chat. After speaking, Mr. Sean began to survey his surroundings, intending to locate the direction. Soon, he spotted a large sign indicating the direction of the drone exhibition area. He quickly made his way toward the direction indicated by the sign. Along the way, while holding a selfie stick, he provided explanations about the equipment he encountered. Although he was particularly keen on understanding the larger warships, he also had some knowledge of other types of equipment, allowing him to offer simple explanations. Additionally, he noticed several streamers creatively using mini drones for their broadcasts, an approach he had not previously considered. Upon casually inquiring with one of the streamers, he learned that the mini drone had recently introduced a new feature for live streaming. With its extended battery life, stable flying posture, and gesture-based shooting capabilities, the drone could effectively capture footage at specific points. To change its position, one could use gesture control, a mobile app, or a remote controller. Consequently, after a recent update to the aerial photography app, which allowed third-party apps to directly access the drone's recording function, streamers, especially those focusing on outdoor content, quickly recognized this new approach. After several streamers tested it and found it effective, this method rapidly gained popularity within the streaming community. As a result, many drones experienced a surge in demand, leading to a significant increase in sales. Having listened to the streamer's introduction, Mr. Sean suddenly realized the potential of such a device. If he had this drone, he would still want to run around holding a selfie stick. Not only is it exhausting, but it is also exceedingly inconvenient. In contrast, this drone offers the ability to soar freely, capturing footage while following closely. Furthermore, it supports handheld mode, allowing the drone to perch on one's hand like a bird. Serving as a fixed camera, this mode is especially suitable for crowded situations. Most importantly, its battery life reaches an astonishing 450 minutes, even with external factors interfering. It can sustain operation for up to 300 minutes, equivalent to 5 hours, which is quite sufficient. Thus, this mini-drone is nothing short of a marvel for those requiring outdoor streaming. Upon reaching the drone exhibition area C, booth 08, Mr. Shan approached the display of Chuangxiang Shuguang's drones. Since the promotional images on the official website did not specify the size information, coupled with a lack of detailed descriptions, Mr. Shan initially mistook the two drones at booth C08 for aircraft from other exhibits. However, as he drew closer, he realized that these substantial machines were indeed the Xingqian all-electric reconnaissance strike drone mentioned in Chuangxiang Shuguang's promotional materials. Wow, this drone is enormous. It seems even larger than our twin-tailed Scorpion drone. Friends, can you guess its maximum takeoff weight? I'll go first. I estimate it to be at least 5 tons. Around 53 tons. Also, according to the information stated on the poster, this aircraft is powered by an electric motor, which is entirely different from the piston engines or turbofan engines used in our current drones. Therefore, its power parameters cannot be inferred from existing data, so please take this into account when making your guesses. After making this remark, Mr. Shan picked up the selfie stick and began to circle around the drone. Just as he had with the model of the 058C frigate, he intended to closely examine how this drone differed from others. After circling it a couple of times, he indeed uncovered many differences. Firstly, he noticed that it had 4 mounting points installed beneath its belly, indicating that it could carry 4 munitions at that position, which is double the capacity of other drones that can typically carry only 1 or 2 munitions, suggesting that this drone's payload capacity is indeed impressive. Secondly, the shape of the fuselage appeared to be cylindrical rather than the typical big head, small tail design of other drones, likely due to the need to accommodate battery modules. The third aspect to consider is the wings of this drone. In addition to its impressively large fuselage, its wings are equally expansive, further affirming its significant payload capacity. Such extensive wings would be unnecessary otherwise. Beyond these distinctions, it is noteworthy that this drone boasts 6 mounting points on each wing, suggesting that its minimum payload can accommodate at least 16 munitions. If composite mounting points are utilized, could it not exceed 30? With this thought, Mr. Shan inhaled deeply once more, retracted his selfie stick, and raised his phone to observe the messages in the live stream. At that moment, the chat was abuzz with viewer guesses regarding the drone's takeoff weight, prompted by his earlier interaction on the subject. Personally, I believe that given the drone's size, its takeoff weight must be substantial. I estimate it to be around 6 tons. I remarked that the previous guess seemed rather conservative. Everyone knows the characteristic of electric motors: high torque and significant horsepower. If Chuangxiang Shuguang dares to employ electric propulsion for such a large frame, its power parameters must defy conventional expectations. I personally speculate that its maximum takeoff weight could exceed 7 tons, perhaps around 3 tons. Others chimed in, agreeing that they too believe the maximum takeoff weight could surpass 7 tons, estimating it to be approximately 5 tons. One viewer interjected, "Goodness, do you all not realize how much power electric motors consume? The greater the power, the faster the energy is depleted. Given current battery technology, even if solid-state graphene batteries are utilized as power modules, there is limited space for battery capacity within such a compact frame. Thus, I align with the host's view that its maximum takeoff weight is likely around 5 tons. Another noted, "Indeed, it seems we overlooked the battery issue. If we wish to address the drone's endurance, battery capacity becomes paramount. After all, if it can only fly 1 or 2,000 kilometers, the utility of this drone is significantly limited. Therefore, in the absence of a solution for battery capacity, compromises will inevitably be made regarding its payload. Consequently, my perspective mirrors that of the host." As Mr. Shan focused on the interaction in the live stream while glancing at the colossal drone before him, he spoke after a few moments. "All right, brothers, having observed for a few minutes, it seems everyone's opinions have coalesced around 2 directions. One contending that the powerful motor implies a high takeoff weight, estimating it around 7 tons. The other arguing that current battery technology is insufficient to support such a high takeoff weight, while also considering the drone's endurance, thus estimating it at around 5 tons. Now that everyone has formed their conjectures, let me examine its actual performance parameters. Its specifications seem to be over here. I shall take a look." With that, Mr. Shan proceeded toward the nearby performance specifications board. Upon approaching, he was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream noticed the host's sudden stillness and silence upon reaching the board, which alarmed them greatly. Initially anticipating Mr. Shan would immediately direct the camera at the specifications, They were left in suspense as he simply stared at the data. A flurry of messages erupted in the chat, urging him to focus the camera on the board. What's going on, host? Hurry and show us the specifications. Yes, this is nerve-wracking. Come on, host. We can't wait any longer. After a brief pause, Mr. Shan recollected himself and apologized to the live stream audience. My sincerest apologies, everyone. The data I just saw was so astonishing that I forgot to turn the camera. Please hold on, I'll switch the view now. He then aimed his phone's rear camera at the performance specifications board. As the viewers beheld the parameters displayed, they too were rendered speechless. The drone's maximum takeoff weight astonishingly reached an incredible 752 tons, and its operational range was listed at a remarkable 500 kilometers. Furthermore, its extraordinary payload capacity was beyond imagination, boasting an impressive 29 tons. As this data appeared on the live stream, those who had previously speculated that the drone's takeoff weight could exceed 7 tons erupted in excitement, flooding the chat with messages of affirmation. The live stream atmosphere transformed into one of joy and exhilaration. In stark contrast, those who had estimated the maximum takeoff weight to be around 5 tons fell silent, perhaps embarrassed or disheartened by the vast discrepancy between their guesses and the actual data, or simply in shock at such an astonishing revelation, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Even Mr. Shan himself was profoundly astonished by these parameters, which exceeded his expectations. After thoroughly examining the information, he spoke again. Brothers, to be honest, those who speculated the drone's takeoff weight at only 5 tons likely underestimated Chuangxiang Shuguang as I did. It is truly hard to believe they have achieved such feats. Look here, the drone can reach an astonishing altitude of 17,900 meters. For those unfamiliar with drones, this height may not register as significant. However, based on my understanding, the highest flying reconnaissance drones in the world typically soar to around 10,000 meters, with most hovering around 8,000 to 9,000 meters. Those exceeding 10,000 meters are primarily large, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. You may have heard of the Global Hawk from the United States, which reaches approximately 20,000 meters. The drone before us can already rival the Global Hawk in altitude. This implies it can perform high-altitude reconnaissance missions as well as strike operations. Moreover, observe here, it possesses a total of 16 mounting points. Although it states a maximum capacity for 28 munitions calculated at 100 kilograms each, if we were to switch to the currently popular composite 4-point mounting system, it could accommodate as many as 52 munitions weighing around 50 kilograms each. Just imagine the sheer scale of that capability. As Mr. Shan concluded, the chat erupted once more with exclamations of astonishment. The viewers, clearly overwhelmed by his revelations, resorted to exclamation marks to convey their shock. After a brief flurry of messages, the chat transformed into another line of excitement. Mom, my fear of insufficient firepower has finally been alleviated. Chapter 125. The discovery of a great treasure. Perhaps due to Mr. Shan's live stream, along with other professionals sharing videos and explanations, from the following day onward, Chuangxiang Shuguang's 2 exhibition booths became extraordinarily popular, with specialists flocking to observe. After reviewing the aforementioned performance parameters, these professionals expressed their awe and amazement. Additionally, they took the opportunity to record videos to share on their platforms, accompanied by reflective captions to convey their astonishment at witnessing such remarkable domestic equipment. Before long, videos related to these 2 pieces of equipment began to proliferate. With the extensive promotion of the Douyin platform, the audience for these videos also grew significantly. Viewers expressed their astonishment at the remarkable capabilities of domestically produced equipment, leading them to readily like and comment on the content. Consequently, the viewership statistics for these videos became quite impressive. Observing the rising popularity, numerous content creators eagerly engaged in re-editing these videos, enhancing them with stirring text or voiceovers before posting them across various video platforms, including international sites. Moreover, given the inherent allure of the Haizhu air show on the global stage, these videos quickly gained traction. Notably, a prince from Saudi Arabia stumbled upon a video elucidating these 2 pieces of equipment while browsing overseas Douyin. Although the narration remained in Chinese, the video featured bilingual subtitles, enabling the prince to grasp the detailed specifications of the equipment with clarity. Upon reviewing the parameters of the corvette discussed in the video, he found himself captivated. This vessel seemed meticulously tailored for their needs. Considering the current circumstances of his nation, merely safeguarding their own territory would allow them to develop serenely for centuries. Unlike other major powers that require expansive overseas forces and thus necessitate large destroyers, cruisers, or even aircraft carriers, he recognized that a corvette would suffice for them. After all, apart from Israel, the naval capabilities of neighboring countries were relatively feeble. Thus, upon discovering that the corvette featured in the video was produced by a company named Shuangxiang Shuguang, the prince felt a surge of excitement. He was already well acquainted with this firm, having previously ordered several yachts from them. The experience of sailing at a breathtaking speed of 85 knots on one of their yachts had left a profound impression on him. Hence, he held a strong trust in Shuangxiang Shuguang, initially perceiving them as a civilian enterprise, only to discover their advancement into military vessel production. Without further ado, the prince swiftly retrieved his phone and called his brother, the chief of staff of the Saudi military, who was preparing to attend the Haizhou Air Show in China. He inquired about his brother's whereabouts, emphasizing the urgency of an important matter to discuss. Although the chief of staff was perplexed, he acquiesced to his brother's request and revealed his location before ending the call. After hanging up, he returned to his residence to gather the necessary materials for the upcoming trip to China, including a list of equipment they intended to procure and items for discussion with their Chinese counterparts. After half an hour of ensuring everything was in order, he heard a servant announce that his brother was waiting for him in the living room. He secured the documents in a special briefcase, then exited his study and made his way to the living room, where he found his brother pacing anxiously. "Rom, what is this urgent matter that requires my attention? I have little time before I must depart with our delegation to China. You have approximately 10 minutes to explain," he prompted. The prince named Rom, upon hearing his brother's reminder, promptly retrieved his phone, located the video he had previously seen, and handed it to him. "Fod, take a look at this video. The model of the vessel showcased is a corvette being presented at this year's Haizhou Air Show. You should be familiar with its manufacturer, the same Chinese company from which I ordered several yachts. It appears they have now progressed to producing corvettes, and the performance specifications are remarkably impressive. Based on its parameters, I believe it is exceptionally suited for our needs in Saudi Arabia, which is why I urgently sought you out. Please review the specifications." Listening to Rom's explanation, Fod furrowed his brow as he took the phone and scrutinized the details. Upon reading the specifications, even the typically composed Fod was taken aback by the impressive figures. A corvette boasting a full load displacement of 5,600 tons and an astonishing 72 vertical launch systems. Was this not reminiscent of China's 052D destroyer? The 052D had long been an object of their desire, yet regrettably, China had consistently refused to sell, regardless of their offers. Although China had recently shown some willingness to negotiate, the interference from the United States had thwarted their aspirations to procure a destroyer, leaving them frustrated by the inability to spend their wealth. Initially, they had resigned themselves to the idea that such opportunities were distant dreams, yet here lay an exceptional chance to acquire the 058C corvette. The parameters indicated that this vessel's 72 vertical launch systems could rival those of the 052D destroyer. Furthermore, according to the information provided, its firepower appeared to be even more formidable, with advanced radar and sonar systems. It could be said that this corvette, despite its smaller tonnage compared to the 052D, excelled in nearly every other aspect. Most importantly, it was classified as a corvette, even with a displacement of 5,600 tons, which surpassed many older destroyers. The company that developed this military vessel had designated it as a corvette, leaving no doubt about its classification. Notably, corvettes were not subject to the same restrictions as destroyers in American regulations, allowing for unrestricted procurement, provided that China was willing to permit the company to sell internationally. Contemplating this, Fod hurriedly returned the phone to Rom and exclaimed, "Rom, you have done exceptionally well. This corvette is indeed highly suitable for our needs in Saudi Arabia. Thanks to your timely discovery, we might have avoided missing out on a powerful vessel tailored for us. I must depart immediately to join the delegation. Your contribution will be duly noted, and we shall discuss it further upon my return from China." With that, Fod gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder before returning to his study to retrieve the briefcase and swiftly exited the premises. A military helicopter awaited him on the helipad, with logistics personnel having completed the necessary checks, ready for departure. Upon his arrival, staff members greeted him and assisted with securing his seatbelt and communication headset. Once everything was in order, the helicopter ascended gently, heading towards the airport where the delegation was assembled. Following Fod's hurried departure, Rom also exited the residence, eager to delve deeper into the specifications of the corvette. After all, encountering a corvette with such a high displacement, yet possessing an impressive number of vertical launch systems, was an unprecedented experience. Moreover, as described in the video, this corvette was positioned as a fire support vessel, a classification that starkly contrasted with the conventional understanding of corvettes in the current global landscape. Thus, The critical inquiry that occupied Rom's mind was the technology employed by this frigate that enabled such a profound transformation in the vessel's capabilities. Not only was he intrigued, but neighboring armed factions in Saudi Arabia, as well as other nations such as Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Iran, and Iraq, also expressed keen interest in this frigate. Consequently, they dispatched their diplomatic delegations to China to attend the Haizhou Maritime Exhibition. Acquiring one or two of these ships would elevate their naval prowess to unimaginable heights. Particularly for those armed factions at odds with Israel, there was a determination to invest significantly in acquiring at least 2 vessels. With such assets, they could strategically position the frigates in the Red Sea to confront Israeli forces, compelling the United States to reconsider its aircraft carrier fleet's vulnerability to over 100 anti-ship missiles. Should interception prove inadequate, the global headlines would inevitably report on the devastating strike by missiles launched from 2 frigates against the American carrier group, prompting immediate orders for withdrawal from the Red Sea. As a result, upon witnessing the showcased frigate at the Haizhou Maritime Exhibition, nations that initially had no intention of participating swiftly altered their plans. Furthermore, countries like Saudi Arabia, which had planned to attend, revised their procurement strategies to prioritize this frigate. In light of these developments, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs promptly received numerous diplomatic visit requests from Middle Eastern nations and factions, all citing a shared interest in the 058C frigate exhibited at the Haizhou show, seeking both observation and procurement discussions. Chapter 126. The big players arrived. The arrival of significant players at the Haizhou Maritime Exhibition was met with warm welcomes from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Following approval from higher authorities, the ministry officially extended invitations to these nations. Meanwhile, responses to the regional armed factions were handled discreetly. Given their current lack of recognition by the United Nations, a public acknowledgement from China would imply legitimacy for these factions, leading to potential complications and unwanted scrutiny from the United States. Upon receiving replies, the Middle Eastern nations swiftly arranged their diplomatic missions to China, propelled by intelligence that other countries were similarly interested in the 058C frigate and preparing to attend the exhibition. To secure an advantageous position for placing orders, they hastily prepared their financial resources to avoid any shortfall that might hinder their ability to purchase. In contrast to the frantic pace of the Middle Eastern nations, China meticulously organized its diplomatic reception efforts. Given the influx of visitors from multiple countries, several reception teams were designated to address potential issues arising during their visits, including accommodations, transportation, and translation services. Many of these affluent delegates, even those from unrecognized armed factions, possessed considerable spending power. It was imperative to offer them adequate service and respect, ensuring their experience was devoid of any unpleasant incidents, as this could tarnish China's reputation and jeopardize potential transactions. Moreover, the leadership within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, upon learning of the interest from these Middle Eastern nations in the 058C frigate, promptly contacted Chen Jin to inform him of the interest and to prepare detailed informational materials regarding the frigate. However, these materials need not delve deeply into technical principles, as the primary concern for these affluent buyers lay in the performance of the equipment and its availability for purchase. When Chen Jin received the communication from the ministry, he promptly began his preparations. In fact, he had already assembled promotional materials for the 058C frigate and the Starry Sky all-electric reconnaissance and strike drone, ready to be presented in a 3D animation format to effectively convey the performance information of these 2 pieces of equipment. As the public day approached, arrangements were made to display these presentations on large screens at the exhibition booth for continuous viewing. However, with the newfound interest from several Middle Eastern nations, Chen Jin resolved to take a more hands-on approach in presenting the frigate himself. This required him to prepare additional materials, including comprehensive brochures and simultaneous interpretation equipment, crucial for facilitating seamless communication. Relying solely on interpreters could lead to misinterpretations of subtle nuances and emotional undertones, akin to conversing behind a hazy veil, often leaving the intended message obscured. Effective communication was paramount, particularly when seeking to persuade others or reach consensus, as any linguistic discrepancies could yield vastly different outcomes than anticipated. Thus, possessing simultaneous interpretation technology would enable unobstructed dialogue, allowing for the genuine conveyance of emotions and intentions, thereby significantly enhancing the likelihood of success during discussions. Chen Jin was confident in his ability to produce the necessary interpretation devices swiftly. As November 8th arrived, marking the final day of media previews for the Haizhou Maritime Exhibition, anticipation surged for the subsequent public opening, which would attract not only domestic visitors but also international guests, including diplomatic delegations. The exhibition area would experience an unprecedented influx of attendees, necessitating careful crowd management strategies. To accommodate the anticipated surge, the exhibition staff relocated the displays of the two showcase systems to larger areas and implemented appropriate crowd control measures. Chen Jin also arranged for a large LED screen to showcase demonstration videos of the frigate and drone, allowing interested visitors to view from a distance, thereby further regulating foot traffic. With all preparations in place, the only remaining task was to await the public opening. On that afternoon, Chen Jin, accompanied by Ciel'er, departed from Yangcheng to Haizhou City. He had agreed to bring her along, as she expressed a desire to observe and learn about the military equipment and the current state of China's defense industry. Naturally, Chen Jin could not refuse his girlfriend's request, so he welcomed her company on this journey. However, due to their late arrival, by the time they reached Haizhou City, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The airshow venue had closed its doors, rendering them unable to enter for a visit. With no other option, they decided to find lodging nearby and planned to return the following day. Although the influx of visitors for the airshow had filled all surrounding hotels well in advance, securing a room was a mere trifling matter for Ciel'er, the heiress of the Xie Group. As the foremost real estate giant in Yangcheng, while the majority of its enterprises were concentrated in the city, the Xie Group had gradually expanded into neighboring cities over the past decade. Haizhou City, being a significant target for expansion, had seen the development of numerous ventures by the Xie Group, including hotels, shopping malls, and residential complexes. Although the hotels were not 5-star establishments, they generally boasted at least 3 stars, exuding a high level of quality. Particularly near the airshow venue, there were 2 notably upscale 4-star hotels. After making a phone call, she easily located the nearest hotel to the airshow venue. As a property of her family's group, it was guaranteed to have rooms reserved for family members, allowing for a seamless check-in. Of course, if Chen Jin wished, he could also arrange accommodations through his father-in-law, though it would not be as effortless as it was for Ciel'er. Once the hotel manager arranged their room, with no further plans for the evening, they had dinner and took a shower before retiring early. Cradling Ciel'er's soft body in his arms, Chen Jin quickly succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Ciel'er, nestled in Chen Jin's warm embrace, lulled by his steady breathing, gradually drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 127. Public Day of the Haizhou Airshow on November 9th. The public day of the Haizhou Airshow commenced. Having gone to bed early the previous night, Chen Jin and Ciel'er awoke quite early that morning. After refreshing themselves, they enjoyed breakfast delivered by the hotel staff in their room. Given that they were to present performance data of their equipment to affluent Middle Eastern guests and other foreign dignitaries interested in their offerings, the couple donned formal attire that they had specially brought along. While described as formal wear, it was essentially smart casual. Chen Jin wore a white shirt paired with black trousers, while Ciel'er donned a black dress complemented by a coffee-colored jacket, creating a youthful yet sophisticated appearance. One cannot help but marvel at the delightful experience of witnessing a beautiful young lady change her attire, although it was somewhat regrettable that Ciel'er dressed rather swiftly, leaving Chen Jin only a brief moment to appreciate the sight. Once they were ready, the clock struck 9:30 a.m., and the airshow was open for entry. Thus, they made their way downstairs from the hotel. The hotel manager, having been informed of their intention to attend the airshow, had arranged for dedicated personnel and transport to facilitate their commutes between the hotel and the venue. Additionally, he instructed the front desk staff to promptly inquire if assistance was needed whenever the couple departed. As Chen Jin and Ciel'er reached the ground floor, preparing to retrieve their vehicle from the parking lot, they were approached by a front desk attendant who quickly came towards them. "Young mistress, young master, are you heading out to attend the airshow?" she inquired. Ciel'er, slightly puzzled, replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" "Ah, no problem at all. In fact, it's just as young Master Chui instructed us. If we see you heading out, we must inform you that he has arranged a vehicle and driver specifically for your activities during your stay in Haizhou City. The car is waiting outside the hotel, and I can escort you there." Realizing the abruptness of her question, the front desk attendant hastily explained. After listening to her clarification, Ciel'er nodded and responded, "Thank you, Uncle Chui, for your thoughtfulness." She then turned to Chen Jin and asked, "Brother Jin, should we drive ourselves or follow Uncle Chui's arrangement?" "Let us adhere to Manager Chui's arrangement. Having someone to transport us not only saves us the trouble of finding parking, but also allows us to avoid busy routes." As the driver is familiar with the area, Chen Jin replied without hesitation, recognizing the practicality of the arrangement. "Very well, then please guide us," Ciel'er confirmed, addressing the front desk attendant. "Certainly, please follow me," the attendant replied, leading the way to the hotel entrance. After a brief walk of about 2 minutes, they arrived at a business vehicle. The attendant knocked on the driver's window, and upon hearing the sound, the driver swiftly lowered the window. Recognizing the front desk attendant, he promptly exited the vehicle. Turning to Chen Jin and Cielur, he inquired, "Young mistress, young master, where shall we take you?" "Manager Chui has briefed me on my duties to ensure your safe transport during your stay." "All right, we plan to visit the air show. Could you take us there?" Chen Jin responded, "Certainly. Please, young master and young mistress, step inside. We shall set off immediately," the driver said, promptly opening the door for them. After they settled into the vehicle, the driver gently closed the door, exchanged greetings with the front desk attendant, and took his place behind the wheel, starting the engine and heading towards the airshow venue. Given that the hotel was less than 2 kilometers from the venue, they arrived in under 5 minutes. Thanks to the driver's adept handling of the vehicle. Upon disembarking, seeing the throngs of visitors at the entrance, excitedly tugged Chen Jin towards the entrance management point for exhibitors. As a participant, Chen Jin naturally possessed a work badge. But since Cielur was a last-minute addition to the exhibition team, they needed to collect her badge from the management office, despite having registered her information prior to their arrival. In no time, thanks to the staff's remarkable efficiency, Cielur obtained her work badge, which bore her name and the company name, Creative Dawn Technology Company, along with the information of their exhibition booth. Elated, she once again took Chen Jin's hand and, with a spring in her step, headed toward the entrance inspection point. Due to the designated entry lane for exhibitors, they bypassed the lengthy queue and smoothly passed through the document check. Once inside the venue, Cielur gazed in awe at the array of large military equipment on display. Akin to a wide-eyed child stepping into a whimsical fairy kingdom, her curiosity piqued by the remarkable sights before her. Although she had lived a carefree life as the heiress of the CF family, accustomed to luxury and opulence, the scale and sophistication of the military equipment left her utterly astounded. This was the first time she had encountered such a spectacle. Eagerly, she pulled Chen Jin toward the Rainbow 4 drone that was displayed nearby. As they approached, she quickly circled it and inquired, "Jin Ge, I previously came across this drone on Douyin. It seems to be called Rainbow 5, am I correct?" "Indeed, however, this particular model is the export version of the Rainbow 5, not the one intended for our domestic use. In comparison to our personal version, the export variant has certain limitations in terms of stealth capabilities and weaponry. Nevertheless, it continues to perform admirably in sales," Chen Jin replied with a smile. Addressing Lear's inquiry, "Oh, so there is a distinction between the domestic and export versions. At first, I assumed that the one we use is identical to what is sold to others," Lear remarked, her understanding deepening upon hearing Chen Jin's explanation. Realizing her unfamiliarity with the current state of the domestic military trade, Chen Jin noted that the Foreign Ministry had informed them that the major clients from Middle East would not arrive until the afternoon, granting him some leisure time. He took Lear's hand and led her towards a nearby exhibition booth, saying, "Lear, while we have the time, allow me to introduce you to our domestic equipment. I assure you it will be a feast for your eyes." "Thank you, Jingo." Lear exclaimed excitedly, planting a kiss on Chen Jin's cheek before pulling him towards the booth. Chen Jin, as he was being led, playfully cautioned, "Oh, Lear, do take it slow. We have plenty of time. No need to rush." As they conversed, they arrived at the best-selling model of the Huaxia drone exports, the Rainbow 4, a reconnaissance strike drone. Chen Jin observed the Rainbow 4, which bore resemblance to the Rainbow 5, yet possessed notable distinctions, and said, "Lear, this is our export version of the Rainbow 4 drone, known as Rainbow 4B. Contrary to what one might expect, it is actually an enhanced version of the Rainbow 4 rather than a diminished one. This enhancement was made to better align with export standards, thereby augmenting its ground strike capabilities. Consequently, the Rainbow 4B is particularly suited for reconnaissance strike operations. As the name suggests, it is capable of gathering intelligence on enemy forces while simultaneously engaging them with its onboard armaments. This dual-purpose functionality is immensely popular worldwide, which explains why the Rainbow 4B has emerged as our top-selling drone internationally, with exports reaching over a dozen countries. Remarkable achievement. Countries that have procured this drone have not only refrained from issuing negative reviews, but have also expressed interest in importing its production line. Since its launch, the Rainbow 4 has consistently remained in high demand. Soon, Chen Jin completed his introduction of the Rainbow 4B reconnaissance strike drone and proceeded to guide Lear through the various exhibition booths. "Lear, look at this drone. It's called the Jutian Heavy Reconnaissance Strike Drone. This model is quite extraordinary, as it can deploy multiple smaller drones and control them for attacks. This operational mode is reminiscent of an aircraft carrier at sea, which is why it's also referred to as an aerial aircraft carrier. And here we have a small unmanned helicopter system capable of launching from any terrain, making it ideal for battlefield reconnaissance and target elimination. This one is our J-35A stealth fighter. You've probably seen this one quite often. It is none other than our renowned J-20 heavy stealth fighter. And here is the J-15 fighter, primarily utilized on our aircraft carriers as a carrier-based aircraft. This is our Z-20 armed helicopter, and this model is the Z-20F anti-submarine helicopter. Lastly, we present our newest air defense system, the Hongqi-20 surface-to-air missile system. It must be said that this year's Haizhu Air Show showcases an impressive array of equipment, including not only the older models like the Rainbow 4, Rainbow 5, Rainbow 6, and Rainbow 7 drones, but also the newly unveiled Rainbow 7A. As an upgraded version of the Rainbow 7, the Rainbow 7A features an enhanced engine and optimized aerodynamic design, along with the latest stealth-coated materials. After refining several performance specifications, its maximum takeoff weight has increased from 8 tons to 9.3 tons, and its maximum altitude has been elevated from approximately 16,000 meters to an impressive 18,000 meters. Simultaneously, its stealth capabilities have seen further enhancement. Of course, it's not just the Rainbow 7 that has received upgrades. Numerous other equipment showcased at the 2024 Haizhu Air Show have also introduced improved models. For instance, the Rainbow 9 large reconnaissance strike drone has undergone minor modifications, primarily enhancing its engine to increase maximum speed and slightly augment its flying weight, with no significant other alterations. The entire air show features an extensive lineup beyond drones, including various fighter jets, military helicopters, tanks, artillery, as well as a diverse array of air defense missiles and radar systems, forming a formidable display. However, the highlight remains a medium tank developed by the 208th Research Institute of the Huaxiao Weaponry Group, which is under the Southern Theater Command's Equipment Development and Reform Committee. Although the institute bears the name of the Huaxiao Weaponry Group, it currently serves solely the Southern Theater. The tank developed by this institute is named Z-105, boasting a combat weight of 35 tons and powered by an 1,800 horsepower turbocharged diesel engine. With such robust horsepower, it can achieve a maximum speed of 123 kilometers per hour on highways and even exceed 100 kilometers per hour off-road. Quite astonishing. Although classified as a medium tank due to its relatively lighter weight, its dimensions surpass those of the active Z-99A tank, measuring 12.3 meters in length, 3.8 meters in width, and 2.5 meters in height. The reason it can maintain such a large size while weighing only 35 tons lies in the special steel that Chen Jin previously presented. This steel can effortlessly withstand 125 millimeters armor-piercing rounds with a mere 5 centimeters of thickness, allowing for a significant reduction in armor thickness without compromising protection, even omitting reactive armor. Thus, with an increase in size but a decrease in armor thickness, the Z-105 tank can accommodate a larger engine, a bigger fuel tank, more advanced electronic equipment, and an additional 20 rounds of ammunition compared to the Z-99A. Moreover, due to its reduced weight, this tank can reach speeds of 120 kilometers on highways, boasting a range that surpasses the Z-99A by approximately 30. It can be said to comprehensively outclass the Z-99A. Since its introduction last year, this tank has effortlessly overshadowed the latest models developed by the other 4 theaters. During the practical exercises held last year by the 5 theaters, primarily to evaluate the performance data of new tanks, when observing the other theaters arrive with their latest designs. Eager for comparison, He Zhengguo was nearly overcome with laughter. Previously, the Southern Theater had struggled to find suitable materials, causing their new tank development to lag significantly behind that of the other theaters. When Chen Jin presented the special steel, the urgency was palpable, as there were only a few months left before the deadline set by the General Assembly for delivery. This led the other theaters to mistakenly believe that the Southern Theater was hastily presenting a modified version of the 99 series tank for the exercise. Although the Type 99 tank is formidable in its own right, it pales in comparison to the newly designed models, prompting an eagerness to showcase their capabilities. As long-standing adversaries, both openly and covertly, there exists considerable competition. Naturally, such rivalry is welcomed by the higher echelons, as progress is born from competition. Therefore, adhering to the principle of not dismissing the opportunity presented, He Zhengguo decided to send the ZZ-105 tanks into other battle zones, braving enemy artillery, which felt akin to mere tickling compared to the might of their firepower. It was reminiscent of the encounters between Shermans and Tigers during World War II. While one side reveled in triumph, the other seethed in frustration. In the command centers of the four major battle zones, West, Central, North, and East, the commanders observed with bewilderment as their nearly 3-year investment in developing a new tank, enhanced in firepower, mobility, and electronics, failed to inflict any damage on what they deemed the hastily assembled tanks of the southern battle zone. After the exercises concluded, the commanders, perplexed, sought out He Zhenghua, who was comfortably sipping tea at the command center, to inquire about the extraordinary performance of this tank. He Zhenghua, without reservation, elucidated the matter, knowing that the details would soon be disseminated to all battle zones by the higher authorities. Following his explanation, the commanders experienced a moment of clarity. They had indeed encountered a new type of material, which explained why their artillery shells either ricocheted or caused no damage at all. Although the exercise was simulated, the performance was astonishing, advancing under enemy fire while remaining unscathed. What soldier would not be exhilarated by such a scenario? Eagerly, the commanders insisted on conducting a live-fire test with He Zhenghua. The results were nothing short of astounding. After enduring multiple hits from armor-piercing rounds, the tank sustained only a minor dent in the external armor, less than a centimeter deep. It is crucial to note that these were not ordinary rounds, but armor-piercing shells, and the damage was incurred from multiple hits on the same point. Such formidable defensive capabilities left the nearly 60-year-old commanders momentarily speechless. When He Zhenghua proudly announced that this tank had received approval from the General Assembly for mass production, their faces lit up with joy. This signified not only that the southern battle zone would be equipped with this tank, but that they too would have the opportunity to integrate it into their forces. Consequently, at this year's Haizhou Air Show, the ZZ-105 tank, which despite its bare exterior, boasted a size surpassing that of the Type 99A heavy main battle tank, was prominently displayed. Additionally, the Type 99, along with its improved variants, the 99A and 99B, were showcased as well. The rationale was clear. The induction of the new tank into service necessitated the phased retirement of older models, including the Type 99. Although the Type 99 tank had been in service for a mere decade, a time frame insufficient for a heavy main battle tank renowned for its exceptional mobility, protection, firepower, and advanced information systems, to be retired, the overwhelming superiority of a new model rendered it obsolete. Thus, the General Assembly issued a directive to eliminate all older models within 5 years, encompassing the Type 99 and its variants, the Type 96 and its improvements, as well as the Type 15 light tank, among others. Given the sheer number of models slated for retirement, the quantities were staggering. To destroy them outright and reconstruct would be impractical and costly, considering the substantial funds previously invested in their production. Moreover, destruction would not only squander resources but also deplete valuable materials. Hence, the most prudent course of action was to export these tanks to other nations, thereby avoiding waste while generating foreign currency. As a result, at the Haizhou Air Show, the General Assembly unveiled all significant tanks currently in domestic service, marketing them as gently used, affordable, and reliable, and offered them at a mere 50% of their original price. Even at this reduced rate, those familiar with the arms trade understood that it was still profitable, albeit less so. Though classified as second-hand, the tanks, priced at half of their original cost, represented an incredible opportunity. It is well known that equipment from China is meticulously maintained. Even second-hand, their appearance and performance would rival that of brand-new units. And with the expertise of Chinese military personnel, these used tanks might even outperform new models. For instance, the Type 99A, which originally commanded a price of $8 million, a figure without specific data, could now be acquired for $4 million. This price not only applies to powerful military equipment, but is also comparable to acquiring high-depreciation electronic products at half their original price. Of course, this presumes there are no newer models with lower prices, but superior performance for comparison. At $4 million, one would typically purchase a relatively advanced medium tank. Yet now, they could secure a heavy main battle tank with comprehensive capabilities ranking among the top 3 globally, making this price exceedingly attractive. Consequently, these second-hand tanks garnered considerable interest from nations worldwide, including neighboring countries, which placed substantial orders to bolster their armored forces. In recent years, ongoing conflicts between Russia and its neighboring countries have led to the depletion of Russian tank resources, compounded by a declining production capacity that often fails to keep pace with consumption. Thus, Russia had turned its gaze toward China a few years prior, seeking to procure tanks. Unfortunately, China had refrained from such military transactions, wary of the backlash from the United States and Western nations, who might label them as military supporters of Russia. However, The situation had changed. Now, China was merely selling off surplus items as second-hand goods, and who purchased them was of little concern. If anyone dared to object, they would not hesitate to express their displeasure. Thus, when China officially announced its intention to sell second-hand tanks without restrictions on buyers, it faced opposition from the United States, Western nations, and smaller countries. While many nations echoed the sentiments of the U.S., the neighboring country genuinely feared repercussions, leading to a heated debate in the United Nations. Even amidst these discussions, China firmly stated that these tanks were surplus to its needs. And while it could limit the buyer list, it warned that those opposing the sales would be responsible for any unsold tanks. This declaration silenced even those Western nations that had previously followed the U.S. lead, let alone the smaller countries that merely followed suit. Meanwhile, the neighboring country was eager to make purchases. Its own financial constraints, reliant on use, support to sustain its military expenditures, rendered such acquisitions financially unfeasible. While the beautiful nation possesses the wealth to make a purchase, they are reluctant to become the unwitting benefactor in this scenario. Not only do they find themselves lacking a need for such acquisitions, but they have yet to comprehend why the great nation of Huaxia has suddenly chosen to sell such an extensive number of second-hand tanks. Speculation suggests that Huaxia must be preparing to equip itself with a new generation of tanks, boasting superior capabilities. Otherwise, it would not hastily engage in the sale of such a considerable quantity. However, they have received no information regarding this new model, thus making it implausible for them to absorb the entire batch of tanks, especially given their value, which amounts to several $100 billion. In their desperation, the beautiful nation resorts to inciting smaller countries to engage in moral coercion, arguing that as a vast country, Huaxia should simply destroy its obsolete equipment rather than selling it to others. They claim this action not only endangers the people of other nations, but could also incite conflicts between countries, insisting that a great power ought to exhibit magnanimity. The outcome of this manipulation was predictable. Any nation that dared to voice dissent was met with a vehement rebuttal from Huaxia as spokesperson. Why should Huaxia, as a major power, be expected to be magnanimous? Shouldn't the beautiful nation, as the world's foremost power, demonstrate even greater generosity? Thus, for the sake of global peace, it would be more fitting for the beautiful nation to purchase these second-hand tanks from Huaxia, as the cost, merely a few $100 billion, is trivial compared to their vast resources. Conversely, for Huaxia, this sum represents a significant amount, especially as a nation with a population of 1.4 billion, where substantial investments are required for urban development, education, healthcare, and more. The funds obtained from the sale of these second-hand tanks would need to be reinvested into these essential projects. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Now, you wish us to exhibit generosity? Begone with such notions. Thus, after an intense verbal exchange by Huaxia's representative at the United Nations, the beautiful nation found itself bereft of sound arguments to press their case, and their attempts to manipulate smaller allies fell flat, as Huaxia's decision to sell second-hand equipment was indeed beyond reproach. Furthermore, Huaxia made it clear that should they wish to dictate to whom the second-hand tanks could be sold, that would be acceptable. However, if they ultimately could not find buyers, then those tanks would have to be absorbed entirely by them. Several $100 billion is no trifling sum. The beautiful nation is unwilling to be the unwitting fool. And the Western nations need not even be mentioned, as the smaller countries, even if they desired to purchase, lack the financial means to do so. Thus, following a farcical display at the United Nations General Assembly, Huaxia's plan for the export of older tank models proceeded as scheduled, with swift agreements reached with nations such as the Bear, the Iron Brotherhood, Bangladesh, Thailand, and others. Additionally, several countries in Africa and South America also procured significant quantities of medium and small tanks. Although they could not sell the larger main battle tanks, they could still manage to purchase a considerable number of the smaller models. Once the sales agreements were finalized, Huaxia would adhere to the agreed timeline, gradually delivering the retired second-hand tanks via air, rail, and maritime transport. Naturally, the shipping costs would be borne by the buyers. After all, Huaxia was already selling at half price. Expecting them to cover shipping costs would be unreasonable, even if the relationship between nations is dictated solely by interests. Those purchasing tanks understood they could not demand too much. Thus, they willingly accepted the responsibility for shipping expenses. Chapter 130. The public day of the Haizhou Airshow concludes. Returning to the narrative, when Chen Jin and Cielur completed their tour of the airshow, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Apart from their mealtime, the pair had lingered at each exhibit for several minutes before moving on, resulting in a lengthy visit. However, this extended duration proved beneficial, as Cielur gained a profound understanding of Huaxia's current military equipment, familiarizing herself with the various models, their designations, and the nomenclature conventions, as well as the specific functionalities of these devices, rendering the visit worthwhile. After several hours of exploration, the duo returned to the rest area of Chuangxiang Shuguang, intending to take a brief respite. Typically, each exhibit features a designated rest area for staff to recuperate after explaining to visitors, which also serves as a dining space. However, due to the overwhelming popularity of Chuangxiang Shuguang's exhibit, which attracted an excessive number of visitors, the event organizers relocated their rest area to an adjacent exhibit to provide ample space for attendees. Interestingly, the neighboring exhibit showcased another relatively popular piece of equipment. The Orca-class trimaran unmanned boat, renowned for its stealth capabilities and speeds exceeding 40 knots, equipped with a vertical launch system and a platform for drone operations, endowing it with significant strategic value. Since its debut at the 2024 air show, it has garnered considerable attention and sparked extensive discussion. This time, due to its larger size, the model was displayed outdoors, leading to both exhibits being situated in close proximity. The immense popularity of Chuangxiang Shuguang resulted in a dramatic increase in visitor traffic to the adjacent booth, prompting the Orca-class trimaran's exhibit manager to readily agree to merge the two rest areas for the convenience of all involved. Consequently, upon arriving at the rest area, Chen Jin and his companion found not only their own staff, but also numerous personnel from the Huaxia shipbuilding group taking a break. Chuangxiang Shuguang's team included a full contingent of 15 members, led by Liang He, a 37-year-old student under the renowned expert Zhang Qingming. Previously, he was responsible for hull structures at a major shipyard in Huaxia, but upon Zhang Qingming's call, he joined the South China Shipyard to contribute to the construction of the 058C vessel. As the team leader for this exhibition, he was personally present. At this moment, Liang He was inspecting the equipment Chen Jin had sent over, reportedly a simultaneous interpretation headset, a device he was well acquainted with. Surprised that his employer had managed to procure such technology. After verifying the equipment's status, battery life, operational functionality, etc., he noticed Chen Jin approaching with an attractive young woman. He promptly organized the equipment, secured it in a locked case, and moved to greet Chen Jin. Upon seeing Liang He approach, Chen Jin began, "Brother Liang, I imagine the visitor turnout at your booth has been quite substantial these past few days. You all must be working diligently." Liang He, now standing before Chen Jin, waved a hand dismissively, replying it's manageable. While many visitors express interest in our frigate, most simply admire its exterior and inquire about some specifications, which doesn't necessitate dedicated explanations from our staff. Thus, our primary focus has been on maintaining order at the site. After hearing Liang He's explanation, Chen Jin nodded and responded, "Very well, I appreciate your hard work over the next few days. Once the airshow concludes, I'll arrange some rewards for you all." "Not all, it's our duty." "Thank you, boss." Liang He replied with a laugh upon hearing about the rewards. "It's merely what you deserve. By the way, Lure, let me introduce you to Liang He, our team leader for this airshow. You can call Brother Liang, just as I do, since he is also a graduate of South China University of Technology. Brother Liang, this is my girlfriend, Cielur. You can refer to her as Lure." Upon hearing Chen Jin's introduction, Liang He realized that the beautiful girl standing beside Chen Jin was named Cielur. The name seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall its significance at that moment. Thus, Liang He turned to Cielur and said, "Greetings, I'm a graduate from Nanhua University of Technology, class of 2007. The boss has kindly referred to me as Senior Brother. If you do not mind, Miss Lure, you may also call me Senior Brother Liang, or simply Liang He." After listening to Chen Jin's introduction and Liang He's self-introduction, Cielur understood why Chen Jin referred to the gentleman before her as Senior Brother. She smiled gently and replied, "Sure, I shall address you as Senior Brother Liang, just as Jin Good does, and you may call me Lure." "Thank you, Lure." Liang He responded with a smile. Once the introductions were complete, Chen Jin instructed, "Senior Brother Liang, the distinguished guests should be arriving shortly. Please arrange for someone to activate our large screen and temporarily redirect the visitors, explaining that we need to accommodate our international clients, ensuring that our exhibition space remains unobstructed for presentations. When explaining, be sure to use a polite tone and simply refer to the Middle East without specifying the country. I trust they will understand." After redirecting them, guide them to view the large screen. We won't require much time and can reopen afterwards. After hearing Chen Jin's instructions, Liang He stood tall and replied, "Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements. Additionally, I have thoroughly inspected the equipment you had sent over, and everything is in perfect order." "Excellent. We shall await the arrival of our esteemed guests," Chen Jin said, taking Cielur's hand as they walked towards the benches set up in the resting area. After several hours of walking, even the fittest among them felt fatigued and needed a moment to repose. After resting for nearly 20 minutes, they were startled by a commotion nearby. Chen Jin turned to see a group of foreigners adorned with white cloth circling their heads, approaching the exhibition booth for Chuangxiang Shuguang. Instantly recognizing that these were the distinguished guests, he nudged Cielur and said, "Our Middle Eastern clients have arrived. It is time for me to make my entrance. Will you continue to rest here or accompany me?" "Jin, you go ahead. There is little purpose in my following. It may even complicate matters," Cielur replied, glancing at the group of foreigners adorned with white cloth. Acknowledging her reasoning, Chen Jin understood that introducing the product data to the Middle Eastern clients did not necessitate her presence. He replied, "Very well, Lur. Please rest here while senior brother Liang and I proceed." With that, Chen Jin signaled to Liang He and, donning the Chuangxiang Shuguang identification badge, headed towards the booth for the 058C frigate, with Liang He following closely behind, carrying a box. At that moment, the delegation of distinguished guests had arrived at the 058C booth, meticulously examining the model of the frigate and perusing the data inscribed upon it, expressing their admiration. Seeing this, Chen Jin approached with a smile and inquired, "Gentlemen, may I ask if our frigate meets your expectations?" Upon hearing Chen Jin's words, the members of the Saudi Arabian delegation looked up, and upon noticing the identification badge on Chen Jin's chest, Prince Fahd, the spokesperson for the delegation, greeted him with a halting "and I, how and I." Since Prince Fahd could only manage this phrase, he soon fell silent and turned to a male translator, who had been specially assigned by the Chinese government to assist with their translation needs during the exhibition. The translator promptly conveyed Chen Jin's words in Arabic. Upon hearing the translation, Prince Fahd excitedly responded in Arabic, extending his right hand. The translator then communicated his words to Chen Jin in Chinese, conveying the essence of the prince's enthusiasm. "Oh, by God's grace, this frigate is truly to our liking. Might your esteemed company provide us with a detailed introduction? I am utterly enamored with it." In response, Chen Jin extended his hand to shake Prince Fahad's, adhering to the customs of the host nation, and the two exchanged a few cordial shakes before parting. Recognizing that it was time to retrieve the simultaneous interpretation equipment, Chen Jin gestured for Zhang He to bring the box forward and open it. He then explained, "Translator Li, we have prepared a simultaneous interpretation device for our conversation. So please inform Prince Fahd that we will be using this equipment." Having received prior notice from the Foreign Ministry, Chen Jin was aware that the translator accompanying them was named Li. Upon hearing Chen Jin's request, translator Li promptly translated it into Arabic for Prince Fahd, who nodded in agreement. With the prince's consent, translator Li conveyed the outcome to Chen Jin. Consequently, Chen Jin retrieved two simultaneous interpretation devices from the open box, one resembling a headset, which he handed to Prince Fahd, while donning the other himself. This time, Chen Jin had prepared 12 devices, which was more than sufficient for the 8 members of the Saudi delegation. As Zhang He distributed the devices to the other members of the delegation, he also took one for himself, placing it in his ear. Once all were equipped, Chen Jin addressed them. "Hello, can you hear me?" No sooner had Chen Jin spoken than Prince Fahd and the 7 other members of the Saudi delegation heard the Arabic translation in their ears. They responded with delight in Arabic, and Chen Jin and Zhang He simultaneously received the translation in Chinese, achieving near-perfect synchronization. After several exchanges to test the equipment, Chen Jin confirmed that it was functioning properly. He then began his formal introduction. "Prince Fahd, since our interpretation equipment is operating smoothly, allow me to present the details of this frigate. First and foremost, this vessel is a meticulously crafted multi-role military ship, boasting a full load displacement of up to 5,600 tons. It is powered by 2 specially developed gas turbines that provide astonishing propulsion, enabling the frigate to reach a remarkable speed of 60 knots. Please observe here, and here, these shapes have been expertly designed to minimize drag. Furthermore, we have made significant improvements in the design of the propellers to enhance its waterborne thrust." As Chen Jin elaborated, Prince Fahd shifted from a nodding demeanor to one of rapt fascination, eagerly awaiting the completion of Chen Jin's presentation on the frigate specifications. "Mr. Chen Jin, when I first laid eyes upon this frigate in the video, I immediately sensed its remarkable suitability for our nation, Saudi Arabia. Now, after your enlightening exposition, I find myself eagerly anticipating the prospect of acquiring it. Might I inquire whether your esteemed company or country would be willing to part with it? Rest assured, price is of no concern to us in Saudi Arabia." Prince Fahd, upon broaching the subject of cost, exhibited a demeanor imbued with confidence and assurance. In response to his remarks, Chen Jin could not help but display a smile that suggested the arrival of a wealthy patron ready to unleash his financial prowess. And he promptly replied, Prince Fad, it is rather premature to delve into this matter. In addition to this frigate, our company, Innovation Dawn, has brought along a drone for your consideration. Why not first take a look at it before we engage in further discussions? Taken aback, Prince Fad was surprised to learn that Innovation Dawn also possessed drone technology. With the sea covered, could there perhaps be land capabilities to follow? He pondered, nodding in agreement. He responded, very well, I hadn't anticipated your company would also offer drone technology. However, knowing that you can present such a formidable surface vessel, I can only assume that this drone possesses equally impressive capabilities. Let us proceed as you suggest, Mr. Chen Jin. With Prince Fad's consent, Chen Jin took the lead, guiding him and his entourage towards the drone exhibition area. With the assistance of the on-site staff, they swiftly arrived at the drone display, featuring a real aircraft. The drone's futuristic design and substantial size were immediately apparent. Upon seeing the drone's astonishing dimensions, Prince Fad was rendered speechless, contemplating whether it surpassed the Rainbow 5 drone in size. It is worth noting that the Rainbow 5 is already classified as a large reconnaissance strike drone. Thus, this drone would indeed qualify as a supersized variant. Previously, while reading news about various supersized drones launched by China in recent years, he had felt a twinge of envy, particularly towards the likes of the Attack 11 and the Jiutian drones, which he was particularly fond of. He had longed to purchase several units, yet China had consistently refused to sell. Reluctantly, he had settled for the Rainbow 5, which, while a high-end drone in its own right, felt somewhat diminutive in comparison to those supersized models. As he beheld this drone, multiple thoughts flashed through Prince Fad's mind. Since Mr. Chen Jin had brought him here, could it be that this drone was also available for external sale? Did this not imply that our nation could potentially acquire such supersized drones? He resolved to confirm this. Turning to Chen Jin, he inquired, Mr. Chen Jin, might your company have plans to sell this drone? I must admit, upon first sight, I was thoroughly captivated. It exudes strength. If available for purchase, I would certainly persuade my father to procure a significant quantity. Understanding that Prince Fad had misconstrued the situation, Chen Jin smiled and reassured him. Rest assured, Prince Fad, this drone is indeed available for sale. My intention in bringing you here was not merely for a cursory glance, but to provide you with detailed information about its capabilities, allowing you and your nation to fully comprehend the specifications of this equipment as we move forward with procurement discussions. As is customary in our business dealings in China, we prioritize transparency and mutual understanding before transactions. Would you not agree? Oh, yes, indeed. I apologize for my misunderstanding. You, our esteemed partners from China, have always been the most trustworthy business associates for us in Saudi Arabia. Please, Mr. Chen Jin, do enlighten us further about this drone specifications. After hearing Chen Jin's explanation, Prince Fad recognized his previous overthinking and promptly offered his apologies. Very well, allow me to describe its performance parameters. Firstly, it employs all-electric propulsion technology, utilizing battery storage and motor-driven power for flight. You are likely familiar with the benefits of electric motors, which, while delivering substantial horsepower, also provide significant torque. This means that the drone can unleash maximum power in a brief moment, allowing for takeoff without extensive runway length. Coupled with our specially designed, oversized wings, which enhance lift and stability, this drone can achieve takeoff in as little as 50 meters even when fully loaded, an impressively swift feat. Prince Fad, you are undoubtedly aware of the implications of such a distance, correct? Chen Jin paused to gauge the prince's understanding. Upon hearing Chen Jin's query, Prince Fad hesitated before responding. Does this imply that it requires a relatively small airfield? Nodding in agreement, Chen Jin replied, precisely. A takeoff roll of only about 50 meters indicates that it has minimal runway length requirements, needing only to ensure sufficient distance for landing. To further reduce landing roll distance, we have two options: installing a parachute at the tail or activating the engine's reverse thrust capability. Implementing both methods simultaneously can reduce landing roll to under 100 meters. Therefore, this drone can execute takeoff and landing tasks swiftly, making it exceptionally suited for urgent missions. Additionally, this drone utilizes our latest generation of solid-state graphene battery technology, which not only boasts an extraordinarily high energy density, but also features rapid recharging capabilities, replenishing from 0 to 100 within 20 minutes. Moreover, it allows for the independent replacement of energy modules. In the event of an emergency, trained personnel can swap out the energy module, potentially reducing the replacement time to under 5 minutes. Now, those are the power specifications for this drone. Do you have any questions, Prince Fad? Chen Jin inquired. pausing to ensure comprehension after his detailed explanation. Mr. Chen Jin, your elucidation has been thorough, and I have no queries at this moment. However, I am curious about the charging equipment for this drone. As you are aware, we in Saudi Arabia are not particularly well-versed in electrical applications. Would it be possible for your company to assist us with the installation of the charging equipment once we procure the drone? We are willing to provide financial support for this endeavor. Initially, upon hearing the word, however, Chen Jin feared that Prince Fahd might be dissatisfied with the all-electric propulsion feature, considering Saudi Arabia's status as a leading oil producer. However, he was pleasantly surprised to learn that the prince's concern revolved around the charging equipment. Quickly, he responded, "Please rest assured, Prince Fahd, we will arrange for professional engineers to install the charging equipment for our partners. Additionally, we have companies in China capable of undertaking airport construction tasks for your nation. If you require such services, feel free to contact our diplomatic department." Certainly, I feel reassured now. As for the airport construction, our nation of Saudi Arabia has consistently collaborated with construction companies from China, and we will handle that communication on our own. After listening to Chen Jin's explanation, Prince Fahd also let out a sigh of relief. All right, let us continue with the introduction of the drone's payload parameters. Firstly, its maximum takeoff weight is 752 tons, with a maximum payload capacity of 29 tons. Under Chen Jin's thorough elucidation, Prince Fahd gained a remarkably clear understanding of the drone, particularly when Chen Jin elaborated on its 16 mounting points, which can accommodate up to 28 missiles or precision bombs weighing 100 kilograms each. He lost the calm demeanor he initially had. Although he was uncertain about the specific implications of these parameters, he recalled that the Rainbow 5 drone he had previously procured, with only 6 mounting points, could carry 16 missiles. With this drone possessing 16 mounting points, wouldn't the actual missile capacity exceed 40? Moreover, this drone is capable of executing missions at an astonishing altitude of 17,900 meters, which implies that after acquiring this drone, Saudi Arabia could conduct high-altitude reconnaissance on neighboring countries, and even gather intelligence on the fleets of the United States. According to Chen Jin's description, this drone possesses certain stealth capabilities. While it may not rival the pure stealth design of the Attack 11 drone, it can still achieve a level of 50 to 60. Significantly reducing the likelihood of being detected by radar at nearly 18,000 meters. Contemplating this, Prince Fahd eagerly remarked, "Mr. Chen Jin, under your meticulous explanation, I have gained substantial insight into this drone. May we now proceed to discuss procurement? I am quite eager." Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Chen Jin consented. "Very well. Let us find a conference room." He then turned to Liang He and instructed, "Please contact the venue staff and request a conference room for our discussions on the transaction." After receiving the directive, Liang He promptly departed to arrange the meeting space. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a staff member from the venue, who would escort them to the designated conference room. Due to the necessity of bringing Xiaolur along, Chen Jin inquired about the direction and number of the conference room, allowing Liang He to lead the Saudi delegation there first while he returned to booth 058C on the frigate to fetch someone. Upon returning to the booth, Chen Jin observed that due to the lack of crowd control, it had transformed into a queue for entry. Not far away, Xiaolur, who was resting and scanning the area, quickly approached him upon spotting his return. "Brother Jin, have you finished explaining to those major clients? Why haven't I seen them come back with you? Could it be that they were not satisfied? How could that be? They are quite interested in our 2 pieces of equipment and are urging us to commence discussions on procurement. Since a conference room is needed for the negotiations, I instructed Liang He to take them ahead while I return to bring you along." Hearing Xiaolur's tone suggesting the deal might have fallen through, Chen Jin affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Oh, I thought this business deal was off. Since they have already gone ahead, let's hurry and join them." After hearing Chen Jin's explanation, Xiaolur breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Chen Jin retrieved the documents he had previously organized regarding the detailed parameters of the 2 pieces of equipment, which he had prepared upon receiving notification from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the 2 swiftly proceeded towards the conference room. Along the way, Chen Jin equipped Xiaolur with a simultaneous interpretation device. Following the directions provided by the staff, they arrived at the conference room, where Liang He approached them at the entrance. "Boss, you're here. Prince Fahd and his delegation are already inside." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Jin responded, "Very well, let us enter." With that, he opened the conference room door and stepped inside. Upon seeing Chen Jin's entrance, Prince Fahd and his companions stood to acknowledge him. Noticing Xiaolur behind Chen Jin, Prince Fahd inquired, "Mr. Chen Jin, may I ask who this is?" "Prince Fahd, this is my wife, Xiaolur. I brought her along merely to witness the proceedings. She will not influence our transaction, so please rest assured," Chen Jin introduced with a smile. "Oh, by the Almighty, That is certainly no issue, Mr. Chen. Your bringing your wife signifies the importance you place on this transaction, which we greatly appreciate. Good day, madam. My name is Fahd Abdul Rahman bin Mohammed, but you may call me Prince Fahd. Following this, Prince Fahd performed a recently refined diplomatic gesture, a modification made to accommodate the increasing number of young women encountered in business dealings with Chinese partners. This gesture was designed to express goodwill without physical contact, avoiding any discomfort. In return, Sailor mirrored the gesture and cheerfully responded, "All right, then I shall call you Prince Fahd." "No problem at all, madam. You may do as you wish." After the introductions concluded, Chen Jin guided Sailor to a seat opposite the Saudi delegation, with Liang he taking a position to Chen Jin's left. Subsequently, Chen Jin handed the documents he held to Prince Fahd and stated, "Prince Fahd, these documents contain detailed parameters for the two pieces of equipment. Perhaps you could review them before we engage in further discussion." Prince Fahd, upon receiving the documents, retained one for himself and distributed the others to his accompanying delegation, meticulously reviewing the contents. Although Chen Jin had previously provided extensive details, the Arabic written documentation once again left him awestruck by the parameters. Were it not for China's booming economy, he might have assumed that China was in a predicament akin to that of Brazil, needing to sell its military assets to secure funding. It was astonishing that such equipment was even for sale. Nevertheless, this development bodes well. Once Saudi Arabia acquires a few units, our naval strength will be assured, allowing us to develop our national economy without concern for external pressures, Prince Fahd pondered. Chapter 133. Formal Negotiations 2. Upon seeing the parameters for the frigate's vertical launch system, Prince Fahd noticed a piece of information he had not heard Chen Jin mention. He quickly inquired, "Mr. Chen Jin, the parameters here for the vertical launch system state that a single unit can support 4 surface-to-air missiles or 2 anti-ship missiles. I believe you did not mention this earlier?" Upon hearing his question, Chen Jin thought to himself that the discovery had finally been made, and he replied, "Prince Fahd, this parameter has always been included. It was simply not suitable to disclose it earlier. You should understand the reasons behind that, correct? We refer to this frigate as a fire support model, and naturally, it encompasses more than the surface-displayed 72 launch units, as that number is rather insufficient. Thus, we have meticulously designed a vertical launch system specifically for our air defense and anti-ship missiles. If Prince Fahd has ever followed our Huaxia Internet military channel, he would undoubtedly have encountered the term one-pit multiple missiles, which aptly describes our system. Now, regarding the missile launch technology utilized in this vertical launch system, I have previously introduced it to you. Do you have any further inquiries? Should there be any aspects that do not meet your expectations or areas for improvement, please do not hesitate to raise them. We can tailor modifications specifically for your country. After listening to Chen Jin's explanation, Prince Fahd reflected for a moment, unable to discern any shortcomings, and he shook his head, exclaiming, "Oh, by the grace of God, this frigate is so impeccable that I truly cannot identify any dissatisfactory elements. To be candid, Mr. Chen Jin, I am quite eager to learn about its price. Shall we get straight to the point?" In response, Chen Jin smiled, recognizing that the urgency from the affluent client signified it was time to reel in the cash. However, before disclosing the price, he felt it necessary to remind them of the parameters once more. Thus, he replied, "Please hold on, Prince Fahd, to ensure that you find our frigate worth its value. Allow me to briefly elaborate on its specifications. Firstly, it boasts a full load displacement of 600 tons, surpassing our most advanced 054A frigate by a notable margin. Furthermore, it supports a remarkable maximum speed of 60 knots, making it the first of its kind in the world, occupying an unrivaled position. Simultaneously, it employs the radar system akin to our 10,000 ton Type 055 destroyer. Naturally, the export version cannot utilize the latest technological advancements, featuring a 4-sided multi-band active phased array radar. This radar system is currently at the forefront globally, exhibiting far superior long-range aerial and maritime search capabilities compared to ordinary destroyers, even outclassing the United States Arleigh Burke class. Lastly, regarding its missile carrying capacity, it possesses a total of 72 launch cells, capable of accommodating up to 144 anti-ship missiles or 288 air defense missiles. This figure, while not absolute, certainly exceeds that of 99 of military vessels presently in service. In addition, it supports cutting-edge rapid launch technology, enabling the simultaneous launch of 3 missiles and allowing for quick follow-up firings. This advancement significantly enhances fire support and area air defense, greatly augmenting the vessel's offensive capabilities. Therefore, given the plethora of world-leading technologies and formidable firepower embodied in this frigate. We have set its price at $7 billion US. Having swiftly articulated the core parameters of the frigate, Chen Jin finally revealed the price he had contemplated for some time. This figure had been carefully considered, drawing from the export prices of various military vessels from Huaxia. For instance, the previously disclosed price of the 052D export version is around $100 million US, yet its performance pales in comparison to our 058C frigate, aside from its larger displacement. Similarly, the price of the 054A frigate is approximately $350 million US. If one were to equate the performance of 5054 as, it would barely match that of a single 058C. Hence, after considering multiple factors, he settled on the price of $7 billion US. On the other hand, Prince Fahd had initially anticipated that the price of this frigate would not be particularly low, as from the parameters, aside from slightly smaller displacement, its performance is nearly on par with those larger destroyers. Moreover, its maximum speed of 60 knots renders it unparalleled among all military vessels globally. Thus, he personally found an acceptable price around $5 billion US, comparable to that of a United States Arleigh Burke destroyer. Any higher would necessitate consultation with his father. However, despite his estimations, upon hearing Chen Jin state the price of $7 billion US, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. He promptly rose from his seat and extended his hand to Chen Jin, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen Jin, I must say, conducting business with you Huaxia representatives is truly delightful. This price is absolutely acceptable. May I inquire about your production capacity? Additionally, what is the pricing for your missiles? I need to report to my father and discuss the procurement quantity." Observing Prince Fahd's expression of delight, Chen Jin recognized that his quoted price was considerably lower than expected. Nonetheless, for the current production costs, this price still yielded substantial profits. Based on the construction costs of the first batch of 3 frigates, the material, labor, and other expenses for a single frigate amounted to approximately 830 million Huaxia currency, representing merely the initial construction costs. Should the manufacturing process mature and mass production commence, the estimated cost per vessel would be around 800 million Huaxia currency, translating to roughly $110 million US. Thus, if considering these costs, selling just one frigate would yield a profit of $59 billion US, equivalent to approximately 11.65 billion Huaxia currency. One cannot help but marvel at the astonishing profitability of the arms trade. However, this was not the time for reflection. Seeing Prince Fahd extend his hand, Chen Jin likewise rose to shake it, after which they both resumed their seats. Chen Jin then remarked, "Currently, our production capacity is approximately 10 vessels per year. If your country opts for a larger procurement quantity, we can expand our shipyard capacity to increase production. However, this would require roughly 6 months. As for missile pricing, we have set the cost of the air defense missile at $5 million US each and the anti-ship missile at $3 million US each, and we offer a minimum warranty of over 5 years. Should any quality issues arise within this period, replacements can be arranged. Regarding performance, as I previously mentioned, while these 2 missile types are compact, their capabilities should not be underestimated. Their range, speed, and power exceed many larger missiles, thus justifying the pricing. Prince Fahd, should you wish to experience their power beforehand, I would be pleased to arrange an experience for you around February of next year, when our first batch of vessels will undergo ocean trials, including live-fire tests." Upon hearing this, Prince Fahd nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, the pricing of these 2 missiles, when compared to their performance, is exceedingly satisfactory. However, I must report back to my father to determine the specific procurement quantities, so please bear with me. Having said this, Prince Fahd turned to one of the members of the Saudi delegation and instructed him to contact the Saudi king with utmost urgency. This delegate promptly produced a customized device and began operating it swiftly. After issuing his instructions, Prince Fahd suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about the price of drones, and thus he asked, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Chen Jin, may I inquire about the price of your drones?" $5 million US per unit, and we additionally provide a complete set of battery packs, equivalent to 2 sets of batteries per drone for convenient replacement. Should you wish to purchase accompanying air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles, our pricing is set at $300,000 and $450,000 USD, respectively. This time, Chen Jin refrained from elaborating on the performance of the drones and accompanying missiles, as the price was undeniably quite economical for the wealthy Saudis. Prince Fahd's expression upon hearing this price affirmed Chen Jin's assumptions. "Oh my God, with such extraordinary performance and payload capacity, Your company is astonishingly selling this drone for merely $15 million. Furthermore, the price of these missiles is remarkably economical. It appears your company possesses a commendable sense of business ethics. This simply cannot stand. Our nation of Saudi Arabia must place an order before other countries catch wind of this opportunity. Samir, what is the status of the domestic communications? Prince Fahd exclaimed, expressing his astonishment upon hearing the drone's price from Chen Jin. He then urged the member of the delegation assigned to establish contact domestically. Just as this member was about to mention that no response had been received, he received a message from back home, promptly presenting the device to Prince Fahd. Upon seeing the budget of $30 billion displayed on the screen, Prince Fahd could not suppress his laughter, subsequently returning the device to the member before addressing Chen Jin. Mr. Chen Jin, we have just received word from our country that we plan to order 10 corvettes, along with 2,000 units each of accompanying air defense and anti-ship missiles. Chapter 134. The Opulence of Middle Eastern Magnates. As for your company's drone, we intend to procure 30 units, along with 1,000 units each of air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles. After hearing Prince Fahd succinctly state the procurement quantities, Liang could not help but gasp in awe, marveling at the wealth of the oil-rich nation. Money seemed to flow to them effortlessly. The corvettes, priced at $7 billion each, were merely confirmed with a nod before ordering 10. Mind you, this is in dollars, not in yuan. Is it always so extravagant when dealing with the affluent? Very well, shall we proceed to sign the contract now? Despite being equally surprised by the magnitude of their order for corvettes, Chen Jin maintained a composed demeanor and readily agreed. Indeed, replied Prince Fahd. Once the procurement details were confirmed, they commenced the contract signing ceremony. However, due to the staggering amount of $8 billion, a mere piece of paper would not suffice to finalize the agreement. Thus, Prince Fahd sought the endorsement of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs to safeguard both parties' interests. When a staff stationed at the airshow's temporary office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs heard of the arms deal amounting to $8 billion, they were understandably taken aback, thinking it was rather excessive. Ultimately, given the substantial sum involved, the office had no choice but to escalate the information to headquarters. Upon learning that it was a transaction between Chen Jin and Saudi Arabia, along with the astonishing figure, the headquarters quickly provided confirmation. Thus, with the ministry's guarantee, Chen Jin and Saudi Arabia swiftly executed the procurement contract. When both parties' signatures were affixed to the document, it signified the official establishment of this monumental contract worth $8 billion. This agreement not only became the largest contract ever received by the Dawn of Imagination, but also set a new record for the largest single military sales contract in the history of China's airshows. Truly a momentous occasion. After the contract was signed, Prince Fahd and his entourage departed to pursue other equipment, including a batch of second-hand tanks recently released by China, which they also intended to procure, given the irresistible half-price offer for the 99A model. As for subsequent arrangements, such as the installation of the drone charging equipment previously discussed, those matters would be addressed only after the formal signing ceremony was completed, as that event would involve the nation's leadership. Given the magnitude of this over $20 billion arms transaction, necessitating a ceremony of commensurate significance. Once Prince Fahd and his group left, Chen Jin began planning for subsequent activities, as more Middle Eastern magnates were expected to visit for procurement, necessitating his preparations. Meanwhile, Cielo, who had remained silent until now, excitedly leaped onto Chen Jin, exclaiming in a tone filled with astonishment, "Brother Jin, did we just sell for a staggering $8 billion so effortlessly? Is this for real?" Of course it is real. This transaction is guaranteed by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the total amount clearly stated as $8 billion in black and white. Chen Jin responded, embracing the girl in delight. "All right, Laura, please get down. We have more affluent clients to attend to. As today is not solely about Saudi Arabia's interest in our corvettes." "Oh, really? There are others as well?" "Selling arms seems incredibly lucrative. Perhaps we should also attempt to export our aerial drones next?" Xia Lu'er remarked, astonished by Chen Jin's mention of additional interested parties. In response to Xia Lu'er's suggestion, Chen Jin confidently asserted, "That is certainly feasible. However, we must customize our offerings to suit the cultural and linguistic nuances of the Middle Eastern region to avoid any experiential discrepancies." "Understood. Once we return to the company, I will find someone to explore this further," Xia Lu'er replied, nodding in agreement. After saying this, she dismounted from Chen Jin's embrace. Chen Jin then took the contract and, along with Cielo, returned to the Corvette exhibition area. At that moment, several groups of foreign visitors, draped in white cloth, were meticulously examining the Corvette models, while Liang He, accompanied by staff, provided introductions to these affluent Middle Eastern guests. With the presence of the staff, Chen Jin was relieved of the need to personally explain, as not every affluent client could be treated the same way, especially not every nation could be compared to Saudi Arabia. Thankfully, Chen Jin had anticipated this and prepared for large-scale models. Otherwise, with so many affluent clients arriving simultaneously, they would have had to wait in line for their turn of view. After a series of detailed explanations, these Middle Eastern magnates were equally captivated by the Corvette's specifications. Previously, they had only seen simplified data in videos, but after Liang He and the other staff members' presentations, they realized the formidable capabilities of the Corvette. Consequently, following the presentation, these affluent clients expressed their eagerness to sign procurement contracts. Ultimately, due to the hefty price of $1.7 billion per vessel, only 3 affluent clients ordered more than 2 units. The United Arab Emirates ordered 5 vessels, along with 1,000 units each of air defense and anti-ship missiles, while Qatar and Iran each ordered 2 vessels and 500 units each of the respective missiles. The remaining nations, such as Oman and Iraq, only ordered 1 vessel each, along with 300 units of air defense and anti-ship missiles. After tallying the orders, the total number of 058C corvettes reached 11 units, while the orders for air defense and anti-ship missiles amounted to 600 units, culminating in an astonishing total of $58 billion. As for other armed factions, they could not procure such exorbitant amounts immediately and would have to wait until sufficient funds were gathered before making their purchases. Meanwhile, in the realm of drones, the affluent clients also placed substantial orders, with even those with limited funds acquiring several units. Thus, amidst the seemingly extravagant spending by these affluent clients, the total number of drones ordered reached 55, with accompanying missiles totaling 2,000 units, 500 air-to-air missiles and 500 air-to-ground missiles, resulting in a total amount of $16.5 billion. Given the enormity of the sums involved, these Middle Eastern magnates also opted for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to guarantee their transactions, as they were long-standing customers of Chinese military sales, making these procedures quite familiar to them. However, when a staff at the ministry's office once again encountered a contract exceeding $30 billion in total, they could no longer contain their astonishment and promptly reported it to headquarters. The headquarters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs merely responded with a simple approval and did not elaborate further. However, this seemingly simple response acted as a tranquilizer for the personnel at the temporary office, swiftly facilitating the signing of the guarantee contract. Following this, the procurement contracts between Chuangxiang Shuguang and various countries were signed with remarkable rapidity, completing all agreements in less than an hour due to the strong collaborative intentions of both parties. Although these contracts were merely letters of intent at this stage, they bore significant weight and could not be easily annulled. After all, these agreements were made in the name of nations. To retract them would be tantamount to slapping the face of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia. If they were to realize that Huaxia had changed considerably over the years, and if Huaxia were to impose a direct sales ban on them, from where would they procure these high-quality and affordable armaments? Moreover, the equipment offered by Chuangxiang Shuguang was something they had previously sought but could not acquire, making cancellation of the transaction even more improbable. Consequently, after the contract were signed, these affluent individuals from the Middle East departed with great excitement, as they had other equipment to procure as well. In stark contrast to the enthusiasm of these wealthy buyers across the ocean in the beautiful country, news of the contract amounts, totaling an astonishing $563 billion, swiftly reached the ears of the enlightened king. In response, he promptly convened a meeting at the Pentagon. As the participants learned of the staggering figure associated with military procurement, exclamations of disbelief and astonishment filled the room. They pondered the intentions of these Middle Eastern nations. Why were they procuring such a vast number of frigates? Were they attempting to oust the beautiful country from the Middle Eastern region? Chapter 135, The Enraged Beautiful Country. As these thoughts permeated the meeting room, the majority of attendees transitioned from confusion to indignation. Historically, the nations of the Middle East had been viewed by the beautiful country as manageable dominions. Although these nations had acquired a significant amount of equipment from Huaxia in recent years, such changes were still considered within the realm of control. Moreover, these nations had consistently adhered to the restrictions imposed by the beautiful country, refraining from purchasing large-scale equipment such as destroyers and medium-range ballistic missiles, though the truth was they wanted to buy, but there were simply no sellers. Therefore, all signs indicated that these Middle Eastern nations through years of effort by the beautiful country, had transformed into entities that could be easily manipulated. When they sought to procure arms, they would naturally turn to the beautiful country first. Over the years, the beautiful country had undoubtedly profited immensely from arms sales in the Middle East, even daring to sell a mere 2,000-ton literal combat ship for $2.8 billion, employing coercive sales tactics, thus justly earning the title of unscrupulous merchant. Thus, when they observed that these Middle Eastern nations had spent over $60 billion on equipment from Huaxia, particularly large frigates, their eyes turned red with envy. In their view, that $60 billion should have been earned by the beautiful country. Now, they dared to disregard prior warnings and direct such a substantial arms order to Huaxia. How could they? Had they forgotten the Gulf War? Amidst this emotional turmoil, voices in the meeting room clamored for a lesson to be taught to these Middle Eastern nations. However, these calls were quickly suppressed by the enlightened king, who stated with resignation, "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your anger, but we cannot interfere when other nations spend their own money in foreign markets. Our immediate task should be to dispatch personnel to investigate the performance data of the two pieces of equipment from Shuang, to comprehend why these Middle Eastern nations placed such considerable orders in a single day. Zamis, the CIA director, I entrust this matter to you. Please acquire detailed information about these two pieces of equipment as swiftly as possible. Do you understand?" "Understood, Mr. President. I will make arrangements immediately," replied Zamis, promptly exiting the meeting room to contact intelligence personnel. Observing Zamis leave, the enlightened king continued, "There is one more matter. While we cannot directly intervene in these nations' purchases from Huaxia, lest we provide them with a handle against us. After all, we also sell equipment to these nations. We must respond in some capacity. Otherwise, how will we maintain our dignity? What will others think of the beautiful country?" Austin, the Secretary of Defense, arranged for a warning to be sent to these nations in our name, stating that their extensive purchases of frigates from Huaxia have crossed our threshold, and we expect an explanation. Additionally, how is the repair of a USS Eisenhower progressing? It has been over a year, hasn't it? In response, Austin, seated beside the enlightened king, promptly replied, "Yes, Mr. President. I will arrange for warning emails to be sent to these nations immediately." Regarding the Eisenhower, it sustained significant damage after being directly struck by a missile on its starboard side, making repairs both complicated and time-consuming. However, after more than a year of repairs, we are nearing completion. It is expected to be fully operational within a week, at which point it can be assigned tasks. The enlightened king nodded and responded, "Good. Once the Eisenhower is fully repaired, arrange for it to conduct live-fire exercises near the Red Sea. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past. This time, we need to deliver a resounding lesson to the forces in the Middle East that audaciously oppose us, and also send a stern warning to those nations daring to purchase military equipment from Huaxia. They must understand that no matter how many weapons they acquire, opposing the beautiful country will only lead to one outcome, a crushing defeat, reminiscent of the events 36 years ago." As the enlightened king concluded his impassioned speech, the meeting room erupted in thunderous applause. Following the meeting, the enlightened king met with Zamis in his presidential office, where Zamis was reporting the information relayed by their operatives infiltrating Huaxia. "Mr. President, our agents have returned with information regarding the two pieces of equipment from Shuang. According to their findings, the frigate is designated as the 058C class fire support frigate, boasting a full displacement of 600 tons. Its nomenclature suggests a newly defined class of frigate. It features radar and sonar systems identical to those of Huaxia's active 10,000-ton 055 class destroyers, and it possesses a remarkable total of 72 vertical launch systems." Initially, the enlightened king felt indifferent, but upon hearing that a frigate could possess 72 launch cells, he could not help but exclaim, "My goodness! A frigate with a full displacement of only 600 tons has 72 launch cells? Are they employing miniature missiles? If that is the case, wouldn't those missiles resemble oversized firecrackers? Has Shuang lost its mind? And has the Huaxia military not noticed this outrageous data? How could they allow such a product to be sold? Moreover, that group from the Middle East has purchased so many. It's simply absurd." Zamis, having listened to the enlightened king's barrage of questions, quickly responded, "Mr. President, please do not rush. Allow me to finish, and you will understand." Recognizing his impatience, the enlightened king nodded. "All right, please continue." Upon hearing this, Zams continued, "Very well, esteemed President. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, it appears that this class of frigate, while indeed equipped with compact air defense and anti-ship missiles, has seemingly pioneered an entirely new rocket fuel an explosive formulation, the air defense missile, measuring a mere 3 meters in length and with a diameter of only 0.15 meters, astonishingly boasts a range of 210 kilometers, achieving a maximum speed of 7 Mach. Such figures are beyond our wildest imaginings. Moreover, their anti-ship missile exhibits similarly outrageous specifications, stretching 45 meters in length and with a diameter of just 0.3 meters. It can reach an impressive range of 470 kilometers, and despite its warhead containing only 80 kilograms of explosive material, its destructive capacity rivals that of current anti-ship missiles with over 300 kilograms of payload. I suspect this is the very reason for the frenzied acquisitions by those Middle Eastern nations. Additionally, this frigate supports a rapid launch technology known as the firepower network. Yet we have yet to uncover any details regarding its operational principles. We gleaned its function solely from a video released by Innovation Dawn. According to the demonstration within the video, this technology primarily enables the vertical launch system to simultaneously fire 3 missiles, with a notably brief interval between subsequent launches, thus significantly enhancing the missile launch rate of the frigate. Of course, this conclusion is derived solely from the demonstration video provided, and we have yet to ascertain its actual efficacy from personnel at Innovation Dawn. Hence, our intelligence operatives are diligently pursuing further information. After absorbing Zam's explanation, the president, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Could you not, like those Middle Eastern countries, feign an interest in procurement and thereby elicit detailed performance parameters from them? Surely they would not conceal such data from potential buyers?" "Mr. President," Zams replied, "we indeed considered this approach initially. However, when our operatives attempted to employ this strategy, for reasons unknown, the staff at Innovation Dawn not only failed to provide us with an introduction, but reported our personnel as suspicious individuals to the National Security Bureau stationed at the air show. Had our agents not entered China through legitimate channels with carefully arranged identities, they would have faced significant scrutiny, and we might have suffered considerable losses in intelligence personnel." Upon hearing Zam's account, the president found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 136. The Haizhou Air Show concludes successfully. Yet, he suddenly recalled that they had yet to discuss the data on drones, casting aside his momentary embarrassment, and asked, "Since we cannot acquire more detailed data on their frigates, what about their drone specifications?" "I sincerely apologize, Mr. President," Zams responded, "for when we initially sought information on the frigate parameters, we were designated as suspicious personnel by the Chinese side. Although we passed their security personnel scrutiny, they did not relent in their surveillance of us. Thus, to evade further scrutiny, our operatives could only review publicly available data and were unable to conduct more in-depth inquiries. According to the publicly available information, this drone is classified as an ultra-large unmanned aerial vehicle with a maximum takeoff weight of 752 tons, a payload capacity of 29 tons, and an astounding maximum flight altitude of 17,900 meters, alongside a maximum range of 10,500 kilometers. In addition to its substantial payload capacity, this drone features an impressive 16 mounting points, with the capability to carry a maximum of 28 missiles weighing 100 kilograms each, surpassing our MQ-9 Reaper drone significantly. Notably, this drone operates on a fully electric propulsion system. Upon hearing the inquiry regarding the drone, Zams responded with a hint of embarrassment. "Fully electric propulsion? Could it be that Innovation Dawn has completed the upgrade of solid-state graphene batteries?" The president, incredulous, replied, "Is that so? I regret to inform you, Mr. President, that our intelligence department has not yet acquired information regarding the upgrades to solid-state graphene batteries. However, given the drone's range, it is plausible, and the iteration may have resulted in significant enhancements," Zams stated, shaking his head in response to the president's question. Feeling a headache coming on, the president massaged his temples and, after a moment of contemplation, commanded, "If information cannot be obtained, so be it. This batch of intelligence personnel may already be under scrutiny from the Chinese side. Should any developments arise, they likely cannot escape capture. Recall them and arrange for new personnel to be dispatched. Remember, the company Innovation Dawn is likely backed by the Chinese government. Their emergence is probably intended to counter our great nation. Therefore, our personnel must exercise utmost caution when investigating this company's information. Do you understand?" "Understood." Zams promptly stood at attention, acknowledging the directive. He dared not question the president's orders, for as the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, renowned throughout the United States and the world, he was acutely aware that their operatives had encountered misfortunes in China, even being labeled as suspicious during inquiries. Such news would surely provoke ridicule from other departments in the United States, particularly from their rival, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, which constantly sought to usurp the CIA's position. Thus, witnessing their missteps without facing the president's ire brought Zams a sense of relief. Very well. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Adopting a dismissive tone, the president initiated the departure protocol. Zams, recognizing the need to exit promptly, hurriedly vacated the presidential office. In stark contrast to the situation in the United States, the Haizhou Air Show in China concluded successfully after 6 days of operation. The total order value generated during the air show exceeded 200 billion US dollars. Moreover, the majority of the orders were secured by China's military-industrial sector. The revelation of such astonishing figures sent shockwaves throughout the world. Numerous foreign military enterprises expressed alarm, particularly well-known defense contractors from the United States, who took to their official accounts to vociferously denounce China for stealing money and called for a boycott. Of course, this was merely a theatrical display. Most military enterprises recognized that China's ability to secure such a plethora of orders stemmed not only from this batch of second-hand tanks, but primarily from the formidable company, Innovation Dawn. They certainly did not believe that they could fit 72 launch units onto a frigate with a mere 600-ton displacement, let alone address the missile concerns. Consequently, apart from a few U.S. defense contractors, the majority of military enterprises opted for a stance of silence. Soon, after comprehensive statistical analysis, the detailed order summary from China was released. The national team garnered over 100 billion US dollars in orders, thanks to a substantial inventory of used tanks and various iterations of equipment for sale. Naturally, private enterprises also reaped considerable rewards. Innovation Dawn alone secured orders amounting to 70 billion US dollars, while other companies involved in drones, radar, unmanned vessels, and firearms amassed tens of billions of US dollars in orders. It can be said that the orders garnered from this Haizhou air show have far surpassed those of any previous air show, with the total order amount reaching an astonishing sum exceeding 180 billion US dollars, equivalent to approximately 1.3 trillion Chinese yuan. Consequently, upon receiving this news, the leaders of the China Defense Industry Administration and the Arms Export Management Bureau were overjoyed, as they had never encountered such substantial military sales before. In response, the Arms Export Management Bureau mobilized its entire staff to expedite the approval process for these orders, dividing them into 3 shifts to handle tasks such as contract printing and stamping. Ultimately, this staggering order of 180 billion US dollars was approved for export in just 3 days. Subsequently, the nations that placed orders promptly made partial advance payments. As for the wealthy patrons from the Middle East, eager to utilize their new equipment as swiftly as possible, they opted to pay in full, showcasing their opulence. Naturally, Chen Jin was acutely aware of the urgent mindset of these affluent clients, for most individuals share the same sentiment. Upon acquiring new equipment, they desire it to be delivered to their hands with utmost expedience. Therefore, aside from the frigates, which could not be dispatched immediately, the drone production facilities, having employed a system manifestation approach, had already undergone several months of production prior to the air show. As a result, the hangars at the factory currently housed 67 completed drones, ready for immediate shipment. However, before dispatching, he needed to arrange personnel to install charging equipment in the respective countries. Otherwise, upon delivery, the drones would have to await the completion of the charging equipment to power up, which would be quite comical. Chapter 137. The Trial by Fire of the Israeli Nation. There's a well-known saying in China: the speed of project construction depends on the payment speed of the client. Since the affluent clients have already remitted their payments, it was time to showcase China's efficiency. Thus, on the day following the receipt of funds from the wealthy clients, Chen Jin contacted 2 Y-20 aircraft, a privilege granted to him from above, as the Y-20 is currently China's large long-range strategic transport aircraft, not something that can be dispatched lightly. With these 2 colossal aircraft capable of carrying up to 66 tons, transporting the charging equipment became significantly more feasible. The reason for selecting the Y-20 was twofold. Firstly, as the most advanced large long-range strategic transport aircraft in China's active fleet, each flight garners considerable attention. Thus, transporting with it elevates the prestige. Secondly, ordinary passenger aircraft lack the necessary cargo capacity, as these charging devices are not only substantial, but also exceedingly heavy. With each set weighing up to 5 tons, ordinary cargo planes would struggle to accommodate even 2 or 3. Therefore, for safety and efficiency, Chen Jin opted for the Y-20. Soon after making 2 round trips, nearly 40 sets of charging equipment were delivered to Baidi International Airport, from where they would be distributed to their respective countries via smaller cargo aircraft, provided by the nations or entities purchasing the drones, ensuring relative safety. Once all equipment was in place, Chen Jin arranged personnel to assist with the installation, of course, to ensure the safety of the installation workers. He also dispatched military personnel to accompany them, so that in the event of an unforeseen incident, they could facilitate a swift evacuation. Additionally, a compensation package amounting to 1 million yuan was provided to ensure the families of any workers who might suffer fatal accidents will be financially secure. Since military airports generally possess high-voltage lines, connecting a single line to the charging equipment sufficed to complete the task without consuming excessive time on line management. Thus, the installation could take place at the designated drone parking area, with the lines buried underground for both simplicity and safety. As the installation workers assisted with the charging equipment setup, the drones themselves were gradually being loaded onto cargo planes for transport to the wealthy clients. However, due to the sizable dimensions of the aircraft, each plane could only accommodate 2 drones, necessitating the removal of the wings. Consequently, to fulfill the order of 85 drones for the Middle East, Chen Jin deployed 3 cargo planes, completing the transport over 9 days. By this time, the airport's charging equipment had already been installed. On November 26, 2026, Western Thanksgiving. It is said that this day represents a time of family reunion for the citizens of the United States, and, as a nation long supported by American aid, Israel hosts numerous military bases occupied by American forces. These bases not only monitor surrounding countries, but also provide Israel with air defense intelligence, alerting them to incoming aircraft or missiles, thereby enabling timely activation of their air defense systems. However, on this day, due to the Thanksgiving holiday, only a small portion of security and radar monitoring posts had personnel on duty. The remaining soldiers either returned home or gathered for festive meals, leaving the bases eerily quiet. The few soldiers on duty, distracted from their usual focus, failed to notice the sudden blip on the radar. This blip belonged to a large drone produced by Chuangshan, purchased by the Husseini armed faction, which had previously engaged in numerous conflicts with Israel. Such advanced, oversized drones were once beyond the realm of their imagination, and even if they had conceived of acquiring one, they would have found it unattainable. Thus, when the drone arrived, the leaders of the Husseini faction treated it as a precious treasure, gingerly caressing its smooth stealth coating until, after several minutes, they gradually regained their composure. They then promptly arranged for personnel to begin learning how to operate the drone. Given the similarities in drone operating modes, the operators quickly adapted to flying the drone, utilizing its optical equipment and launching missiles, soon readying it for missions. Embracing the principle of avoiding bad timing, the Husseini faction decided to conduct a drone test mission on November 26th, seeking to assess the drone's capabilities. Consequently, the radar monitoring system at the American military base detected the blip, which occurred when the operators inadvertently lowered the altitude to 13,000 meters, rendering them visible to radar. Fortunately, the radar personnel did not immediately detect it, and the drone operators reacted swiftly, returning the drone to an altitude of 17,500 meters, thus averting a mishap that could have jeopardized their mission. Following this initial error, the operators did not repeat similar mistakes, successfully infiltrating Israeli airspace undetected. This time, they had a clear target, an Israeli rocket base, whose personnel layout and ammunition storage locations have been thoroughly mapped out. Although the base was protected by air defense systems, their effectiveness was limited, comprising only 2 systems and a total of 8 air defense missiles. However, the Husseini faction was armed with air-to-ground missiles capable of speeds up to Mach 14 and a maximum range of 34 kilometers. By launching the missiles and immediately diverting, they could escape before the air defense systems could respond, remaining unperturbed even if fighter jets pursued them, as they would have long since made their escape. As the drone operator, perched at an altitude of 17,500 meters, spotted a target less than 30 kilometers away, he promptly pressed the missile launch button repeatedly 6 times. The moment the button was engaged, a surface-to-air missile detached from its rack and ignited rapidly, soaring towards the target. Following the successful missile deployment, the drone swiftly veered away, heading beyond the borders of Israel. Meanwhile, the missile was immediately detected by the air defense system of the rocket base, triggering a flurry of urgent alarms. Upon hearing the sirens, the soldiers stationed at the base recognized the impending threat and hastily armed themselves, rushing to their combat posts in preparation for confrontation. Unfortunately, they were up against a surface-to-air missile traveling at an astonishing speed of 14 Mach, covering the 30 kilometers in a mere minute. By the time they realized the situation, the missile, trailing a fiery plume, had already plunged into the munitions depot. Chapter 138, The Unfathomable Israel. Although the munitions depot was heavily guarded, it proved remarkably vulnerable to the missile onslaught. Boom! The depot erupted in a violent explosion after being struck by 3 surface-to-air missiles. The shockwaves from the blast wreaked havoc on everything in the vicinity. No soldier or armored vehicle was spared. All were violently tossed aside. Even soldiers stationed several dozen meters away were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Beyond the munitions depot, the rocket launch site also faced devastation, with 2 missiles targeting it, resulting in the obliteration of numerous rocket launchers, many of which were overturned by the explosive aftermath. Had there been rockets installed on the launchers, the ensuing explosions would have likely annihilated the entire launch site. The final missile struck the residence of the base's highest-ranking officer, a modest 2-story building that collapsed under the impact. Regrettably, the commanding officer was absent from the base that day. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal blow. Nonetheless, the 6 missiles accomplished their mission with remarkable precision, demolishing the munitions depot, the launch site, and the officer's residence. It can be said that with minimal expenditure, they achieved monumental gains. A mere 6 surface-to-air missiles cost only $7 million, while the munitions depot alone was valued at over $30 million. Not to mention the soldiers and the rocket launchers present. Thus, in the control room of the Huss armed drone, located 700 kilometers away, the high-ranking officials, witnessing the inferno erupting from the base through the drone's electro-optical detection system, rejoiced as they realized their plan had succeeded. They had not anticipated such astounding results from a single operation. If they executed a few more, could they not obliterate all of Israel's bases? Of course. This was merely wishful thinking. Their ability to infiltrate Israeli territory unnoticed was attributed not only to the drone's stealth capabilities and soaring altitude, but also to the fact that it was Thanksgiving, a day they surmised would see a significant reduction in the base's defensive measures. Consequently, they dared to undertake such a daring operation, fully aware that if discovered by the United States, their investment of over $10 million in the drone would be in vain. In stark contrast, the Israeli Ministry of Defense received immediate reports from the base detailing the missile attack, which had resulted in the destruction of the munitions depot, the rocket launch site, and the officer's residence, incurring substantial losses. Compounding their confusion was the revelation that although the air defense system detected incoming missiles, it had failed to identify any aircraft from which they had been launched. The radar screens displayed no reflections of any aircraft. Thus, as of now, they remained oblivious to the source of the attack. Upon receiving this news, the Israeli defense minister's expression shifted dramatically. Upon confirming the accuracy of the information, he promptly relayed it to the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister, upon hearing the report from the defense minister, queried with a furrowed brow, "Are we certain that our radar system did not register any targets before the attack? Moreover, has there been no communication from the United States?" In response to the Prime Minister's inquiry, the defense minister quickly replied, "Indeed, Prime Minister. According to the reports from the base, their air defense system only detected the incoming missiles without identifying the launch source. Moreover, the missiles traveled at such high speeds that our defense system was unable to lock onto them before impact. Judging by the targeted sites, it is evident that the attackers were well prepared, with a clear objective: our munitions depot, rocket launchers, and the highest-ranking officer's residence. However, there's a silver lining. The officer was on leave today and thus escaped unscathed." Upon hearing this, the Israeli Prime Minister shook his head in frustration. In the past, they had always received advance warnings from the United States during attacks, or had their radar systems detect incoming threats, allowing them sufficient time to activate their air defense systems and safeguard their critical infrastructures. However, now they found themselves attacked without prior warning, with neither the United States nor their own radar systems identifying any targets. This uncertainty regarding the enemy's identity was profoundly unsettling. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. If the enemy dared to strike once, they would undoubtedly do so again. Therefore, they needed to be on high alert. With this in mind, the Prime Minister instructed Isla, "Relay my command immediately. All military forces are to enter a state of readiness. Maximize the power of all air defense radar systems and ensure we remain vigilant to detect and destroy any incoming threats without allowing them to infiltrate our territory undetected again." "Understood, Prime Minister. I will make the arrangements at once," the defense minister replied promptly. "Go ahead," the Prime Minister nodded, signaling for him to leave. Once the defense minister departed, the Prime Minister picked up the telephone on his desk, dialing a few numbers to connect with General Emmons' office. Shortly, the line connected, and the Prime Minister announced, "Please connect me with General Emmons. I have urgent matters to discuss." After a brief wait, the voice of General Emmons, as referred to in Israel, came through, cheerfully inquiring, "Prime Minister Tanya, what brings you to call me today? Are you perhaps calling to wish me a happy Thanksgiving?" No need for such pleasantries, Prime Minister Tanya. Haha. General Emmons, not long ago, our Hela base suffered a missile attack, with the munitions depot directly hit and detonating on impact, resulting in significant losses for our base. According to the soldiers stationed there, before the missile assault, the radar detected no aircraft targets whatsoever. Only after the missiles were launched did they appear on the radar. Regrettably, the missile's velocity was far too swift. The air defense systems at the base were unable to lock onto it in time, resulting in a direct hit on the munitions depot. Judging by the time it took for the missile to be detected by the radar systems post-ignition, it is plausible that the attacking aircraft launched the missile in close proximity to our base. Hence, I must inquire whether any suspicious aerial targets were detected prior to this incident. In response to General Emmons' jest, Prime Minister Tanya did not provide a direct answer, but instead articulated the query she wished to consult about. Chapter 139, Drones from Huaxia. Upon hearing this news, General Emmons was momentarily taken aback. The attack on the base of the State of Israel, accompanied by the catastrophic explosion of the munitions depot, would ordinarily have warranted immediate communication to him. However, he distinctly recalled receiving no prior information regarding any assaults on the State of Israel, which rendered the news utterly absurd to him. How could the military forces of the surrounding nations, which he considered to be of inferior caliber, stealthily infiltrate the vicinity of the State of Israel to launch an attack? Yet, from Prime Minister Tanya's tone, it appeared that the assault had indeed transpired, leading him to feel incredulous. Consequently, General Emmons articulated, "Prime Minister Tanya, I will have my team verify this matter and will return your call shortly." After concluding the call, he summoned his subordinates and informed them that the Healer base in Israel had recently been attacked, resulting in significant losses. He instructed them to promptly verify the situation and ensure that the nearby military bases of the United States scrutinize their radar systems for any suspicious aircraft detected during that time frame. Swiftly, through a concerted effort across numerous military bases, a suspicious radar signal was identified from one of the installations, detected merely 30 minutes prior. This signal appeared for less than 5 seconds before vanishing entirely. Under ordinary circumstances, such a fleeting signal would have been easily disregarded due to its brevity. However, during this meticulous examination phase, they diligently analyzed the radar's target information, and the two characteristics exhibited by this 5-second signal were sufficient for the American military personnel to deem it suspicious. Firstly, the aircraft's radar reflection area was approximately equivalent to that of the American bald eagle, indicating a remarkably small size. Secondly, based on the analysis of the radar signal, its altitude was determined to be at least 13,000 meters. Had it been at a more typical altitude of 2 or 3 kilometers, they would have likely dismissed it as an ordinary bird, as the region is known for hosting large avian species at such heights, like the falcon. However, at an altitude of 13,000 meters, it was beyond the reach of any bird. Moreover, if it had been a conventional aircraft, its radar reflection area would not be so diminutive. Rather, it would exhibit its true dimensions under radar scanning. Therefore, an aircraft capable of soaring to 13,000 meters with such a small radar cross-section could only belong to those equipped with stealth capabilities, prompting them to classify it as a suspicious target at first glance. Unfortunately, the reflection area was exceedingly small and the shape was unrecorded in their data, rendering them incapable of identifying the aircraft's model, or even distinguishing whether it was a fighter jet or another type. In the end, the commander of the military base had no choice but to report the gathered information accurately to General Emmons, while placing the personnel on duty at the time under 3 days of confinement as punishment. Upon receiving the report, General Emmons studied the radar signal screenshot contained within the message, pondering for a moment before muttering to himself, to strike the munitions depot at Healer Base with such precision. It is nearly inconceivable that any force other than those from neighboring countries could accomplish this. While many nations possess such capabilities, they seemingly lack motivation for an attack, as the State of Israel, though formidable, is only aggressive within the confines of the Middle East. Yet, should neighboring nations or forces aspire to sneak into Israel undetected beneath our radar surveillance, given their current military proficiency, the probability of success appears almost non-existent. Nevertheless, under such circumstances, the Healer Base was still attacked without any forewarning, suggesting the sole possibility that surrounding nations have acquired a new type of stealth aircraft, evading radar detection. With this thought, General Emmons summoned the subordinate who had just conveyed the news into his office and instructed, investigate whether our neighboring countries have recently procured combat aircraft, particularly those with stealth features and capable of flying at altitudes exceeding 13,000 meters. Ensure the data is delivered to me promptly. Understood, sir, replied the subordinate, standing at attention before hastily departing. Subsequently, this individual swiftly relayed the task to the intelligence department. Although it was Thanksgiving Day, most departments had personnel on duty, allowing the intelligence team to commence information searches immediately upon receiving the assignment. However, they soon discovered that the task was remarkably straightforward. A mere glance at the browser revealed news pertinent to their inquiry. The headline stated that nations such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Iran, Oman, Iraq, and various armed factions, including the Houthis, had spent hundreds of billions of dollars at the Huaxia Haizhu Air Show, acquiring the 058C class fire support frigate and cutting-edge all-electric drone equipment from Huaxia's Chuangshan Shuwan Technology Company, Limited. Upon reading this news, the head of the intelligence department instinctively instructed the computer operator to delve into the details. There, he found information related to the new aircraft that aligned with their task. The name of the drone mentioned was Chen Jin All-Electric Long-Range Reconnaissance and Strike Drone. According to the data described in the article, this drone possesses a payload capacity of 29 tons and can operate at altitudes of up to 17,900 meters, which closely corresponds to the 13,000 meters mentioned in their task, making it a potential candidate. However, the article did not specify whether this drone possessed stealth capabilities, and their thorough searches yielded no evidence supporting such features. Thus, they were unable to definitively confirm that this drone was the target they sought and could only consider it a potential option. They proceeded to gather additional intelligence. Regrettably, whether through online sources or offline intelligence networks, they found no recent reports of neighboring countries acquiring stealth combat aircraft. Most information pertained to the procurement of frigates, drones, and second-hand tanks. Even when other aircraft models were mentioned, they primarily consisted of Huaxia's Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5 series drones, which had been proven in combat to lack stealth capabilities. Consequently, they redirected their focus back to the Chen Jin All-Electric Long-Range Reconnaissance and Strike Drone. Although there was no public acknowledgement of its stealth features, there was also a lack of evidence disproving such capabilities, introducing a realm of uncertainty. Thus, it remained a viable possibility. The intelligence personnel promptly relayed the gathered information to General Emmons' subordinate, who then hastened to deliver the data to General Emmons himself. Not long after, General Emmons furrowed his brow as he examined the documents in his hand. He had not anticipated that the stealthy incursion into Israel would involve a new model of all-electric drone. Had such technology been permitted for sale by Huaxia? Although the documents did not explicitly state that the drone possessed stealth capabilities, his years of research on Huaxia led him to believe that the less they disclosed, the more likely it was that such features existed. After all, why would these nations purchase such a substantial quantity in one go, even if they had unwavering trust in Huaxia's equipment? It was improbable that they would directly engage in bulk procurement of a new model without first acquiring 1 or 2 units for testing. Only upon confirming its efficacy would they consider large-scale purchases. Yet, these countries collectively acquired dozens of units, and these were not mere small drones, but rather colossal unmanned aerial vehicles with a takeoff weight of 75 tons. Thus their price would naturally not be trivial. Even if each unit cost merely $20 million, the total would amount to several billion dollars. Even the wealthiest magnates of the Middle East would likely hesitate to squander such sums. Therefore, based on these deductions, it was highly plausible that this drone possessed exceptionally advanced radar stealth capabilities. Otherwise, it could not have evaded detection by the beautiful nation's radar systems. With this thought in mind, General Emmons picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed a special number. Soon the line connected, and a sweet voice on the other end greeted him. "Hello, this is the Federal Communications receptionist of the beautiful nation. How may I assist you?" Unmoved by the charming voice, General Emmons calmly responded, "This is Emmons, identification number 0245422357. Please connect me to the President's office." "Understood. Please hold." The receptionist swiftly verified his identity upon hearing Emmons's credentials. After confirming the identification number, she replied, "Identity verified. Good day, General Emmons. I am now transferring your call to the President's office. Please hold." Once the transfer was successful, the call connected to the office of the esteemed leader. It was around noon in the beautiful nation, while in the Middle East, it was already past 8 in the evening. The president was in the midst of enjoying his lunch when the ringing phone abruptly interrupted him just as he was about to take a bite of his hamburger. prompting an exasperated outburst. What the hell? Don't they know it's lunchtime? Although irritated, he understood that calls to the president's office were rare and typically reserved for urgent matters. Thus, he set his hamburger back in its box, wiped his hands with a napkin, and glanced at the phone screen. The number displayed was somewhat familiar, yet unfamiliar. It belonged to a range exclusive to the military of the beautiful nation. He picked up the receiver and feigned annoyance. Soldier, state your business. If your intentions are unclear, I could confine you for 3 days for disturbing my lunch. General Emmons was startled by the president's irritated tone, as he had been preoccupied with delivering crucial news and had momentarily forgotten the time. He quickly replied, Mr. President, it is I, Emmons. I apologize for the interruption, but I have urgent matters to report. Upon hearing Emmons's identity and the mention of urgent matters, the president's irritation dissipated. He recalled that Emmons was the highest-ranking official of the beautiful nation in the Middle East, and any urgent matters he had to report were certainly significant. Adjusting his tone, he said, Since it is urgent, I shall forgive you. Please proceed with your report, Emmons. Thank you, Mr. President. The matter I wish to discuss pertains to Huaxia. I wonder if you have heard about the all-electric drone showcased by Huaxia Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company at the recent Haizhu Air Show? General Emmons awaited the president's response. Upon hearing Emmons mention the drone they had been closely monitoring, the president pondered whether Emmons's report would indeed relate to it. He replied, Emmons, I am indeed aware of this drone, and we have dispatched personnel to investigate its details. Unfortunately, both Huaxia's information is tightly controlled, and the countries purchasing this drone are unwilling to disclose relevant details, so we have yet to obtain its specifications. Why do you inquire? Have you uncovered something related to this drone? Yes, Mr. President. To be precise, our radar detected its launch signal. After hearing the president acknowledge the drone and express curiosity about it, General Emmons continued, Approximately 2 hours ago, I received a call from Israeli Prime Minister Tanya, who reported that a base named Hela had suffered a direct missile hit on its munitions depot, resulting in severe losses. He inquired whether we had detected any anomalous targets on our radar. This attack occurred without any forewarning, and their radar system did not identify any aircraft types until the missile was launched, at which point the air defense system detected the incoming missiles. Furthermore, our numerous military bases in the Middle East did not register any unusual aircraft signals prior to the missile launch. Ultimately, in our collective investigation among the bases, only one base's radar system captured a 5-second anomalous reflection signal. Based on their analysis, this signal was located at an altitude exceeding 13,000 meters, with a remarkably small reflection area, comparable only to that of a typical bird. Therefore, I immediately considered that the assailants might have employed a stealth aircraft for this attack. However, according to our intelligence gathered over years in the Middle East, none of the neighboring countries possessed the capability to produce or equip stealth aircraft. I then instructed an investigation into the surrounding nations to ascertain whether they had acquired any stealth aircraft. Remarkably, our investigation yielded alarming findings. These neighboring countries or factions had no recent procurement records for stealth aircraft. The only variable remains the drone they purchased at the Haizhu Air Show. Although its publicly disclosed parameters do not indicate it possesses stealth capabilities, they also do not state that it lacks such features. Therefore, based on the information currently available, it is at least 90% likely that this drone possesses advanced radar stealth capabilities. General Emmons articulated the information he had gathered and awaited the president's response. Meanwhile, the president furrowed his brow upon hearing Emmons's report, recognizing the validity of his deductions. Coupled with a common psychological tendency, where one is eager to test a newly acquired toy, this attack seemed akin to those nations conducting tests after acquiring the new model of drone. However, if that is the case, it becomes rather troublesome. Presently, the Huaxia nation is even bold enough to sell unmanned aerial vehicles equipped with radar stealth technology. What else might they not dare to sell? Contemplating this, the understanding leader promptly instructed, Emmons, please send back the information you have gathered, along with the radar signal data, to our homeland for thorough analysis. As for the situation with the Israelis, there is no need to address them for now. Simply inform them that no findings were made. Understood, Mr. President. Emmons was in complete agreement with the leader's proposal, which is why he chose to report to the homeland first rather than notify the Israeli Prime Minister. Very well, if there are no further issues, you may return to your duties, Emmons. Received, Mr. President. After their conversation concluded, they hung up the phone. Shortly after their call, footage of the attack on the Hela base was uploaded onto the internet. The explosion from the munitions depot was so monumental that even the Israelis could not prevent others from recording it. The earth-shattering sound could be heard several kilometers away, not to mention the towering flames that illuminated the sky. As a result, more and more individuals from Israel and neighboring countries took notice of the attacked base. Naturally, the Israelis were deeply distressed to see their base under assault, whereas the surrounding nations reacted differently. For instance, the Palestinians, witnessing their adversary's base engulfed in flames and accompanied by thunderous explosions, hastily took out their phones to capture the moment, sharing it on overseas platforms with sensational titles learned from certain shock departments. Thanks to the Israelis' often disliked demeanor, these videos were widely circulated and quickly became a trending topic. The footage also caught the attention of the Houthi forces, who, embodying the philosophy of not fearing minor troubles, but rather fearing troubles insufficiently grand, not only claimed responsibility for the attack, but also released first-person perspective videos of the event. In the video, the extraordinary altitude of flight and the clarity of the ground images visible even at 6 p.m. when darkness was beginning to fall stirred global astonishment. Chapter 141. The incident unfolds. It was unexpected that the Houthi forces would engage in such high-level operations. The altitude at which they operated did not resemble that of an ordinary drone. Could it be that this UAV was also unearthed from the desert? That would be quite far-fetched. On the Saudi side, upon seeing the announcement from the Houthi forces, they found themselves somewhat speechless. They had only received the equipment a few days prior and were already eager to deploy it. Nevertheless, this attack did validate the performance of the UAV, leading the Saudis to commend the Houthi forces and send representatives to express their recognition of the operation. In stark contrast to the joyous reactions from other nations regarding the attack, the Israeli populace was far from satisfied, as it was their base that had been assaulted, prompting an outcry of indignation in the comments of various videos. Other nations, unable to tolerate the Israeli netizens' complaints, engaged in heated exchanges with them. Thus, amid the fervor of numerous internet users involved in mutual disparagement, netizens from Huaxia quickly discovered the video, alongside those bloggers who relished sharing foreign footage and reposted it domestically. Following systematic promotions, the videos garnered significant attention. Historically, videos depicting Israeli bases under artillery or missile strikes had amassed considerable views and likes, which is why these bloggers were keen on sharing such content. Coupled with the prevalent disdain among domestic netizens towards the Israelis, viewers enjoyed watching these videos while leaving comments like "serves them right" and "the little tyrant is being sanctioned." However, as more and more individuals viewed the first-person perspective video and the Houthi forces announcement, it ultimately piqued the interest of content creators dedicated to delving into international events. These creators, who often researched the histories or narratives of various countries, had amassed a wealth of information pertaining to the Middle East, Western Europe, the United States, and other regions concerning foreign influences, including aspects of culture, economy, politics, education, and military affairs. Consequently, regarding whether these nations had procured new weaponry or developed equipment independently, they were somewhat informed. This time, they detected hints of information about the UAV featured in the first-person video, originating from the equipment procured by the Houthi forces. The video indicated that the UAV was flying at an altitude of 17,500 meters, a height that did not correspond with any previously acquired drones by the Houthi forces, suggesting it was likely a new model. Recently, during the Haiju Air Show, explicit reports emerged indicating that the Houthi forces had procured 3 fully electric reconnaissance strike drones from the company Zhuangxiang Shuguang, which boasted a claimed maximum flight altitude of 17,900 meters. Thus, this altitude was quite consistent. Therefore, considering these two factors, it could be reasonably concluded that the UAV in the video was indeed the Xingqian fully electric reconnaissance strike drone from the Shuguang brand. However, confirming this fact led to new questions. How was this drone able to brazenly penetrate Israeli airspace, conducting an attack, and subsequently retreating unscathed? The absence of reports concerning any Israeli attempts to shoot down the UAV gave rise to such speculations. Consequently, these video creators ventured their hypotheses, all pointing towards a singular term: radar stealth. The reasoning behind this conjecture was straightforward. Any nation possessing air defense capabilities would not permit an unidentified drone carrying munitions to enter its territory. As the self-proclaimed little tyrant of the Middle East, Israel would be even less likely to allow such an occurrence. Hence, the only feasible explanation for the drone's audacious entry and successful escape post-attack was that Israeli radar had failed to detect its presence, even after the UAV launched its missiles. To achieve such an outcome, only stealth aircraft equipped with radar-evading technology could feasibly accomplish it. Thus, they boldly incorporated their conjecture into the video and released it. Following the publication, buoyed by their existing follower base and the incident's inherent popularity, these videos rapidly ascended to trending status, garnering widespread attention. Moreover, through their reason analyses, nearly all viewers of the video expressed agreement, sharing their thoughts in the comment section. Chuangxiang Shuwang really is remarkable. The first drone not only utilizes all-electric propulsion, but also features a stealth coating, and it's being mass-produced and delivered, not merely confined to laboratory prototypes. I concur with the previous comment. Chuangxiang Shuwang is indeed impressive. However, I have a question. Why is this drone allowed for international sale? I recall we Haven T procured this model ourselves. Have we? For the commenter above. Could it be possible that we possess an even more advanced version for our own use? I personally agree. Amidst the myriad of comments and shares from netizens, the keyword Chen fully electric reconnaissance strike drone spread from video platforms to Weibo, climbing to the 8th position on the trending search list, with a heat index reaching 1,642,015. The unprecedented popularity surrounding a particular drone has indeed shattered records, as such attention was previously reserved for substantial military assets like domestically produced aircraft carriers, J-20 stealth fighters, and the 076 amphibious assault ship. The fact that a drone developed by a private enterprise has captured the public's interest is attributable not only to its ability to strike at the adversary and return unscathed, but also to the revelation that the nation now permits the sale of aircraft equipped with radar evading capabilities. This suggests that the domestic versions are likely to be significantly enhanced. After all, nations capable of manufacturing radar evading aircraft are exceedingly rare on a global scale, and such aircraft are undeniably regarded as paramount national assets. To date, only the United States and Russia have offered related aircraft for sale, and even those have been versions with compromised stealth capabilities. Conversely, China has yet to market stealth fighters. Thus, the recent assault underscores the critical importance of possessing aircraft endowed with radar evasion capabilities for a nation. Such capabilities not only allow for audacious incursions into enemy territory, but also facilitate a safe withdrawal, even when the adversary is aware of the presence of one's own aircraft. This alone sufficiently illustrates the significance of stealth technology. Chapter 142, Carbon-Based Chip Technology. On December 3rd, amidst fervent discussions both domestically and internationally regarding the recent attack, Chen Jin was diligently engaged in his laboratory, exploring the newly acquired technology from the system, carbon-based chip technology. This represents a radical departure from the conventional silicon-based chip technology, employing carbon-based materials as its foundational element, originating from a national laboratory named Longting in a parallel world resembling China. Carbon-based materials, primarily composed of carbon elements, are structured around carbon chains or rings, exhibiting remarkable properties such as high carrier mobility, low power consumption, and robust radiation resistance. Consequently, carbon-based materials hold immense promise in the realm of chip manufacturing. However, due to the challenges associated with the preparation of carbon-based materials, their current applications are largely confined to 3 forms: graphene, carbon nanotubes, and carbon fibers, all recognized for their exceptional physical and chemical characteristics. Consequently, in the parallel world of China, following numerous instances of Western nations exploiting the chip sector and a subsequent crisis, a decisive commitment was made to mobilize national resources towards the development of carbon-based chips. The impetus for this monumental decision was not merely the imposition of bans on high-end chip sales, restrictions on the export of lithography machines, or the malicious inflation of chip prices, as these actions were perceived as minor setbacks that could be weathered with fortitude. However, when national security is at stake, there is no room for compromise. In July 2030, led by the United States, a coalition of chip manufacturing firms from various Western nations issued a proclamation stating that from the next generation of chips onwards, encompassing but not limited to server, PC, and mobile processor chips, as well as flash memory and RAM, they would no longer offer outright purchases but instead switch to a rental model. The pricing structure was designed to be relatively economical, making the rental option substantially less expensive than outright ownership in the short term. The distinction between purchased and rented versions is quite straightforward. The former entails a one-time payment granting perpetual ownership and all rights associated with the chip, including usage, disposal, sale, and destruction. In contrast, the latter allows for temporary usage rights upon payment of a rental fee, with the renter lacking ownership rights. Any disposal, sale, or destruction would necessitate compensation. The implementation of this measure incited a global uproar, as it was perceived as an attempt to leverage absolute dominance in the chip market for monopolistic practices, contravening the principles of free trade and revealing the predatory ambitions of Western nations to exert control over other countries through chips. Utilizing a rental model implies the existence of an underlying control system within the chip that cannot be restricted at the software level, thereby granting the selling companies absolute authority over the chip's functionality. This means they possess the power to dictate the chip's fate and control its usage rights, potentially even extracting data processed through the chip, as all data must pass through the processor before further action can be taken. It is akin to passing a suitcase through security. Although the suitcase remains yours, its contents are laid bare before the scrutinizing eyes of authority. Thus, employing such a chip signifies that your secrets are vulnerable to exposure. Consequently, any sovereign nation would be reluctant to adopt such chips, and for China, this was unequivocally out of the question. Regrettably, a mere handful of American chip manufacturers dominate over 80 of the global semiconductor market. And following their alliance with other Western companies, they now monopolize over 95 of high-end chip operations. The only remaining players are China and Russia, both possessing considerably outdated chip technologies with a technological gap exceeding a decade. In light of these insidious maneuvers, China, unwilling to succumb to foreign control, embarked on a path of self-reliance in chip technology, determined to explore carbon-based chip technology. The rationale for eschewing the more mature silicon-based chips or the seemingly fantastical yet superior quantum chip technology lies in the belief that silicon technology has been extensively researched by Western nations, effectively locking its developmental prospects. Pursuing further advancements in this direction would not only lead to numerous patent restrictions, but also risk obsolescence upon invention, which contradicts their original goals. As for quantum chips, they are currently perceived as lacking the feasibility for mass production. Thus, China opted for the innovative route of carbon-based chip technology, a field scarcely ventured into by the United States or other Western nations, alleviating concerns over patent conflicts. Consequently, after consolidating national research capabilities, the Longting Laboratory was established, specifically tasked with investigating chip technology and operating systems, with the ambition of liberating itself from Western constraints. Following its inception, the laboratory's primary objective centered on chip technology. After several months and an expenditure of hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan, a novel carbon-based material preparation technique was swiftly developed, enabling large-scale production of carbon-based materials. Armed with this technology, the researchers were no longer constrained by the fear of wasting materials due to failed experiments, allowing the development of carbon-based chips to progress at an unprecedented pace. Ultimately, on January 28, 2032, the first chip constructed from carbon-based materials was successfully produced in a laboratory, achieved in less than 2 years. Although the performance of the inaugural carbon-based chip is merely comparable to that of Intel's 12th generation i5, and indeed falls significantly short of even the lowest-end version of Intel's 21st generation chips that have already been released, rendering it seemingly inconsequential. One must consider that this is merely the first prototype produced in a laboratory setting. The manufacturing process employed here is likely to be vastly different from that which will be utilized in actual mass production, and it is expected that subsequent iterations will bring about further optimization. Thus, even at such a nascent stage of performance, when juxtaposed with the developmental trajectory of silicon-based chips, one could argue that this represents an exceedingly auspicious beginning. After all, the performance of this initial chip has already surpassed decades of iterative advancements seen in silicon-based technology. What might this revelation evoke among Western nations? Following the acquisition of design experience from his first chip, researchers promptly commenced work on a second iteration, subsequently progressing to a third, fourth, and fifth version. Ultimately, after more than 3 months of relentless iteration across 20 versions, they arrived at what they deemed satisfactory performance metrics, dubbing this iteration the Longting Generation Central Processing Unit. Chapter 143, Longting Generation Central Processing Unit. Processor Model, Longting Generation Central Processing Unit. Manufacturing Process, 14 nanometers. Performance Parameters, utilizing a core design scheme of 16,822, comprising 16 data processing cores, 8 graphics processing cores, 2 integrated cache units, and 2 storage units. Display output parameters, maximum output resolution of 153,608,640,165 Hz, supported solely by the Longting 10 interface. Display interface parameters, HDMI 2, 3, DP1, 5, Type-C, Longting 10. Power consumption parameters, 10 minimum, 80 maximum. Package size, 4,557 mm minimum, 5,263 mm maximum. Package interface, LT100. As a chip designed with the ambition to extricate itself from Western control through autonomous research and development, The Longting Generation Central Processing Unit underwent numerous comprehensive R&D meetings in its initial design phase. A significant factor for this was the suggestion from many to initially focus on a singular direction, such as developing a CPU first and only later progressing to GPUs, memory, flash storage, and so forth, as this approach seemed more prudent. Conversely, there were those who contested this notion, arguing that even if one type of chip technology were successfully developed, the absence of others would still leave room for external constraints, failing to achieve the ultimate goal of independence. After extensive discussions, the team ultimately opted for an integrated approach, thereby eschewing the traditional distinctions between CPU, GPU, memory, and storage designs. Embracing this strategy meant that they would need to concurrently develop chips related to CPUs, GPUs, memory, and storage, thereby exponentially increasing the complexity of their endeavors. To mitigate any impact on progress, the entire R&D team was segmented into multiple project groups, each recruiting talent from across the nation to tackle their respective tasks. Despite the heightened challenges, fortune favored the parallel world of Huaxia, following the CPU development team's creation of the first chip based on carbon materials. Other project groups gradually completed their own research objectives. Consequently, the Longting Generation Central Processing Unit was ultimately confirmed after 20 iterations. Although the initial generation employed a 14 nanometers process, a pinnacle of what Huaxia could achieve at the time, the innovative materials and novel architectural designs ensured its performance remained astonishingly robust. Firstly, the data processing core, traditionally referred to as the CPU, possesses an impressive single-precision floating-point processing capability of 0.87 teraflops, with the total performance across all cores reaching 1392 teraflops. In comparison, Intel's 14th generation 14600K processor, under maximum all-core turbo conditions, achieves approximately 150 G-flops, equating to 0.15 teraflops. Thus, by this calculation, the performance of a single data processing core in the Longting Generation Central Processing Unit is equivalent to that of 58 14600K processors operating at maximum turbo frequency. Extending this analogy, the total performance across all cores of the Longting generation approaches that of 93 units of the 14600K. A feat that even Intel's latest 21st generation flagship CPU cannot match, and which, given their current pace of performance iteration, may remain unattainable even by the time of their 30th generation release. Secondly, the graphics processing core, which can similarly be referred to as the GPU, benefits from the superior physical properties of carbon-based materials, notably high carrier mobility. This results in a single graphics processing core of the Longting generation boasting a formidable performance of up to 356 pflops in single precision floating point operations, with double precision floating point performance reaching an astounding 0.85 pflops. Thirdly, the integrated cache units can be likened to memory, RAM, yet they transcend conventional memory structures, as a single cache unit comprises several components. Beyond the fundamental RAM segment, there are data caching segments for inter-core communication akin to traditional L1, L2, and L3 caches, as well as the video memory used by the graphics processing core, known as VRM, due to manufacturing constraints. With the data processing and graphics processing cores occupying the majority of the chip's area, the remaining space is quite limited. Nevertheless, the designers successfully incorporated two remarkably large cache units, each boasting a staggering capacity of 256 gigabytes, culminating in a total cache size of 512 gigabytes. Such dimensions were previously exclusive to large-scale servers, yet now are encapsulated within a chip measuring merely 4,557 millimeters, a feat unimaginable for silicon-based chips. With such an extensive cache capacity, the integrated design allows for dynamic allocation during system management, effectively enhancing the chip's data processing capabilities, thus indirectly augmenting performance. Additionally, the integrated cache units designed from carbon-based materials exhibit extraordinarily high transmission rates, achieving an astonishing 120,000 MTS, with latency significantly lower than that of the latest DDR6 memory generation, measuring less than 1. Lastly, the storage units, akin to hard drives, also benefit from the exceptional high carrier mobility characteristics of carbon-based materials. Consequently, while possessing immense capacity, the storage units also boast remarkable transfer speeds. Moreover, as they are integrated within the chip, the data processing cores can access the storage units directly through internal circuitry. Therefore, in the absence of interference from external interfaces, protocols, or line quality, the storage unit of the Longting Generation Central Processing Unit achieves an astounding read speed of 120 terabytes per second, with write speeds also reaching 80 terabytes per second. In contrast to the fixed sizes of cache units, the storage units are available in various capacity configurations, with the smallest version starting at 20 terabytes, followed by 50 terabytes, 100 terabytes, and a maximum capacity of 500 terabytes. When two units are combined, the total capacity can reach an impressive 1,000 terabytes. However, due to the limitations imposed by the internal dimensions of the chip, the specifications for the basic version's packaging can no longer accommodate larger storage units. Consequently, the packaging size for chips exceeding 50 terabytes will see a significant increase, reaching a maximum scale of 5,263 millimeters, roughly the size of a palm. Nevertheless, even so, this processor is astonishingly powerful. Its data processing cores not only eclipse the latest generation of the so-called world's strongest 7th-generation Threadripper processor, developed by a renowned American company using an advanced 2 nanometers process with a staggering 256 cores and a total of 512 threads, but its performance is nearly twice as formidable. It is worth noting that this assessment does not even account for the performance metrics of the graphical cores. Following the launch of the Dragon Rising Generation Central Processing Unit in China within less than a day, the stock prices of companies that had previously dominated over 90 of the CPU market, such as Intel and the aforementioned American company, as well as NVIDIA, which commanded over 80 of the global GPU market and was valued at a staggering $53 trillion, plummeted dramatically. Their stock prices experienced a precipitous decline, resembling a cliff, dropping by 10. Had it not been for the activation of the circuit breaker mechanism, the decline might have exceeded 20. Moreover, this downturn was not confined to just these few companies. Semiconductor firms from Japan, South Korea, India, and Western Europe also faced similar stock collapses. The reasons behind such a dire scenario, aside from the remarkable capabilities of the Dragon Rising Generation, primarily stem from a chip leasing initiative orchestrated by Western nations 2 years prior. After 2 years of brewing discontent, this measure has garnered considerable disdain from the populace of countries outside the Western alliance, with many wishing for a company to rise against those responsible. Thus, upon witnessing the launch of China's new processor, which boasts exceptional performance, shareholders of these companies began to liquidate their stocks en masse, fearing they would be unable to escape in time. In addition to the massive sell-off by shareholders, another contributing factor to the steep decline in stock prices was the deliberate short-selling actions undertaken by the Chinese government, which had no intention of letting this lucrative opportunity slip away. After all, these semiconductor firms are immensely wealthy, particularly NVIDIA, whose valuation meant that even a mere one drop represented a staggering loss of $530 billion. As the saying goes, it is unwise to forego profit when one has the opportunity, especially when the money belongs to the Western nations, making it all the more imperative to act decisively. Thus, the government of China in this parallel world had devised a short-selling strategy prior to the launch of the Dragon Rising. The execution of this plan unfolded precisely as anticipated, with stock prices of these companies plummeting in rapid succession. As the early movers in this short-selling endeavor, China reaped substantial rewards, effortlessly accumulating hundreds of billions of dollars in profits. Observing this turn of events, other capital forces were envious but dared not hesitate, fearing they would miss out on their share and rush to engage in short-selling themselves. Consequently, within a mere few days, virtually all semiconductor companies from Western nations, excluding China and Russia, faced a capital onslaught that resulted in devastating losses. The lowest stock price declines exceeded 30, while some firms, including NVIDIA, saw their valuations halved, suffering the brunt of the attack due to their status as the highest-valued semiconductor enterprise globally. After the launch of the processor, China swiftly mobilized resources for the development of an operating system. The results were astounding. When China marshals its national strength to pursue a particular endeavor, the force unleashed is remarkably potent, especially in its rivalry against the United States, as if enhanced by a special boon. In response to the national call, numerous foreign experts working as system developers, architects, and advanced machine language engineers within China, as well as many distinguished talents residing abroad, heeded the call to return and participate in the operating system project. Additionally, several renowned hackers, both white hat and black hat, clandestinely joined the effort. While they may not possess the same skills as system developers, they excelled in identifying vulnerabilities, offering unparalleled advantages in that domain. With the inclusion of these experts and the full support of the state, the initial version of the operating system was developed in under a year and a half. Subsequently, The project team dedicated about a year to optimizing, refining, and upgrading various system modules, during which they also developed a new system module, Basic Artificial Intelligence. The integration of this basic AI accelerated the development of the operating system significantly. Ultimately, after a span of 2 years and 6 months, the entire operating system was completed, with only code merging remaining before it could be launched as a new entity, dubbed the Soaring Operating System. Enhanced by artificial intelligence and paired with the exceptionally powerful Dragon Rising Generation processor, the Soaring Operating System achieved a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Moreover, the operating system adopted a model that allowed for free usage with certain features requiring payment, presenting minimal barriers to user adoption. Thus, upon its release, the Soaring Operating System swept across the globe like a tornado, forcing Microsoft to retreat and significantly reducing its market value, while even the closed ecosystem of Apple's system suffered substantial user losses. Of course, these events transpired in a parallel world and bore no relation to Chen Jin. Yet they indirectly demonstrated the immense potential of carbon-based chips, especially when paired with a complementary operating system, in contrast to the dire circumstances faced by the technologically stagnant China. Currently, in the timeline where Chen Jin resides, there exists no urgent demand for a change in operating systems or processor chips, which may complicate efforts for promotion. Nevertheless, Chen Jin believes that the sooner the chip technology and operating system are unveiled, the better. After all, what if his presence in this world precipitates certain events? Therefore, upon returning from the Haizhou Air Show, Chen Jin immediately exchanged for the carbon-based chip technology, which cost him 2 million tech points, a considerable expense. Coupled with the Soaring Operating System's 600,000 points, 300,000 for the PC version, 100,000 for the mobile version, and 200,000 for the intelligent video generation model. He expended a total of 6 million tech points. Additionally, he secured the complete graphene battery for future needs, having previously exchanged for the second-generation solid-state graphene battery. This acquisition required only 300,000 tech points, were it not for the hundreds of billions of dollars earned at the Haizhou Air Show, which netted him nearly 300 billion Chinese yuan in full payment from wealthy investors. The consumption of nearly 3 million tech points would have been quite overwhelming for Chen Jin. Just as Chen Jin was wrapping up his research on the carbon-based chip technology and preparing to manually craft a Dragon Rising processor, he received a message from Xiao Lu through his headphones. "Boss, the mobile phone you instructed us to monitor has received a call from the Grand Elder of China. Would you like me to connect you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jin felt a twinge of confusion. Was the Grand Elder calling him to extend congratulations on the hefty profits from the Haizhou Air Show, amounting to several hundred billion US dollars? Yet, such a gesture did not seem to align with the Grand Elder's usual demeanor. Dismissing his doubts, Chen Jin instructed Xiao Lu to connect the call to his headset. Before long, the familiar voice of the Grand Elder resonated from the other end. "Chen Jin, I've heard that you recently made a fortune at the Haizhou Air Show. Congratulations, congratulations." The Grand Elder's hearty laughter left Chen Jin momentarily perplexed regarding his true intentions. He responded with a chuckle. "Haha, it was merely a modest gain. No need for the Grand Elder to feel amused. However, your call today must pertain to more than just this matter. Am I right?" Upon hearing Chen Jin's words, the Grand Elder realized that his purpose for calling had been discerned. Without hesitation, he replied, "It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Chen Jin, I indeed have a matter to entrust you with today. I wonder if you are available at the moment?" Recognizing he had guessed correctly, Chen Jin smiled and said, "Of course, Grand Elder. I am currently in the laboratory with no one else around. Please feel free to share your concerns. There's no need for pleasantries." Haha. Delighted that Chen Jin was undisturbed by his unexpected call, the Grand Elder responded with a laugh. "Haha. Very well. To be straightforward, the anti-gravity technology documentation you submitted to the state has been thoroughly researched by our scientists over the past year. They have successfully developed an anti-gravity generator capable of supporting a weight of up to 1,000 tons. Consequently, with this new generator, we are reigniting a significant project that has been shelved for several years. One you might have heard of before, the South Heavenly Gate Project. The South Heavenly Gate Project? Chen Jin interjected, recalling having encountered the term multiple times, though lacking in-depth knowledge of its specifics. Indeed, the South Heavenly Gate Project, the Grand Elder continued. Initially conceived as a space-based combat platform, it was intended to be paired with unmanned aerial vehicles for global strike capabilities in space. Unfortunately, after its proposal, the project was indefinitely shelved due to its excessive implementation difficulties. The challenges stemmed from multiple factors, but primarily 2 issues stand out. The first being the enormous mass of the space combat platform, weighing several 100,000 tons. Given our current engine technology, we lack the means to transport it into the sky. Moreover, even if we could launch it into space, the energy required to maintain its flight would be exorbitant, rendering it an unworthy endeavor in light of its present capabilities. The second issue pertains to energy requirements, but this has been resolved in the latest version of the project. With the integration of anti-gravity technology, the platform's mass has been reduced by 80. In this new iteration, we have incorporated a nuclear power solution. However, this led to another complication. Despite the 80 reduction, the remaining mass still exceeds 10,000 tons. While we could easily manage this weight on the sea, it presents an insurmountable challenge in the sky. Consequently, when the project leader raised this concern, you were the first person who came to mind. Thus, my call was to inquire if you might have any thoughts on this matter. Of course, Grand Elder, there is no need for pressure. Given our current technological capabilities, we are indeed not yet equipped for the project's execution, the Grand Elder concluded, pausing to await Chen Jin's response. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jin replied, Grand Elder, could you provide the model data for the space combat platform? I would like to examine it further, though I cannot guarantee a solution. The Grand Elder's voice conveyed a hint of excitement as he responded, certainly, I will have the documents sent to you immediately. Regardless of whether a solution is forthcoming, I would appreciate your feedback. Understood, Chen Jin affirmed decisively. Following their conversation, the two continued discussing other matters before ending the call. Once the phone was disconnected, Chen Jin returned to his work on chip fabrication. With no distractions, he swiftly completed the first generation of the Longting processor. While it was termed handcrafted, it was, in fact, produced using a compact, fully automated chip manufacturing machine, a device from 2045, adept at creating 14 nanometers chips with ease. Holding the gleaming black chip in his hand, Chen Jin couldn't help but reflect on the immense value of this creation. Without the system's assistance, producing such a chip would have necessitated the consolidation of national research efforts and a significant investment of time and money, each component crucial. Thus, the worth of the chip in his possession could be likened to that of a treasure. He then secured the chip into the processing slot of the computer's motherboard, affixed the heat sink, and pressed the power button. In an instant, the monitor illuminated with a fully Chinese BIOS setup interface. Although the chip was built on cutting-edge technology, the designers opted to retain the BIOS functionality, honoring the accustomed preferences of users while translating all settings into Chinese. As the system had yet to be installed, the initial boot led directly to the BIOS interface. Only after the operating system installation would the true performance of the Longting processor be experienced. Without hesitation, Chen Jin swiftly retrieved a USB drive containing the Tongfei PC version system and connected it to the computer's Type-C port. Following the installation steps, he first modified the boot sequence to prioritize the USB drive and save the settings before restarting the computer. Before long, the computer rebooted and entered the system installation interface, which had similarly preserved familiar elements for ease of use. After decades of habitual interaction, a radically different interface could complicate user experience. Therefore, in the early stages of the system's rollout, they adopted a straightforward approach, mirroring the installation interface of the Microsoft Windows system, merely adjusting the visual aesthetics. Subsequent versions, however, gradually phased out this interface, opting for a more intelligent installation method. 2 hours later, as Chen Jin surveyed the system interface displayed on the monitor, he nodded in approval. The initial experience with this system felt distinctly different from the current Windows system, almost as if it belonged to another realm. Setting aside concerns about responsiveness or speed, it was evident that the system understood his commands with remarkable clarity, providing swift and precise feedback, creating an impression that the system was almost sentient, as if he were assigning tasks to a living being. As for the Windows system, it is utterly a lifeless entity. It can only execute the commands you issue in accordance with its existing configurations without contemplating whether the commands bear any flaws. Should the directives exceed its processing capabilities or present logical inconsistencies, it may succumb to infinite loops, resulting in the computer freezing. Furthermore, should you wish to ascertain the nature of the issue, it necessitates a considerable investment of time for troubleshooting, rendering the task not only cumbersome, but exceedingly complex. Consequently, after experiencing it for over an hour, Chen Jin bestowed upon it a commendable appraisal. Although he had yet to delve deeply into the myriad functionalities of the Tongfei operating system, such as the integrated rudimentary artificial intelligence and the system's flagship feature, the Tongfei intelligent video generation model, his initial hands-on experience aligned perfectly with this assessment. Regrettably, the system is tethered to the Longting first-generation processor, rendering it entirely incompatible with the currently utilized Windows system or any other systems. thus precluding its immediate promotion. However, this is not a significant concern. It merely requires the artificial intelligence, Xiaolu, to craft a simulator program, which can then be embedded within the system, thus enabling the operation of Windows software or that of other systems on the Tongfei operating system through simulation. This task is a mere trifle for Xiaolu. Consequently, after experiencing the system and testing the processor's performance data, Chen Jin dialed Zheng Dongchu's number, instructing him to establish two subsidiary companies named Chuangxiang Shuguang Chip Technology Company Limited and Chuangxiang Shuguang Software Technology Company Limited. These companies are to oversee the operations and sales of the Longting processor and the Tongfei operating system, respectively. He intends to wait until the operational frameworks of both companies are established before organizing relevant product launch events, eschewing any furtive product rollouts. After all, Chuangxiang Shuguang has garnered a certain degree of notoriety both domestically and internationally. Moreover, in light of the recent videos depicting the attacks on Israel by Hezbollah, the name Chuangxiang Shuguang has resurfaced in the public consciousness across various nations. Under such circumstances, holding a launch event would not only significantly enhance product visibility, but also enable potential users to more effectively comprehend the performance parameters and functionalities of these two products, thus yielding multiple benefits. Additionally, prior to the release of the processor and system, it is imperative to communicate with the Chinese government. Given the extensive implications these two innovations entail, whether for personal use, governmental agencies, military institutions, or enterprises, they are indispensable. Therefore, before the rollout of the Longting first-generation processor and the Tongfei operating system, it is essential to notify the Chinese government to prepare for any contingencies. This is particularly crucial in light of possible prohibitive actions that foreign semiconductor and system technology companies might undertake. Ensuring there is adequate response time and measures to avert adverse economic repercussions stemming from hasty transitions. Thus, after issuing instructions to Zheng Dongchu, Chen Jin contacted his father-in-law, Xie Jingye, intending to inquire about the phone number of Deputy Minister Wang Tao from the Ministry of Commerce of the State Council, so he could directly discuss the release of the processor and system with him. Previously, Chen Jin had refrained from requesting Wang Tao's contact information, opting instead to delegate full responsibility for the solid-state graphene battery business to Xie Jingye. As the second-in-command of the Ministry of Commerce and a designated liaison, contacting him would be most appropriate. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jin obtained Wang Tao's number from Xie Jingye and dialed it. Upon identifying himself, although Wang Tao was somewhat taken aback, he understood that Chen Jin's outreach was likely of significant importance. Thus, he promptly excused himself from a relatively unimportant meeting to converse with Chen Jin. Their discussion proved enlightening. Upon hearing that Chen Jin was addressing processor issues, Wang Tao quickly halted him, relocating to a soundproof conference room to allow Chen Jin to continue. Following an extensive dialogue, Wang Tao expressed the necessity of conferring with higher authorities, advising Chen Jin to refrain from hastily announcing the processor and system until the government had established appropriate response measures. However, Chen Jin indicated his intention to unveil them on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, leaving over 2 months for preparation, which was ample time. Consequently, Wang Tao ceased further discussions, merely confirming the pertinent information regarding the processor and system with Chen Jin before concluding the call, as he needed to promptly relay this information to the State Council for deliberation. After hanging up, Chen Jin received a message from the shipyard security guard, informing him that several military vehicles had arrived at the entrance, seeking to communicate something of importance. Understanding that this was likely a delivery arranged by the elder, he instructed the guard to escort them to the independent exit located beneath his laboratory. Upon descending in the elevator, Chen Jin encountered 2 rows of soldiers awaiting him at the exit. One officer, a captain bearing 3 stars on his shoulder, approached Chen Jin upon his arrival, saluted, and addressed him. "Mr. Chen Jin, this is what the commander has instructed me to deliver to you. Please accept it." After handing over a cipher box, the captain continued. Regarding the password for the cipher box, the commander indicated that you merely need to access the password input interface to discern it. Acknowledging this, Chen Jin nodded and replied, "Thank you, that will suffice." The captain responded, "It is no trouble at all, Mr. Chen Jin. This is our duty. Now that the task is complete, we shall not intrude further." Chen Jin, aware of the military's emphasis on efficiency, refrained from further commentary, simply replying, "Very well, please ensure your safety on the return journey. And I wish you a smooth trip." The captain concluded with gratitude, signaling his soldiers to return to their vehicles before heading back toward the shipyard's entrance. Chapter 147, The South Heavenly Gate Project 3. After the soldiers departed, Chen Jin returned to the laboratory, placing the cipher box on the table. Observing the box emanating a silver glow, he pressed the open button, which promptly displayed a password input field accompanied by a prompt. Identity used when traveling to the capital. A smile crept across Chen Jin's face as he entered HHQ 17. Upon completing the entry, he heard a click, and the cipher box opened automatically. Inside, there was not much, merely an object resembling a hard drive. After inspecting it, Chen Jin confirmed it to indeed be a hard drive. Closing the cipher box, he proceeded to connect the hard drive to his computer using a data cable. Soon, a notification appeared on the computer indicating that a new hard drive had been connected. However, when Chen Jin attempted to access the hard drive, a password input window popped up, clearly indicating that a password was required for access. Puzzled, Chen Jin muttered to himself, "Without the password, am I expected to crack it? Should I call to inquire?" On second thought, directly cracking it might not take too long. As he spoke, he began operating on the computer. After a brief yet thorough examination, Chen Jin confirmed that the encryption algorithm employed by this hard drive was indeed derived from the Pangu encryption algorithm developed by Huawei Group. The encryption algorithm primarily relies on asymmetric random arrays, with each array containing a minimum of 4 digits and a maximum of 9 digits. The values within these arrays are randomly chosen from the range of 0 to 9, supporting a maximum of 256 arrays, which translates to an impressive maximum key length of 2,304 bits. Given that this encryption algorithm utilizes random arrays and that the lengths of these arrays are not fixed, some may comprise 9 digits while others may contain only 4, the potential combinations generated are exceedingly vast. Furthermore, the ability to periodically update the password arrays effectively mitigates the risk of brute force attacks through exhaustive searching. However, despite the seemingly formidable nature of this encryption algorithm, it pales in comparison to the capabilities of future artificial intelligence. Chen Jin promptly instructed Xiao Lu to utilize the supercomputer for decryption, and within a mere 3 minutes, this encryption algorithm, with its maximum length of 2,304 bits, was rendered obsolete. Just as Chen Jin was about to access the hard drive for review, a voice from his headphones announced Xiao Li's communication, indicating that the elder had called. Chen Jin surmised that the elder wished to discuss the password, thus pausing his actions and allowing Xiao Lu to connect the call. The elder's voice soon emanated from the headphones. "Chen Jin, you should have received the hard drive containing the information on the South Heaven Gate, correct? It's easy to forget things as one ages. While I previously mentioned the password for the password box, I neglected to inform you that the hard drive is also password protected. I will have someone send you that information shortly." Upon hearing this, Chen Jin found himself at a loss for words. If he were to express that the password was too simplistic, it would seem inappropriate. Yet, remaining silent would render his prior decryption efforts futile. Although it was an artificial intelligence that performed the decryption, it still engaged the supercomputer's resources. With this in mind, Chen Jin could only respond candidly. Elder, I assumed your password was a test of my capabilities, so I went ahead and decrypted it." The elder, taken aback, inquired with uncertainty, "Did I hear you correctly? Chen Jin, you claim you have decrypted the encryption on the hard drive? Did you not just receive it?" "Indeed, elder. Although the encryption algorithm employed on the hard drive originates from the Pangu encryption algorithm under the Huawei Group, I happen to have a modest understanding of encryption algorithms, allowing me to decrypt it without issue, I hope." Upon hearing Chen Jin's confirmation, the elder gasped in astonishment, responding, "Goodness, Chen Jin, you managed to decrypt the encryption algorithm on the hard drive in such a short span of time? I recall the head of the South Heaven Gate project informing me that even the world's leading algorithmic geniuses utilizing supercomputers would require at least 6 months to crack this encryption. Furthermore, the password changes periodically, substantially increasing the complexity of decryption. Yet you have accomplished this in under half an hour. Truly remarkable. However, you need not worry about any issues arising from the decryption. Feel free to examine the data within the hard drive." "Excellent. That puts my mind at ease. Do you have any further inquiries, elder?" "I intend to commence my research now," Chen Jin replied, relieved. "No further questions. My purpose in calling was solely to discuss the password issue. I did not anticipate that you would decrypt it on your own. I shall not disturb you further. Please do inform me should you have any updates." The elder concluded. "Very well, elder. No problem at all." After their conversation, both parties hung up, and Chen Jin promptly accessed the hard drive. Within, he discovered a single file, yet its size was a staggering 33 terabytes, indicative of the immense data contained within the model. To circumvent potential failures due to the file size or excessively lengthy loading times, Chen Jin transferred the hard drive to the supercomputer interface, anticipating a swifter access owing to the supercomputer's formidable processing power. Indeed, within a mere 5 minutes, the expansive 33 terabytes aerial combat platform model was displayed on the screen. The exterior of the combat platform bore a resemblance to an isosceles triangular aircraft, yet its exceptionally elongated wings imparted an immediate sense of intimidation, as if it were asserting its formidable presence. However, Chen Jin did not linger on the aesthetics. His primary concern was to devise a method for airborne deployment while ensuring stable flight. Thus, after a cursory appraisal of the exterior, he projected the model onto the projection platform. With Xiao Li's assistance, the task of modifying the projected model was no longer a manual endeavor. A mere command sufficed, rendering the process both time-efficient and effortless, truly ideal. Subsequently, Chen Jin approached the projection platform, observing the model generated in the air by Xiao Lu. The speed at which Xiao Lu processed the model was astounding. Within 2 minutes, the complete projection was unveiled. Chen Jin extended his hand, adeptly manipulating the aerial model while meticulously examining the detailed parameters marked upon it. These parameters would significantly influence the aircraft's performance in actual flight, including speed, altitude, and payload capacity. Each parameter was derived from countless simulations conducted via the supercomputer, underscoring their critical importance. Chapter 148, Technology from Earth. After thoroughly scrutinizing the aerodynamic layout parameters and internal structural specifications of the model, Chen Jin formulated a preliminary concept. Firstly, according to their model's design, it was intended to utilize 4 engines for primary propulsion, supplemented by a total of 3,056 1,000-ton anti-gravity generators as auxiliary power. However, due to the overly ambitious nature of their initial design, subsequent simulations revealed that constructing the aircraft according to the proposed parameters would result in a staggering weight of 378,950 tons. The number of 3,056 anti-gravity generators had already reached the structural installation limit, unless a significantly larger anti-gravity generator could be developed. Otherwise, even after the gravitational reduction afforded by the anti-gravity generators, the aircraft's weight would still exceed 73,350 tons. This weight alone posed a challenge that no current technology within Huaxia could surmount, nor could it be managed by the beautiful nation across the Pacific, or indeed, by any nation in the world at present. Consequently, this project had been indefinitely shelved until the recent revival of anti-gravity technology prompted its reconsideration. Regrettably, even with the advent of anti-gravity capabilities, the project remained fraught with insurmountable challenges. Setting aside the astounding engine thrust required to elevate an aircraft weighing over 70,000 tons, the subsequent power demands for sustained flight would be equally daunting. Accelerating to a requisite speed only compounded the complexity. Therefore, resolving this issue necessitated engines capable of extraordinary explosive power while maintaining prolonged operational efficiency, an endeavor that current technological advancements are ill-equipped to address. Secondly, the anti-gravity technology was still under research. The 1,000-ton capacity was merely the pinnacle of present capabilities, leaving open the possibility of higher thresholds in the future. Thus, Chen Jin's immediate focus was on resolving the primary propulsion issue for the aircraft. With a clear directive in mind, Chen Jin activated the system interface to begin his search for relevant aviation engine technologies. Engine technology that boasts extraordinary explosive power while maintaining prolonged operational capability encompasses a myriad of possibilities, such as nuclear fusion engines and antimatter engines. However, these technologies remain beyond contemporary comprehension. Thus, even if they were presented, one might not grasp their intricacies and could inadvertently expose sensitive information, leading to adverse consequences. Consequently, the array of viable technologies in such circumstances is exceedingly limited. Fortunately, after an extensive search and careful selection, Chen Jin discovered an engine technology that met his criteria, the plasma propulsion engine. According to the description displayed on the interface, this technology is an enhancement of ion propulsion technology, effectively addressing the issue of low thrust associated with ion engines while implementing various optimizations. For instance, it utilizes a novel synthetic propellant, which is simpler to synthesize and store than the conventional xenon propellant, consumes less, and is easier to control. Moreover, this engine technology has elevated energy conversion efficiency to an impressive 99.3, which is virtually unparalleled. However, upon reviewing the technical specifications, Chen Jin was suddenly confronted with a piece of information that piqued his curiosity. The source of the technology was listed as the DJI Group. The name evoked a memory of a company that, in his previous life, dominated over 80% of the global drone market, the DJI Company. The name was identical, with only the designation changing from company to group. Could it truly be the same entity? Chen Jin pondered this with keen interest and proceeded to click on the source details. The information confirmed his suspicions. This technology is cataloged under the terrestrial planet Earth, Galactic System, GC 117-3, recorded in the year 2042 of the Earth calendar. Technology Development Timeline. In 2033, the DJI company, considering its own growth, recognized the limited prospects for drone development on Earth and thus turned its gaze to the cosmos, initiating a highly classified project named Heavenly Palace. The objective of this initiative was to develop a novel engine that would propel them into space without relying on conventional chemical fuels. In 2034, following a year of covert assembly, the DJI company acquired numerous distinguished talents in the field of electrical energy, facilitating the smooth progress of the classified project. By 2037, after 3 years of development, promising news emerged. They had conducted extensive modifications on the plasma propulsion system, yielding a revolutionary plasma propulsion engine. Although the thrust generated was still modest, less than 10 kilonewtons at maximum power, this served to validate the feasibility of plasma propulsion technology. In 2038, the 4th year of the classified project, the issue of insufficient power was resolved through the introduction of a new propellant. In March 2040, a plasma propulsion engine with a maximum thrust of 410 tons was unveiled, astonishing the globe. That same year, the first unmanned spacecraft powered by a plasma propulsion engine successfully completed a lunar round trip, reducing the total travel time to 2 days. By 2042, a plasma propulsion engine capable of generating a staggering 210 tons of thrust was successfully developed in a laboratory. Consequently, the system deemed this technology mature enough to be included in its technical catalog. Upon reaching this point, Chen Jin couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. He had heard of DJI's formidable prowess in his previous life, fearless even in the face of the United States. Now, having traversed into a parallel world, he was still able to witness the illustrious name of DJI and benefit from its scientific achievements, which was indeed a touching revelation. It seemed prudent to consider developing new technologies himself. Perhaps, if cataloged by the system, his innovations could assist other system owners in overcoming their challenges. Of course, such considerations were matters for the future, viewing the system interface indicating that redeeming the plasma propulsion engine required 1 million technology points. Chen Jin did not hesitate to proceed with the exchange. With over 28 million technology points in his possession, he no longer needed to be frugal. Integrating the redeemed technology into his mind, he commenced his research. After all, addressing the primary propulsion challenges of aerospace combat platforms necessitated not only resolving engine issues, but also tackling energy supply systems, control systems, and other related complexities. Chapter 149. The initial testing of the plasma propulsion engine. Thus, he needed to thoroughly comprehend this technology to advance his subsequent work. After organizing the information in his mind, Chen Jin instructed Xiao Lu to input the model data of the aerospace combat platform into the supercomputer, subsequently conducting simulations step by step based on the power parameters of the plasma propulsion engine. Given that the platform's parameters had been meticulously calculated by the Nanchaman project team, and with the plasma propulsion technology being a mature technology, the power parameters provided were both stable and precise. In this context, the complete model data combined with accurate power parameters facilitated a seamless simulation process, quickly validating the propulsion capabilities. Upon confirming that the plasma propulsion engine met the requirements, Chen Jin departed the laboratory, heading towards the comprehensive manufacturing base, the dawn of Innovation Technology Park, an expansive area of over 10 million square meters that he had previously acquired. After several months of systematic renovation, the land had transformed into a fully functional technology park. The journey, spanning nearly 130 kilometers, would typically require 2 hours by car. Therefore, he opted for a helicopter this time. This choice was made after experiencing the journey from the shipyard to the technology park, prompting the acquisition of a helicopter for future use. This helicopter was no ordinary model. It was a military version modified from the Z-20, enhanced for protection, comfort, and flight safety, while its exterior design had been adjusted to lean towards civilian aesthetics. Initially, he had contemplated constructing one himself, as the system housed an abundance of helicopter technologies, any of which could outclass the current global offerings. However, the complexities of manufacturing and the need to secure flight paths made this impractical. Thus, applying for a military aircraft was more time-efficient and labor-saving. With the added benefit of enhanced safety, he only needed to notify the flight control authorities prior to takeoff. As the helicopter glided smoothly through the sky, it reached the technology park in a mere 15 minutes. Upon disembarking, Chen Jin boarded an unmanned shuttle parked beside the helicopter landing pad, directing it towards the passenger aircraft manufacturing facility. With over 95 of the manufacturing processes under the control of Xiao Lu, the technology park appeared sparsely populated. Save for a few management and security personnel, the majority were autonomous machines operated by the AI Xiao Lu, including the shuttle, material transport vehicles, and various robotic transporters. Thus, while the park seemed devoid of human presence, it thrived with industrious machines, evoking a stunningly futuristic ambience. 3 minutes later, Chen Jin arrived at the passenger aircraft manufacturing facility aboard an unmanned sightseeing vehicle. This time, he intended to fabricate a scaled-down model of an aerospace combat platform to gather data on the performance of the plasma propulsion system post-installation, as well as to collect essential information. Although the simulation calculations had been successfully conducted, they were based on ideal conditions. The unpredictable nature of real-world environments necessitated several authentic simulations to ensure reliability. The passenger aircraft factory boasted highly advanced production equipment, making the creation of the miniaturized aerospace combat platform a relatively straightforward endeavor. Aside from the plasma propulsion engine, which posed some challenges, requiring an additional unit for the production of a scaled-down engine and another machine for synthesizing propellant, most of the other equipment operated smoothly, culminating in the assembly of a brand-new aerospace combat platform. Subsequently, this platform was towed from the factory onto the runway, lacking a specific name for the model. Chen Jin temporarily dubbed it Test Unit Number 1. At that moment, standing not far away, Chen Jin donned the VR goggles designed for sharing the flight visuals of Test Unit Number 1. He gazed upon the sleek, silver form of the craft, replete with a futuristic design, and pressed the start button on the nearby controller. With a thunderous roar akin to the tearing of air, beams of blue light surged forth from the 4 plasma propulsion engines, propelling the entire Test Unit Number 1 forward. The acceleration surpassed even that of the previous starry all-electric reconnaissance drone, despite the fact that this test unit weighed an impressive 30 tons, far exceeding that of smaller aircraft. The ability to propel a 30-ton craft in such a brief span of time was a testament to the astonishing power of the 4 plasma engines. Witnessing Test Unit No. 1 rapidly glide down the runway, Chen Jin wasted no time in advancing the controller to the takeoff position, adjusting the wing flaps to expedite the aircraft's ascent under aerodynamic forces. Soon, after gliding nearly 300 meters, the entire structure lifted off the ground, entering a state of flight. Following this, Chen Jin pressed the button to retract the landing gear and continued to push the controller to its maximum setting. A deafening roar erupted, even more powerful than before, as the plasma propulsion engines reached their peak output, emitting an even deeper azure glow from their exhausts, showcasing their extraordinary capabilities. Under such formidable thrust, Test Unit Number 1 soared into the sky akin to an arrow released from a bow, swiftly breaking the sound barrier and achieving an astonishing speed of 15 Mach, which continued to escalate rapidly. Before long, the speed reached 2 Mach, then 3 Mach for Mach, until the instruments finally indicated that Test Unit Number 1 had reached a staggering 67 Mach, at which point Chen Jin ceased his operations and directed the craft back toward the runway. Having gathered the requisite data during the acceleration phase, further flight was unnecessary. During the landing phase, as Chen Jin had never remotely controlled such a large aircraft before and feared that a miscalculation could lead to a crash, he entrusted the control to Xiao Lu, observing the 30-ton aircraft smoothly descend onto the runway and activate its reverse thrust to counteract the inertia of its glide. Chen Jin couldn't help but commend Xiao Lu with a hearty praise. After the test unit had completed a turn within a mere 100 meters of taxiing, just as Chen Jin was preparing to press another button on the console, he heard Xiao Li's voice in his earpiece, announcing a call from Li Changjun. Chapter 150, Secret Base. As a unit collaborating with the state, maintaining confidentiality is entirely normal, especially given that superiors had previously instructed not to delve deeply into matters concerning Chen Jin. Thus, when the military received Chen Jin's report, they merely inquired about the range and altitude of the test flight before granting immediate approval. Upon receiving this information, they could contact the Air Traffic Control Department to implement aerial management, thereby preventing potential collisions during testing. Consequently, when Chen Jin received Li Changjun's call, he immediately speculated whether the aircraft test had piqued their interest. However, he refrained from further speculation and instructed Xiao Lu to connect the call. Soon, Li Changjun's voice resonated through the line. Chen Jin, our radar has just detected an unidentified flying object traveling at a speed of 67 Mach. I would like to confirm whether this aircraft is the test plane you reported. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin thought to himself, just as I suspected, and replied, Yes. Minister Lee, that was indeed my test conducted to collect speed data for the aircraft. This was merely the first test, and further evaluations will follow. So I would appreciate the military's vigilance regarding this matter. Understood, no problem. As long as the report is properly filed, we won't pose too many questions. However, this speed is exceptionally high, which is why I called to confirm. Since it is your test, I won't keep you further. I will ensure air traffic control remains vigilant. Once Chen Jin provided a definitive response, Li Changjun refrained from further inquiries, as he was aware that Chen Jin had previously stated that the aircraft specifications were classified information. After a brief exchange, he ended the call. Turning back to the control panel after Li Changjun hung up, Chen Jin pressed the button to activate the anti-gravity generator. In an instant, it appeared as if a gust of wind swept beneath test unit number 1, stirring up a cloud of dust. The control panel now indicated that the aircraft's weight had been reduced by 77. This meant that test unit number 1 now weighed merely 69 tons, comparable to that of a large drone, categorizing it as a small aircraft. Subsequently, Chen Jin pressed the engine start button once more. In a flash, the familiar azure glow erupted again, propelling test unit number 1 to glide rapidly down the runway. With a significant reduction in weight, this time, test unit No. 1 lifted off the ground after just 130 meters of taxiing, entering its flight state. Following the established procedure, Chen Jin retracted the landing gear and advanced the control stick to its maximum position. With a powerful whoosh, test unit number 1 speed soared. 15 Mach, 3 Mach, 5 Mach, 7 Mach. Ultimately, the flight speed stabilized at 86 Mach, unable to increase further, indicating that this was the craft's limit. Although the maximum speed under the 77 weight reduction was only a 19 Mach increase from when anti-gravity was not activated. The improvements in required takeoff distance and post-takeoff climb rate were markedly significant. Considering the tens of thousands of tons of weight anticipated for the aerospace combat platform in the Southern Skygate project, such high ascent and flight speeds were clearly unnecessary. Thus, these performance metrics not only met the requirements, but also possessed a margin of redundancy, rendering them sufficient for mission completion. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jin instructed Xiao Lu to maneuver test unit number 1 back to the runway, then commenced organizing the data obtained from the flight, which would be submitted alongside the engine documentation to provide ample data support to the elders. Due to the fact that test vehicle No. 1 is solely intended for experimental purposes, its interior is rather rudimentary. Aside from the battery pack that occupies 70 of the internal space, the only other components present are the anti-gravity generator, plasma propulsion engine, propellant supply system, and some essential sensors. These devices are limited to providing necessary flight support and data collection. Therefore, strictly speaking, test vehicle number 1 cannot be regarded as a complete aircraft. As such, once the testing is concluded, this prototype becomes devoid of purpose. Consequently, Chen Jin instructed Xiao Lu to tow test vehicle number 1 into the production facility for decommissioning, before boarding a sightseeing vehicle that headed towards the hilly region at the center of the technology park, which Chen Jin had transformed into a secret base using the system's manifestation capabilities. The ground level is carved out of the entire hill and is designated for the production and maintenance of the park's automated equipment, unmanned vehicles, and robotic systems. Below this ground level lies the true secret base, which is divided into 5 underground levels. The first underground level is intended for the production of chip-related products, designed to ensure a production capacity of 1.2 million square meters, nearly akin to an underground palace. The second level is earmarked for the manufacturing of specialized weaponry, such as electromagnetic railguns and electromagnetic pulse bombs, and it is equipped with a small nuclear fusion reactor to power the entire secret base, with an area of 750,000 square meters. The third level is planned for the installation of a supercomputing cluster to provide sufficient computational support for the artificial intelligence, Xiaolu. Utilizing the Longteng Generation 1 processor as the computing unit, the supercomputing cluster does not require a vast space, thus occupying only 50,000 square meters. The fourth level is envisioned as a biological laboratory, where Chen Jin intends to research specific pharmaceuticals, such as the genetically modified agents he has long coveted. The complete technology for the first generation of genetic modification agents costs a staggering 50 million technology points, while the second generation escalates to an even loftier goal. Not to mention, even manifesting a bottle of the first generation product requires 5 million technology points. Although Chen Jin currently possesses enough technology points to exchange for 4 or 5 bottles, the efficacy of the first generation genetic modification agent is quite limited. Rendering direct manifestation impracticable. Although the second-generation genetic modification agent vastly surpasses the first in effectiveness, achieving true genetic optimization. Its manifestation price of 20 million technology points per bottle is beyond Chen Jin's current means. Thus, he plans to utilize this biological laboratory to explore the relevant technologies. While he cannot exchange for the complete technology, he can pursue research on preliminary technologies to achieve his objectives. For instance, the precursor technology for genetic modification agents is gene recombination technology. Through in-depth research in this area, it may be possible to develop the genetic modification agent, a notion stemming from the technological background of its development. Unlike aimless research directions, Chen Jin, through this technical background, has obtained precise information, clearly understanding that researching a specific technology will yield the desired results. This not only significantly enhances the success rate of development, but also minimizes the cumbersome research process. It is for this reason that Chen Jin, with a stroke of serendipity in mind, employed the system's manifestation capabilities to transform the fourth level of the secret base into a biological laboratory. After all, gene recombination technology requires only 200,000 technology points. And even the entire 10,000 square meter laboratory costs merely 200,000 technology points. The price for manifesting a laboratory differs from that of a factory, as manifesting 10,000 square meters costs 200,000 technology points. The total expenditure for this transformation is a mere 400,000 technology points. Should he successfully develop the first-generation genetic modification agent, it would equate to turning 400,000 into 50 million, yielding a staggering return of 125 times, an irresistible temptation for anyone. As for the fifth level of the secret base, Chen Jin has transformed it into his personal retreat. This level boasts various indoor recreational facilities, including a swimming pool, lawn, garden, and snowfield, encompassing a total area of 300,000 square meters, rivaling that of a palace. Naturally, the plans of the 5 levels of the secret base are merely Chen Jin's current concepts, with the potential for expansion as further needs arise. After all, if the system's manifestation capability is not utilized abundantly, it would be a waste. Chapter 151, the upcoming press conference. However, it should be noted that while the system's manifestation capabilities are indeed exhilarating, they come at the cost of substantial consumption of technology points. The entire secret base, spanning 5 levels, has cost Chen Jin nearly 4 million technology points, sufficient to exchange for several high-tech level technologies. Nonetheless, overall, it remains highly worthwhile, saving time and effort. After taking the elevator to the first underground level, Chen Jin proceeded to the control room of the first level. As the nerve center controlling a factory that spans 1.2 million square meters with over 200 production lines, the machinery stored here is quite substantial, occupying nearly 2,000 square meters. According to the original plan, this chip production base would be controlled by artificial intelligence, negating the need for a control room. However, for safety reasons, he opted to retain it during the manifestation, as an additional safety measure does not hinder the production line's operation. Upon entering the control room, Chen Jin approached the control terminal and retrieved a USB drive containing production data for the Longting Generation 1 central processing unit, connecting it to the computer. He then imported the data from the USB drive into the production system, subsequently adjusting the production parameters as outlined in the technical documentation. Although the entire factory is presently managed by the artificial intelligence, Xiaolu, when producing a brand new product, human intervention is still required to fine-tune the production process parameters. Otherwise, the production line would fail to initiate or, if it did, could lead to defective products or waste. Once all parameters were adjusted, Chen Jin pressed the production line start button. Instantly, the lights within the factory illuminated in accordance with the sequence of the chip production process. From the initial material production workshop to the material processing workshop, etching workshop, chip packaging workshop, and finally to the finished product packaging workshop. As the production of carbon-based materials requires a certain amount of time, Chen Jin departed after completing the adjustments to the production line, leaving the subsequent control of the entire production process to Xiaolu to oversee the manufacturing of the products. Even the final inspection of the finished products does not warrant Chen Jin's concern, as Xiaolu will control the corresponding machinery to accomplish this task, showcasing the advantages of having artificial intelligence. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Chen Jin exited the secret base and boarded a helicopter back to the shipyard, then drove home. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Jin refrained from immediately disclosing the information regarding the plasma propulsion engine to the elders, opting instead to wait for a while before doing so. After all, even the most capable individuals cannot resolve the engine issues required for the Nantaman project in a single day. While he had reported the aircraft testing matters to the military, as long as Chen Jin refrains from revealing details about the aircraft, no one would be aware that this is indeed related to the Nantaman project. Consequently, for the time being, Chen Jin will divert his focus from researching new technologies to the study of genetic modification agents. Every day, it is either an individual making their way to the secret laboratory within the base or escorting Cielur to the relaxation area on the 5th floor of the secret facility, resulting in a lifestyle that can only be described as exceedingly pleasant. In this manner, 2 months swiftly elapsed. During this period, 2 momentous events that astonished the entire internet transpired. The first event was the recent launch by Jinla Technology, which, with a single product release, achieved over 10 million sales and generated revenues exceeding 50 billion. They unveiled their second product, the microwave version of VR glasses. Upon its release, this product stirred up a tremendous uproar globally, prompting countless netizens to express their opinions online. A consensus emerged, asserting that the microwave technology employed in this product is fundamentally essential for realizing virtual gaming, thereby strongly recommending that Jinla Technology direct its research and development towards the realm of virtual gaming. Naturally, Chen Jin noticed these suggestions. However, he deemed the timing unsuitable, primarily due to insufficient technology points, as a complete technology would require over 30 million points. Thus, he could only allow Cielur to mislead the public under the pretense of existing plans. The decision to launch this product by Jinla Technology was meticulously considered by Chen Jin. This was because Chuangxiang Shuwang was poised to unveil not only the Longting generation processor, but also the Tongfei operating system and the Tongfei intelligent video generation model. Each of these 3 technologies, when presented individually, possesses the potential to astonish the world. Thus, the simultaneous launch of all 3 would undoubtedly create an unimaginable sensation. Therefore, if the VR glasses were to be released alongside these 3 groundbreaking technologies, the brilliance of the glasses themselves might be overshadowed, undermining the significance of their launch event. Consequently, entrusting Jinla Technology with the release of the VR glasses alleviates this concern and allows for the reinvigoration of public interest in Jinla Technology, particularly given that several months have elapsed since their last product launch. Furthermore, the compatibility between the mini drone and VR glasses is remarkably high, as wearing the VR glasses allows the user to control the drone's flight through the glasses themselves, eliminating the need for an app or controller, thus liberating their hands entirely. This capability can be achieved merely through subsequent software updates. Therefore, it is more fitting for Jinla Technology to handle the release of the VR glasses rather than Chuangxiang Shuguang. Chen Jin also intends to assign other small consumer devices, such as VR glasses and handheld devices, to Jinla Technology for future releases, while Chuangxiang Shuguang will focus exclusively on cutting-edge technological products. As for the second event, it pertains to Chuangxiang Shuguang's recent announcement about an upcoming press conference scheduled for the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, where 3 significant products will be unveiled. Currently, aside from the solid-state graphene battery that made an appearance at the DAMI Group's press conference, other products associated with Chuangxiang Shuguang have been directly launched for sale without hosting their own press event. In this context, Chuangxiang Shuguang's products have still achieved commendable sales figures, demonstrating their formidable market appeal. Additionally, at the recent Haizhu Air Show, Chuangxiang Shuguang profited immensely from showcasing its warship and drone, earning hundreds of billions of dollars. Earlier incidents involving yacht collisions with Philippine monkeys have further bolstered Chuangxiang Shuguang's recognition online. Though it may not yet be considered a national brand, it has established a solid fan base. The recent utilization of Chuangxiang Shuguang's drones by armed forces in Haizhu Air Show to successfully attack the Israeli forces and return unscathed has significantly heightened the company's online visibility. While it may not rival the DAMI Group, which frequently dominates trending searches, Chuangxiang Shuguang occasionally sees 1 or 2 related topics trending as well. Consequently, when Chuangxiang Shuguang publicly announced its forthcoming press conference to unveil 3 significant products, numerous netizens began speculating about what these products might be. The announcement of a live press event, a rarity, further fueled the excitement. Discussions surrounding the press conference swiftly entered the trending topics, even reaching the 10th position at one point. This remarkable level of interest resulted in the rapid occupation of nearly 500 audience seats and 100 media seats, all claimed within a minute. Many who were unable to secure a seat opted to reserve their spots for the live stream instead. As a result, the number of reservations for the official live stream surpassed 3 million, reaching an astonishing 3.54 million. It is noteworthy that this marks Chuangxiang Shuguang's first external live broadcast, with the corresponding account having been created only recently and lacking an established fan base. Moreover, the products slated for unveiling during this press conference have not yet been disclosed to the public. Thus, the overwhelming interest in the live stream is primarily attributable to the allure of the Chuangxiang Shuguang brand itself. Achieving such high reservation numbers without revealing the product details or offering financial incentives for reservations would have been nearly impossible. Mere advertising could not have generated millions of genuine reservations. This unexpected delight was certainly a thought that crossed Chen Jin's mind upon reviewing Zheng Dongchu's report. Chapter 152. Chuangxiang Shuguang's inaugural press conference. The Spring Festival always seems to pass swiftly. Countless workers, barely having set foot inside their familial homes, find themselves hurriedly departing once more, embarking on their journey back to work. Such fleeting moments of reunion with family resemble a transient bloom. While they cannot extinguish the resolute desire of the Chinese people to return home for the new year, they are accompanied by the myriad hardships of the journey. For instance, those driving private cars invariably encounter severe traffic jams, inching along the roads like snails, while the throngs of passengers on high-speed trains engage in fierce battle for tickets. Air travelers face exorbitant ticket prices, akin to enduring repeated financial wounds. Each time Chen Jin encounters such news, he is filled with deep reflection. Although he ardently wishes to employ technological solutions from the system to address these issues, given the current state of infrastructure development in China, it would require at least 7 to 8 years and substantial financial investment to effect meaningful change. Without a comprehensive approach encompassing multiple technologies, achieving the desired outcomes would be exceedingly challenging. Consequently, after allowing Xiao Lu to perform a series of simulations, he relegated this idea to his notes, recognizing it as something beyond his current means to resolve. Nevertheless, these considerations do not hinder the forthcoming press conference. On February 15, 2027, the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, a Monday, the Yangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center served as the venue for the event. Early in the morning, by around 10 a.m., a multitude of attendees who had successfully secured audience seats arrived at the venue, alongside numerous media personnel trickling in. At that moment, over 20 staff members were finalizing the last touches on the venue setup. Although they had already conducted several checks for the sake of safety, they decided to perform a comprehensive inspection once more before the event commenced to ensure that no detail was overlooked. Ultimately, after confirming that everything was in order, the individual responsible for the press conference proceedings reported the situation to Zheng Dongchu. After meticulously reviewing the information presented, Zheng Dongchu confirmed that the conference could proceed as scheduled and made his way to the lounge area. At that moment, Chen Jin was reclining in a chair, resting his eyes, and upon hearing footsteps behind him, he recognized that Zheng Dongchu had arrived. Upon rising from his chair, he inquired, "Uncle Zheng, is the venue prepared?" In response to Chen Jin's question, Zheng Dongchu nodded and replied, "Everything has been arranged. Our press conference can commence at the scheduled time. However, sir, delivering 3 product presentations consecutively may prove lengthy. Should we consider splitting it into 2 sessions?" Hearing this, Chen Jin shook his head, replying casually, "No need. The 3 products are interrelated, and separating their presentations might diminish their impact. Moreover, the information to be conveyed is relatively minimal, primarily consisting of performance specifications and experiential data. We can conclude everything within 2 hours at most. So, Uncle Zheng, rest assured, prepare the staff on site, and we can allow the audience to enter approximately 30 minutes before the conference begins, ensuring a smooth flow of entry and exit." Upon hearing this, Zheng Dongchu refrained from further remarks, fully trusting his boss's assurance. He nodded and exited the lounge. Time swiftly passed, and at 1:50 p.m., with only 10 minutes remaining until the official commencement of the conference, the venue buzzed with a cacophony of voices, a scene of vibrant excitement. Among the seated attendees, aside from a few quietly engrossed in their phones or gazing at the large screen on stage, the majority engaged in hushed discussions with those around them, eager to glean insights about the products to be unveiled. A similar phenomenon unfolded within the official live stream of Chuangxiang Shuguang, where the viewer count surged at an astonishing rate, quickly escalating from 3.5 million to 3.6 million within mere minutes, with the number continuing to fluctuate, refreshing every second. The frenetic pace of the barrage of messages on the screen indicated that most viewers were genuine users interested in the forthcoming products. Like the on-site audience, they inundated the chat with inquiries regarding the product information. Unfortunately, Chuangxiang Shuguang's stringent confidentiality measures ensured that no internal information was leaked. leaving them without the answers they sought despite their extensive questioning. As the audience, both in the venue and the live stream, fervently discussed, the stage lights suddenly pivoted to illuminate Chen Jin as he approached the podium, accompanied by a lively melody resonating through the venue. Observing the shift, the audience promptly ceased their discussions and returned to their seats. The moment Chen Jin stepped onto the stage, an immediate hush enveloped the room, broken only by the faint sound of camera shutters. He gently adjusted the microphone, resting his hands naturally on the podium, his gaze sweeping over the audience as a subtle smile graced his lips. He then addressed them. "Good afternoon, esteemed guests and viewers tuning in online." Upon his greeting, a wave of applause erupted in response. Chen Jin, heartened by the enthusiastic reception, smiled and raised his hand to signal for quiet. The audience, responsive to his gesture, promptly ceased their applause, awaiting his forthcoming remarks. With the room restored to silence, Chen Jin continued, "Thank you for your cooperation. Many of you may have seen me at the Dami Group's press conference, so I shall forego self-introduction. I believe you're all eager to discover the products we are about to unveil. Although I may seem verbose, please bear with me as I first share the background of these products, which may provide you with some hints." Pausing for effect, he resumed, "I trust that many of our distinguished guests, or those watching the live stream, possess some knowledge of contemporary semiconductor technology. Even if you are not well-versed, you have likely encountered semiconductor-related products such as CPUs, GPUs, RAM, solid-state drives in computers, or SoCs, memory, and flash storage in smartphones." As Chen Jin posed his question regarding semiconductor technology, the audience collectively inhaled sharply, a thought flashing through their minds. Could it be that the products being launched by Chuangxiang Shuguang are related to semiconductor technology? Moreover, given the examples Chen Jin provided, it seemed to hint at a particular direction. As these thoughts resonated, the audience's focus sharpened, fixated on Chen Jin, eager not to miss a word he would utter next. Recognizing the heightened interest in his audience's attentiveness, Chen Jin proceeded, "If any of you have delved into semiconductor technology, you would know that the currently utilized semiconductor material, silicon, has nearly reached its inherent manufacturing limits. The terms we commonly refer to, such as 10 nanometers, 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers, denote the nodes of contemporary semiconductor manufacturing processes, indicating the density of transistors integrated within a given area and the extent of performance enhancement in chips. While chip performance continues to advance annually, this improvement pales in comparison to our ever-increasing and urgent demand for enhanced capabilities. It has become increasingly inadequate. This situation arises fundamentally from the intrinsic physical properties of silicon itself. Consequently, over the past few years, you may have encountered news articles about renowned chip manufacturing companies gradually shifting their focus towards meticulous optimization of chip architecture rather than persisting with improvements in manufacturing processes. This shift indirectly illustrates that semiconductor technology based on silicon materials has essentially reached a bottleneck, embroiled in stagnation with little prospect for significant breakthroughs. So, having said all this, I wonder if any of you have guessed what product we are about to unveil? As Chen Jin concluded his inquiry, the audience began to voice their speculations in scattered murmurs. "I guess it's a smartphone SoC. I suspect it's the GPU for computers. I personally feel it's neither a smartphone SoC nor a computer GPU. It likely isn't a CPU either, given that Chuangxiang Shuguang's previous endeavors bore little relation to semiconductors. I would posit it to be memory chips or flash memory. I don't think it's any of those. I believe the first product represents a certain technology rather than a mere product." Observing the audience's overly cautious conjectures, Chen Jin raised his hand once more to signal for quiet, then said, "It appears that your guesses are somewhat conservative. Hence, I shall no longer keep you in suspense. Our first product is a chip crafted from a novel carbon-based material, which we refer to as the Longting Generation Central Processor. You can find information about this carbon-based material on the screen behind me." As soon as Chen Jin's words fell, the large screen behind him transitioned from displaying the words Chuangxiang Shuguang product launch to showcasing the product's PowerPoint page. The first page of the PPT highlighted the exceptional characteristics of the carbon-based material, including its ultra-high carrier mobility and excellent thermal stability, among others. The audience gasped in unison. As the audience within the venue absorbed Chen Jin's introduction and beheld the information displayed on the grand screen, a cacophony of astonished gasps erupted, reverberating through the air. Simultaneously, the live broadcast room was inundated with a flurry of question marks, reflecting the viewers' palpable astonishment. The expressions and gestures of the onlookers revealed the profound impact this technology had on them. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Chuangxiang Shuguang had clandestinely developed a novel processor crafted from a groundbreaking carbon-based material. a feat that eclipsed the previous innovations of solid-state graphene batteries. Indeed, prior to the unveiling of solid-state graphene batteries, there have been instances of companies presenting immature products. But a processor chip constructed from carbon-based materials was an entirely unheard-of concept. While it is acknowledged that carbon-based materials can be utilized in chip manufacturing and possess superior physical properties compared to silicon, such applications had remained purely theoretical. The mere idea of a fully realized chip architecture based on carbon materials had never materialized. Thus, when Chen Jin announced the successful development of a processor utilizing carbon-based materials, the astonishment was palpable. However, as Chen Jin transitioned the PowerPoint presentation to the next slide, using an infrared pointer, an even greater wave of astonishment surged through the audience. Whispers of excitement rippled across the crowd as many began fervently exchanging their thoughts. Concurrently, the speed at which question marks flooded the live stream accelerated, with the viewership skyrocketing to an astounding 15 million and continuing to surge at a remarkable pace. While many viewers expressed their incredulity through question marks, others voiced their astonishment aloud. Is this truly a processor developed from carbon-based materials? How incredible! Indeed, what will happen to the toothpaste manufacturers and massage parlors? They might as well declare bankruptcy. It was evident that once this technology hit the market, the existence of those two companies would be rendered obsolete. With the audience seemingly having absorbed the content on the screen, Chen Jin inquired, "Have you all perused the data presented? Would you like to delve into its specific performance parameters?" A resounding yes echoed from the audience in unison as soon as he finished speaking. Seizing the moment, Chen Jin pressed the infrared pointer, transitioning to the next slide, which predominantly outlined the chip's architectural information. Let me elucidate the architectural parameters of our Longting Generation Central Processing Unit. Firstly, it incorporates a core design scheme of 16,822, although it deviates from the conventional big little core design. The first 16 signifies that the Longting Generation Central Processor houses 16 data processing cores, commonly referred to as the CPU. The subsequent 8 indicates the presence of 8 image processing cores, also known as the GPU or integrated graphics. The third digit, 2, denotes the existence of 2 integrated cache units, colloquially termed memory, while the final 2 represents 2 storage units, which can be easily understood as the hard drive. Upon presenting the architectural information, Chen Jin anticipated potential confusion, stating, "You may wonder why a processor integrates both the GPU and memory. After all, there are chips on the market that employ such architectural schemes. But why is a hard drive also integrated into the core?" A chorus of agreement and curiosity resonated from the audience. Indeed, they had never encountered such an architectural design, as current flash memory components are relatively large, and integrating them into a processor would complicate size management. Furthermore, the lifespan and data storage capacity of flash memory are insufficient to meet integration requirements, rendering such a processor architecture non-existent. Observing the audience's enthusiasm, Chen Jin smiled and continued. The rationale for adopting this architecture lies in the superior physical properties of carbon-based materials, particularly their extraordinarily high carrier mobility. Our tests have revealed that an internal integration scheme, when compared to the prevailing external solution, exhibits a performance disparity exceeding 20. You will soon grasp the magnitude of this difference. He added, additionally, it is essential to address the integrated cache units. However, some of you may question why I refer to them as integrated cache units instead of simply memory. This nomenclature is deliberate, as these integrated cache units not only perform the functions of conventional memory, but also undertake the roles of video memory and processor cache. Among other tasks, due to their multifaceted responsibilities, it is challenging to categorize them uniformly, hence the term integrated cache unit. At this juncture, a journalist adorned with a CCTV News badge raised a hand to pose a question. Typically, questions are reserved for after the presentation. Yet considering the journalist's inquiry likely resonated with many in attendance, both in the venue and among the live stream audience, Chen Jin decided to allow the interruption. It seems this journalist has some inquiries regarding my explanation of the integrated cache unit. Under normal circumstances, questions would be deferred until the end of the presentation. But today marks Chuangxiang Shuguang's inaugural release event, so we shall forego such formalities. Staff, please provide a microphone to this journalist. As soon as Chen Jin concluded, a staff member approached the previously raised hand with a microphone. The journalist, upon receiving it, promptly apologized for the interruption and posed a question. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting, but after hearing your explanation of the integrated cache unit, I find myself quite perplexed. How does the integrated cache unit allocate the necessary cache sizes to various systems while managing such a multitude of tasks. Furthermore, if cache size allocation is mismanaged, could this lead to performance degradation or system freezes? I believe many present share my concerns, and I hope you can clarify this for us. After the journalist returned to their seat, Chen Jin nodded thoughtfully and responded, "It appears this journalist possesses a solid understanding of computer hardware." As their questions reflect a deeper comprehension, allow me to elucidate the operational principles of the integrated cache unit. Those familiar with computer hardware may recognize the terms dedicated memory and shared memory. In our current chip architecture, we actually incorporate three types of dedicated memory, namely the L1, L2, and L3 caches. Each of these serves distinct roles during different stages of data processing within the processor. These three forms of memory operate independently and can only be accessed singularly, thus earning the designation of dedicated memory. Their presence significantly enhances the speed at which the processor accesses data. Additionally, discrete graphics cards also possess dedicated memory, known as video memory, which similarly contributes to augmenting GPU performance. As for shared memory, it is a segment of the system memory allocated by the operating system for use by multiple processes. This memory can be utilized by the operating system itself or serve as graphics memory, hence its designation as shared memory. Given that the allocation of shared memory cannot be altered at will, any modifications necessitate a computer restart and an entry into the BIOS for adjustments. Consequently, during the operation of the system, the size of shared memory invoked is restricted to the data established prior to system startup, without impacting other system memory. Thus, this configuration effectively mitigates the risk of system performance degradation or freezing due to improper allocation of shared memory in contemporary computer systems. The integrated cache unit employed in our Longting generation operates within the realm of shared memory. It requires precise allocation by the system to ensure that when the computer accesses memory, no process encounters a deadlock or performance decline due to insufficient memory. For instance, under certain circumstances, the GPU may require a substantial amount of cache for data computation. However, if other processes simultaneously demand significant memory, memory contention may arise, given that memory is finite. In contrast, dedicated memory eliminates this concern. It is likely that the journalist from CCTV has recognized this point, prompting their inquiry. Upon hearing Chen Jin's remarks, the CCTV journalist nodded in agreement, indicating acceptance of Chen Jin's conjecture. Chen Jin, seeing this, smiled and continued, "It is perfectly normal to have such questions, but please rest assured that this issue will not arise. Although our Longting generation employs a purely shared memory mechanism, we will utilize a foundational control system and artificial intelligence for uniform memory allocation, completely eliminating the problem of uneven memory distribution. As for the underlying principles that pertains to the functionalities of our second product, which I will set aside for now, I will elaborate further upon the launch of the second product." Well, I wonder if my explanation has alleviated the journalist's concerns? "Thank you, Mr. Chen. My questions have been resolved," replied the CCTV journalist after Chen Jin finished speaking. The journalist then returned the microphone to the staff and took their seat. Chen Jin, having received this response, remarked, "Good, since there are no further questions, let us redirect our attention to the parameters of our Longting generation. I have previously introduced the architectural parameters, and now I will unveil its unparalleled performance data. To begin with, it boasts 16 data processing cores, each possessing an astonishing single-precision floating-point processing capability of up to 0.87 teraflops, culminating in a total performance of 1392 teraflops across all cores. This performance metric may seem abstract, but let me provide a comparison for clarity. Please direct your attention to the screen. We will use Eagle's latest flagship processor, the 485HX, as a benchmark. Under full core maximum turbo conditions, its single-precision floating-point performance is approximately 0.35 teraflops, and even with overclocking, it barely reaches below 0.4 teraflops. All figures are fictional and not based on actual data. Before Chen Jin could continue, the audience, upon seeing the performance metrics displayed on the big screen and the stark contrast with the Eagle 485HX processor, erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations, with audible gasps filling the air. In stark contrast, the live broadcast room experienced an unusual moment of brief blackout, leaving newcomers to assume there was an issue with the comment section, especially given that the viewership had surged to a staggering 35 million. However, before these new viewers could comprehend the situation, the interface was instantly inundated with a barrage of comments, causing even the entire live stream to stutter. Countless viewers expressed their astonishment at the performance of the Longting generation through the comments. whether they were familiar with processor performance metrics or entirely new to the subject. All found it hard to believe. This Longting generation must be groundbreaking. Wow, our chip industry is surely skyrocketing ahead. My goodness. The performance of this single processor equals that of over 30 ordinary ones, and not just any processors, but the highest-end flagship ones. This is incredible. Dreaming of a bright future, let's surpass the toothpaste factory and the massage parlor. Chen Jin, observing the deafening discussions below, was acutely aware of the audience's astonishment at the performance metrics. However, as the conference was still in progress, he felt compelled to interject. All right, everyone, I understand that you are all astounded by the performance parameters of our Longting generation, but there is even more astonishing information to come. So please allow me to proceed without interruption, if you would be so kind. As Chen Jin's words resonated, the murmuring in the venue gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of camera shutters. He continued, "Thank you for your cooperation. Now, having just witnessed the comparative examples displayed on the screen, you should have a clearer understanding of the formidable performance of our Longting generation, correct? It is no exaggeration to say that the performance of our Longting generation is equivalent to that of 35 overclocked 485HX processors. Moreover, this comparison is based on the theoretical performance data of the 485HX processor, considering factors such as core frequency, thermal management, and power consumption. Its actual performance is likely to be lower. In contrast, our Longting generation is not bound by such constraints. It operates without frequency settings, meaning there is no concept of overclocking or throttling. Its performance is solely influenced by one factor, power. As long as the power supplied meets the maximum power requirements for the Longting generation to operate, its performance can achieve the stated theoretical values. Having concluded the discussion on the performance of the data processing cores, I will now share the performance parameters of the graphical processing cores. While Chen Jin was still elucidating the performance data of the Longting generation at the conference, he was unaware that the information disclosed had already incited a tempest across the internet, swiftly engulfing the global semiconductor industry. Numerous publicly traded companies within the chip sector experienced significant stock price declines. In particular, the toothpaste factory and the massage parlor, which command over 80% of the consumer-grade processor chip market, saw their stock prices plummet by 7%, triggering the first phase of the circuit breaker mechanism. This astonishing turn of events left the executives of these two companies in a state of panic, prompting them to issue public announcements in an attempt to quell the unrest among shareholders. However, regrettably, once the circuit breaker mechanism was lifted, stock prices continued their rapid descent. And despite their efforts, they could not halt the downward momentum. Chapter 155. The sensation caused by the Longting generation. In less than 10 minutes, the circuit breaker mechanism was triggered once again, leading to a trading suspension. During this interval, the executives of both companies commissioned an investigation into the cause of the market turbulence and were alarmed to discover that it stemmed from a groundbreaking new semiconductor material developed in Huaxia, along with a newly created processor chip based on this innovative material. Even more alarming was the realization that this chip's performance was several times that of their most advanced flagship processors. The astonishing news struck the upper echelons of both companies like a cataclysm, instigating thoughts among their shareholders of divesting their stakes. Yet, it is hardly surprising they entertained such notions. After all, the performance of this inaugural product eclipses their most cherished flagship processors by a staggering magnitude, not merely by a few percentage points or even a tenth, but by an extraordinary factor of dozens. How could they possibly keep pace with such a disparity? The very thought is too daunting to entertain. Nevertheless, despite their feelings of helplessness in the face of this shocking gap, the executives recognized they could not allow the stock price to plummet indefinitely. Thus, following an urgent meeting, both companies resolved to publicly declare an investment of billions of dollars within a year to initiate research and development of carbon-based material chips. The announcement quickly bore fruit, as the rate of decline in stock prices began to decelerate. While still on a downward trajectory, as long as it was until a catastrophic fall, there remained a chance to recover. Consequently, witnessing the success of their initial strategy, they promptly launched a secondary approach, a substantial buyback of shares that had been hastily sold at low prices, thus driving the price upward. True to expectation, this tactic also proved effective, halting the decline and gradually reversing the trend. This served as a testament to the undeniable influence these two venerable semiconductor firms wielded within the industry. However, just as they reveled in the success of their strategies, the launch event of Dreamlight Innovations dropped another bombshell. The scene returned to the presentation venue, where Chen Jin, after expounding upon the performance specifications of the data processing core, seamlessly transitioned to discussing the graphics processing core. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to our grand screen, showcasing our self-developed Longting architecture and the resultant graphics processing core. Thanks to the superior physical properties of carbon-based materials, our graphics processing core boasts an astonishing performance, achieving a peak of 356 pflops in single-precision floating-point calculations. To illustrate the significance of this performance, let us consider the current pinnacle of consumer-grade graphics cards, the 6090, which achieve the maximum single-precision floating-point performance of 152 teraflops, or 152 pflops. By this metric, each of our graphics processing cores possesses a performance equivalent to the cumulative power of 23,6090 graphics cards. And within our Longting generation, we are equipped with a total of 8 such cores. Thus, one can only imagine the sheer terror of the graphics processing capabilities of our Longting generation. At this juncture, Chen Jin paused, observing that the audience appeared momentarily speechless, likely overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelations, necessitating a moment for them to process the information. Indeed, the audience was as astounded as he had anticipated, left reeling by the graphics processing performance of the Longting generation. Initially, they had thought the performance of the data processing core was already outrageous, only to discover that the graphics core performance was even more exaggerated, one core equating to that of 236090s, leaving a certain master butcher of exceptional skill pondering his future. Moreover, the Longting generation harbored not just one graphics processing core, but a staggering 8, translating to a cumulative performance equivalent to 184 6090s. It is critical to note that the graphics processing cores within the Longting generation serve the function of integrated graphics, rather than being standalone configurations. To fit 16 astonishingly powerful data processing cores alongside 8 even more formidable graphics processing cores within a single chip is a feat of monumental engineering. What kind of formidable chip architecture has the Longting generation employed? What terrifying prospects do carbon-based materials hold for chip manufacturing? The very first generation of Longting processors is capable of such extraordinary performance. These are the thoughts racing through the minds of attendees and those watching the live broadcast. In stark contrast to the audience's astonishment, the executives at the two companies, toothpaste factory and massage parlor, were left pallid and muttering, "How are we to survive this?" Concurrently, the renowned butcher, upon receiving urgent notifications from his subordinates, tuned into the Dreamlight Innovations launch event. Initially, he scoffed at the live stream, dismissively commenting, "The Chinese are truly deluded, attempting to transcend American semiconductor technology through novel materials. What an absurd fantasy." However, when Chen Jin unveiled the staggering performance of the data processing core, his disdain froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he grappled with the reality. Dreamlight Innovations had indeed developed a groundbreaking processing chip with terrifying capabilities. Nevertheless, relief washed over him when he realized this was merely a CPU chip, not a GPU chip, which was the forte of his company, Eagle NVIDIA. Thank goodness. It's merely an exceptional CPU performance. Surely, the GPU performance cannot match such heights? He thought, momentarily comforted. Yet, with each subsequent statement from Chen Jin, it felt as though daggers were piercing his heart. One graphics processing core's performance is equivalent to 23 of our proud 6090s? How can this be possible? This is utterly preposterous. There is no way such technology could exist on Blue Star. Chen Jin must be lying. Dreamlight Innovations is deceiving us. The Chinese are all deceiving us. I must go to China and expose their ruse before the world. The butcher raged, his fleeting hopes dashed. However, he quickly regained his composure, murmuring, "Wait, I currently possess no evidence to substantiate their deceit. If I were to confront them now, I would be too late. How can I possibly unveil their ruse? I need to devise a plan." As the butcher pondered how to expose the Longting generation chip as a fraud, chaos reigned at the headquarters of Eagle NVIDIA. Chapter 156, The Panic of Western Semiconductor Enterprises. Within the brightly lit offices of Eagle NVIDIA's headquarters, a palpable tension enveloped the employees like an invisible net, ensnaring them in a frenzy over the plummeting stock prices. They were frantically scrambling, reflecting on a time not long ago when they had leisurely sipped coffee. Intrigued by the toothpaste factory and massage parlor's frantic announcements aimed at reassuring shareholders amidst the media storm. Little did they anticipate that the inferno ignited by Dreamlight Innovations' launch event would swiftly engulf them as well. For an extended period, Eagle NVIDIA had basked in the glory of their leading GPU technology, dominating the graphics card market, fostering an air of complacency among the ranks. With an innate belief that their GPU performance was unrivaled globally, Indeed, when Chen Jin articulated the graphics processing capabilities of the Longting generation, they were rendered speechless. Before they could regain their composure, disheartening news emerged from the securities department. The company's stock was being offloaded in droves. Upon hearing this, Eagle NVIDIA's executives erupted in fury within their offices, their usual composure shattered as expletives spilled forth from their lips. Their anger was not without justification. Rather, it stemmed from the turmoil that had beset the Eagle NVIDIA group over the past 2 years. The revelation of fabricated computational power demands by a new generation AI model from China had resulted in multiple catastrophic plummets in stock prices, which had fallen from a peak of over 180 per share to a mere 120, culminating in a staggering loss exceeding 1 trillion. Although the recent launch of the latest 6090 graphics card, boasting a remarkable 50 enhancement in gaming performance, had somewhat rejuvenated their stock, bringing it back to 133 per share. This figure still paled in comparison to their former glory, yet it offered a glimmer of hope for recovery. As the preeminent company possessing the most advanced GPU chip technology on Blue Planet, the precipitous decline in their stock prices due to a Chinese AI model had already incited considerable ire. Now, the emergence of such a formidable innovation from China only served to amplify their indignation, filling their hearts with a profound sense of dread. This astonishing performance, even if they were granted 5 additional years, would still elude the grasp of Eagle NVIDIA, unless they too could achieve breakthroughs through the development of new materials as their Chinese counterparts had. The prospects for silicon-based materials appeared utterly bleak. Regrettably, they had embarked on research into carbon-based materials over a decade ago, only to find, after expending billions of dollars, that while carbon materials possessed exceptionally superior physical properties, the current technological landscape on Blue Planet rendered their application in chip fabrication unattainable for at least the next 30 years. This conclusion led them to abandon their endeavors in carbon-based material research entirely, leaving their current efforts in this domain virtually non-existent. To their astonishment, China had shattered their conclusions, employing carbon-based materials in chip production over a decade ahead of schedule and achieving performance levels that were nothing short of extraordinary. Faced with this dire situation, the upper echelons of Eagle NVIDIA hastily relayed this news to a certain swordsman named Huang, convening an emergency meeting under his guidance. Ultimately, after extensive deliberation, they resolved to emulate the strategies of the toothpaste factory and massage parlor, publicly declaring an investment of $50 billion over 2 years for the development of carbon-based material chips, in a bid to counteract the sudden stock price collapse. After all, these two companies had successfully stabilized their stock prices through similar maneuvers, and it was only natural that Eagle NVIDIA, as a technologically superior entity, would encounter no difficulties in doing so. Indeed, the synchronized actions of these 3 companies yielded commendable results. Not only did their stock prices stabilize, but they also attracted new investors, thereby elevating their stock once more. However, while these 3 chip manufacturing companies rejoiced at the cessation of their stock price declines, renowned semiconductor enterprises from the eastern regions of China, such as the 4 Stars Group, SK Group, and North G Group, faced the most severe challenges in their history. During the launch event for Creative Dawn, Chen Jin unveiled the performance of the integrated cache units, transitioning the large screen from the parameters of the graphics processing core to that of the integrated cache unit. The display boldly proclaimed that the size of a single integrated cache unit was 256 gigabytes, totaling 512 gigabytes for 2 units. In an environment where 64 gigabytes of memory was already considered high-end, 512 gigabytes of memory was typically reserved for servers or graphic workstations and could only be achieved through the installation of 16 memory modules, each 16 gigabytes in size. Yet now, 2 cache units integrated within the first generation of Longting possessed an astounding 512 gigabytes of memory. Even if 128 gigabytes were allocated for shared memory, 384 gigabytes would remain available. Such vast memory, combined with incredible data processing and graphics performance, could propel AI large models to unprecedented speeds. Moreover, the performance of these integrated cache units was exceptional, boasting speeds of up to 120,000 MTS, whereas the fastest current DDR5 memory reached only 13,000 MTS. This nearly tenfold disparity rendered the forthcoming DDR6 unlikely to catch up. As the creators of AI large models beheld the parameters displayed on the screen, they erupted into frenzied exclamations. Wow, it's hard to fathom how quickly such a massive memory could process AI-generated images. Considering that S equivalent to the graphical processing power of over 100,6090 graphics cards, could it not achieve 200 images per second? With this memory and graphical prowess, applying it to AI seems rather limited. It should be harnessed for supercomputing and scientific research instead. Just imagine, if used for gaming, could it not support over 1,000 simultaneous instances? That thought alone is terrifying. Observing the commotion sparked merely by a switch of the PPT page, Chen Jin promptly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your enthusiasm. Once I have presented all the core parameters of the first generation of Longting, I will conduct a live demonstration, allowing you to clearly discern the differences between our Longting and the top-tier chips currently available on the market. I kindly ask for your patience." Following Chen Jin's words, the tumult gradually subsided as the audience recognized that without real-world testing of these parameters, their speculations would be futile. Thus, upon hearing Chen Jin promise a live demonstration, the eager crowd quieted in anticipation. Chapter 157. The inaugural launch of Creative Dawn. As the venue regained its tranquility, Chen Jin continued. As you can see, our Longting, despite integrating only 2 cache units, boasts an impressive size of 256 gigabytes each. Judging by your reactions, it is evident that this scale aligns perfectly with your needs, so I shall refrain from elaborating further on its size. Now, let us delve into its performance parameters. Firstly, it achieves an astounding read speed of 120,000 ms. You should all have a clear comparative understanding of this speed. For instance, the latest DDR5X memory can reach a maximum speed of 13,000 ms, which is merely 1/10 of our capability. It is widely known that current DDR4 or DDR5 memory operates on a 64-bit width design, optimized for 64-bit operating systems. Thus, a speed of 13,000 ms translates to 104 gigabytes s. With a dual-channel design, it reaches 208 gigabytes s. While this speed may seem substantial, it pales in comparison to our integrated cache unit S960-bit width design, which is akin to a mayfly shaking a tree. Furthermore, the 2 cache units of Longting are designed in a dual-channel configuration, resulting in a read speed of 28,800 gigabytes s. The implications of such a velocity are self-evident. Therefore, utilizing a cache unit with such extraordinary speed as shared memory not only preserves the performance of the data processing and graphics processing cores, but also significantly reduces the time required for data exchange between different dedicated memory units, thereby enabling swifter task responses. The detailed performance parameters of our integrated cache unit have been presented. Given the multitude of factors influencing memory performance, elaborating on each would require an excessive amount of time. Therefore, I have only expounded upon the principal performance metrics. Should anyone wish to delve deeper, feel free to capture the detailed parameters displayed on the large screen, or await our subsequent updates on the official website. Upon concluding this point, Chen Jin felt a twinge of dryness in his throat, having relayed an extensive array of data in a single breath. It was indeed time for a brief intermission. He added, "I may have been somewhat verbose earlier, to prevent overwhelming everyone with such a deluge of information. Let us take a few moments to pause before we resume the discussion on the storage unit parameters." With that, Chen Jin made his way down from the stage. Upon reaching the backstage lounge, Zheng Dongchu approached him, stating, "Boss, since our launch, the stock prices of 3 semiconductor companies, Yageo Factory, Massage Parlor, and Yingweida, have plummeted dramatically, with declines reaching as high as 18. It appears they are aware of their inability to compete with us, resorting instead to a strategy of delay." "Oh, what precisely does this strategy entail?" Remarkably, all 3 companies are employing it simultaneously. Chen Jin inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Boss, you'll understand upon reviewing this," Zheng Dongchu replied, handing over a tablet. As Chen Jin set down the empty water bottle and accepted the tablet, he observed the displayed information, public announcements from these 3 companies alongside subsequent fluctuations in their stock prices. After perusing the content, Chen Jin couldn't suppress a chuckle. He was amused by how easily the investors have been swayed by a mere announcement. No wonder they say that in the stock market, once one batch of investors is harvested, another is always waiting to be reaped. Although their announcements initially seemed effective, they were merely a stopgap measure and would not resolve the underlying issues. Once we reveal the price of our Longting generation, they shall truly comprehend the meaning of a dimensional strike. "I shall return to the conference," he remarked. "Zheng Shu, please continue monitoring their movements." After returning the tablet to Zheng Dongchu, Chen Jin turned to leave, but suddenly recalled the matter of short-selling stocks. He pivoted back, addressing Zheng Dongchu, and Zheng Shu. "Please ensure the special team is prepared for short-selling. The personnel assisting them will be logging in simultaneously, so they should not be taken aback. This opportunity is exceedingly rare, and it promises a guaranteed profit. We should aim to capitalize on it swiftly. Rest assured, boss, I've already notified them, and they have confirmed their full readiness. Zheng Dongchu replied promptly. Very well, I shall return now. Please keep a close watch on matters concerning the special team, Chen Jin instructed, nodding before exiting the lounge. The special team had been established by Chen Jin a month prior, with the intent of executing a short-selling strategy against the aforementioned semiconductor companies following the conference launch. For an ordinary company, such an endeavor would be fanciful. However, with Chuangxiang Shuguang possessing over 350 billion Huaxia coins in liquid assets, and the Longting generation chip boasting extraordinary performance at an unprecedented price, there was little doubt that the stock prices of these companies would inevitably decline. Thus, with the intent of garnering some foreign exchange, Chen Jin orchestrated the formation of a specialized securities team, recruiting several seasoned experts from other firms to oversee the initiative. Subsequently, he arranged for the AI assistant Xiao Lu to provide comprehensive support, preparing to execute the short-selling plan on the day of the conference to reap substantial profits. After all, in Chen Jin's view, such a lucrative opportunity lay before him. To let it slip away would be to squander it on others, a notion that was decidedly against his principles. Upon returning to the conference stage, the murmurs within the audience gradually subsided. Chen Jin then addressed the attendees. We have previously discussed the parameters of our integrated cache unit, and I trust you are all eager to learn about the final specifications of our storage unit. Without further ado, please direct your attention to the large screen. With that, he transitioned the PowerPoint presentation to the next slide. Despite having been somewhat prepared by the earlier revelations regarding the data processing core, the graphics processing core, and the astonishing performance of the integrated cache unit, the audience was still taken aback, gasping in astonishment at the storage unit parameters displayed on the screen. Chen Jin, observing their reactions, could not help but smile as he remarked, while the storage unit may not significantly impact overall computer performance, the demands for read and write capabilities during extensive data retrieval and file storage are exceptionally high. Our Longting generation integrated storage unit supports maximum read and write speeds of 500 gigabytes and 350 gigabytes per second, respectively, an enhancement several magnitudes greater than the most advanced solid-state drives currently available. In terms of storage capacity, each unit offers a minimum configuration of 10 terabytes and a maximum of 500 terabytes. Thus, two units combined provide a minimum of 20 terabytes and a maximum of 1,000 terabytes. This capacity represents the upper limit of what we can integrate within the chip, should there be a demand for larger storage solutions. Please keep an eye on our official announcements. We will soon be offering external storage modules, so stay tuned. Moreover, thanks to the unique physical properties of carbon-based materials compared to silicon-based ones, our storage unit is exempt from read-write lifespan limitations, thereby theoretically supporting infinite read and write cycles. Having concluded this point, Chen Jin proceeded to summarize the detailed parameters of our Longting generation central processing unit, inviting the audience to reflect on the remarkable performance capabilities it embodies. Firstly, our data processing unit achieves a single precision floating point processing performance of 0.87 teraflops, which is indeed formidable. As Chen Jin began to recount the terrifying capabilities of the various cores within the Longting generation, the audience's excitement grew palpable. They were now intensely eager to learn the price of this groundbreaking chip. Based on their estimates, if the performance of the chip were to be computed according to current market prices, it would likely exceed 2 million. After all, considering the graphics processing core alone, which was equivalent to the performance of 184 units of the 6090 model, and calculating at the current price of 12,000 per unit, that alone would account for 2 million. Not to mention the data processing core's performance, equivalent to 35 units of the 485HX model, which would also be valued at over 100,000. As for the cache unit, if priced at 500 for every 16 gigabytes, the cost for 512 gigabytes alone would be at least 16,000, and that is a conservative estimate. Such high-speed memory could not possibly be priced so low. Finally, considering the storage unit at a minimum of 20 terabytes, it would likely exceed 10,000 as well. When summed together, the total exceeds 3 million, a price far beyond the reach of the average individual. Nevertheless, despite this, they remained eager to discover the price of this chip, for the Longting generation processor represents a completely autonomous development by Huaxia, utilizing entirely new carbon-based materials, thereby eliminating any risk of being constrained by foreign dependencies. In fact, it could very well position Huaxia to assert dominance in carbon-based materials, marking a significant shift in geopolitical standing, an outcome they were most eager to witness. Upon witnessing Chen Jin's comprehensive review of the Dragon Tongue generation's design and performance parameters, the audience below, along with a staggering 300 million viewers in the live stream, began to urge him to disclose the chip's pricing. The overwhelming barrage of comments momentarily caused the live stream to lag. Had it not been for Chen Jin's foresight in ensuring the streaming platforms were equipped with sufficient servers, having influential connections indeed facilitates matters. The stream might have faltered when he discussed the performance of the data processing core. Upon hearing the audience's calls, Chen Jin, although eager to reveal the price, recognized that several parameters remained unaddressed. Thus, he gestured for the attendees to hold their enthusiasm and stated, having recapped the performance capabilities of our Dragon Tongue generation, let us now discuss its power consumption and other interface parameters. Firstly, regarding the power consumption, despite its formidable performance, the utilization of carbon-based materials and our advanced architecture enables it to achieve a maximum power consumption of merely 80 W at a 14 nanometers fabrication process, with a minimum consumption as low as 10 W. In a market where high-end personal computers typically reach power levels in the hundreds or even over 1,000 watts, this can only be categorized as that of a mini-computer. Consequently, our motherboard design indeed takes cues from the mini-computer category. Please refer to the large screen. Upon concluding his remarks, he transitioned the presentation to the next slide, which displayed an image of the motherboard alongside the names of various interfaces, their corresponding protocols, and performance diagrams. The audience gasped in astonishment at the design. They had not anticipated that such a powerful processor could operate with a maximum power consumption of only 80 watts. Was this technology perhaps from the Zenith Star? Furthermore, the motherboard, as depicted, measured a mere 150 millimeters by 190 millimeters, placing it squarely within the IDX motherboard category. Coupled with the absence of a need for external discrete graphics cards, memory, or hard drives, it could be housed within an exceptionally compact case. Imagine it. A computer the size of an IDX board equating to a top-tier graphical workstation equipped with 184-6090 graphics cards. The audience found it hard to believe. Yet, the tangible evidence stood before them, as Chen Jin had arranged for a computer featuring the Dragon Tongue generation processor to be brought to the podium. Upon seeing the compact computer on the podium, Chen Jin grasped its handle and lifted it for the audience to see. He then proclaimed, "Observe this remarkable computer in my hands. Its size is incredibly compact, approximately 3 liters in volume, and weighing around 4 pounds. Even smaller than our current smallest IDX computers. Had we not required sufficient external interfaces, our motherboard could have been even more diminutive. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, I shall demonstrate its performance data using this computer. Once the staff sets up the equipment, we will commence immediately." Following his announcement, staff members began bringing in 4 of the highest-end monitors currently available on the market, a quantum backlit display from the 4-star group, which supports a maximum resolution of 8K, 7680 by 4320 at 120 Hz. Although the resolution was somewhat limited, he refrained from utilizing proprietary technology to create a display, as presenting too many technologies at once would complicate explanations. Thus, to avoid complications, he opted for a commercially available 8K monitor, connecting 4 for a simultaneous display, which also introduced a certain level of challenge while simplifying parameter explanations. As the staff completed the setup, Chen Jin, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers, pressed the power button of the computer. The power indicator flickered momentarily before the screen illuminated with the Creative Dawn logo, swiftly transitioning to the operating system's desktop in under 3 seconds. Almost instantaneously upon pressing the power button, the display lit up. Wow, this boot-up speed is astonishing. Is it perhaps afraid we might reconsider powering it on? Mother, I have finally discovered means to save time. Booting up saves 20 seconds. And if I power it on 10 times a day, wouldn't that amount to a saving of 73,000 seconds in a year? Oh, that seems rather impractical. No, wait. Everyone, this desktop appears to be neither Windows nor Linux. Could be a new system? It certainly doesn't resemble Windows. Is there a tech wizard analyzing the frames? Why the rush? Just wait for Chen to explain. Witnessing such an extraordinary boot speed, both the live audience and online viewers were left in profound astonishment. Given the current computer startup speeds, not to mention the time required to wake from sleep mode, the brevity of this boot was remarkable, especially considering the computer's intimidating performance. However, while many marveled at this astonishing startup speed, some had already noticed something peculiar about the system desktop displayed on the screen. Its layout bore no resemblance to any mainstream operating system. This led them to speculate whether it was, indeed, a new operating system. Yet, Chen Jin did not allow them time for discourse. He began operating the computer with the mouse, launching a recently popular software named Donut, which featured a newly added black hole simulation calculation method, ideally suited for assessing the performance of large computers. This black hole simulation was based on publicly available black hole data from NASA and relevant Chinese departments, combined with proprietary algorithms to create a method for calculating computer performance. It is well known that black holes, as unique celestial bodies, remain largely enigmatic. Despite numerous studies, the data produced only scratches the surface of understanding. Thus, the algorithms employed in this black hole simulation were fundamentally flawed, incapable of accurately simulating a black hole's life cycle, instead merely generating a fictitious black hole from nothing. Nevertheless, this erroneous algorithm garnered a following among enthusiasts as they discovered its surprising ability to accurately gauge overall computer performance, with evaluations being straightforward, simply observing the duration of black hole generation. Thus, upon seeing Chen Jin launch the software, the audience understood he was poised to deliver a genuine demonstration. After all, this test had caused numerous owners of 5090 graphics cards to falter, with their generation times exceeding 3 hours, even for the latest 6090 models. Only those equipped with professional-grade graphical workstations, often housing multiple 8200 and 100 upgraded graphics cards and high-performance processors, could manage to reduce generation times to under 15 minutes. As Chen Jin opened the software and switched to the black hole simulation interface, he addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you are quite familiar with this software. Even if you are not, do not worry, as I shall explain shortly. Firstly, this software is designed to assess the comprehensive performance of computers. It features an embedded black hole simulation mode that evaluates a computer's performance data by calculating the time taken to generate a black hole. In this mode, most consumer-grade graphics cards, whether the 5090 or the latest 6090, struggle with the time to generate a black hole exceeding 3 hours. The current record holder for the fastest generation time is a graphics workstation assembled by a private institution abroad, achieving an impressive time of 11 minutes and 25 seconds. This workstation is equipped with two EPYC 9754 processors from AMD, each boasting a staggering 128 cores and 256 threads, along with 10 NVIDIA 280G professional graphics cards, whose performance can be easily researched online. Furthermore, the workstation is outfitted with a remarkable 1 terabyte of DDR5X memory, operating at a frequency of 12,500 MHz, making its configuration extraordinarily luxurious. Thus, in such a challenging computation mode, how long will our Dragon 1 take to complete the test? I invite you to ponder this as I prepare to begin. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Jin clicked the start button on the software. At that moment, the audience in the venue and those watching the live stream collectively held their breath, fixated on the simulation progress displayed on the screen. They observed the black hole model being generated at an astonishing speed, completing 1/3 in less than 30 seconds. Ultimately, the total time required for the black hole generation was a mere 1 minute and 25 seconds. Incredible. Unbelievable. Less than a minute and a half? Gasped the audience, utterly astonished by the Dragon 1's swift completion of the test in just 1 minute and 25 seconds. The spectators struggled to find words to express their amazement, resorting to exclamations of disbelief. Even the executives from the 3 major semiconductor companies watching the live stream were left in shock, exclaiming in disbelief at the power of such a processor fitting into such a compact chassis. Is carbon-based material truly that formidable? Had we known, we at NVIDIA should not have abandoned our research. This performance should command a hefty price tag, right? Otherwise, our company might face dire straits. Oh my goodness, this technology has emerged from China. Does this mean our company is in jeopardy? Such a vast gap cannot be bridged in a short time. It seems we must find an opportunity to retreat, or our company may face bankruptcy. Of course, Chen Jin was oblivious to the turmoil unfolding among the 3 semiconductor companies, as he was busy copying the software onto 3 additional hard drives, opening the software on each, and subsequently dragging the interfaces to 3 other monitors to execute multiple instances of the software. This allowed for a direct observation of the simulation progress data on 4 screens simultaneously. Chapter 159, An Explosive Price. As the audience witnessed Chen Jin's actions, they quickly realized he intended to increase the difficulty level. This only heightened their anticipation. Chen Jin then clicked the Start Test button on all 4 software windows with remarkable speed. The black hole simulation testing commenced, with the complex black hole model being generated at a visibly rapid pace. However, due to the simultaneous execution of 4 black hole simulations, the pressure substantially increased compared to the previous single simulation, resulting in a slower generation speed. Nevertheless, even so, the overall generation speed remains significantly faster than that of the current record holder. Ultimately, the 4 black hole models were fully generated in 4 minutes and 37 seconds. At the moment the simulation concluded, the venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, as the formidable performance of the processor captivated all present. If one were to view the tags of a mini-computer, a power consumption of 80 watts, and the generation of 4 black hole models within 4 minutes and 37 seconds, one might not find it particularly remarkable and could easily dismiss it with a fleeting glance. However, when these 3 tags appeared simultaneously on a single computer, their significance transformed entirely, representing a historical testament to the chip's technological advancements. At that moment, both the attendees at the launch event and those watching the live broadcast felt a surge of pride. The semiconductor industry in China was finally on the rise. And in an overwhelming manner, standing on the podium, Chen Jin could not help but share the audience's sentiments, recognizing that the semiconductor industry in China was finally ascending. Indeed, whether in the past or present, or from the technological background gleaned from the system, Chinese semiconductor companies had long been subjected to sanctions from Western nations, making the development of an independent semiconductor technology free from such sanctions an exceedingly arduous task. For years, the Chinese government had maintained substantial investments in semiconductor technology, providing various forms of funding, talent, and policy support. Yet, despite these efforts, progress remained limited, although there was incremental improvement each year. The gap to catch up with Western advancements was vast, and Western nations continued to advance their semiconductor technologies at an even faster pace. Therefore, in such challenging circumstances, the emergence of the innovative company Dawn of Ideas, with its groundbreaking carbon-based semiconductor technology and an unimaginably powerful processor, was nothing short of exhilarating. The audience whispered among themselves, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. However, as their exhilaration waned, the pressing desire to know the price of this processor took over. They began to shout in unison, "Mr. Chen, please reveal the price of the Dragon 1. I can hardly wait." Indeed, with such formidable performance, if the price is under $1 million, it will obliterate all semiconductor companies worldwide. Just imagining it is thrilling. Exactly. What if Mr. Chen sets the price at 50,000? Then we might have a chance to experience it ourselves. How exciting. Recognizing the audience's eagerness to know the price, Chen Jin understood that having demonstrated the processor's performance through the black hole simulation, there was no need for further performance tests. As the black hole simulation simultaneously utilized both the CPU and GPU performance modules, directly assessing comprehensive computational performance, other minor testing projects were entirely unnecessary. After all, if a computer could not even simulate a black hole model, its performance in other areas would undoubtedly be lacking. Thus, Chen Jin directly addressed the pricing issue. It seems everyone is quite eager to learn about the price of our Dragon 1. However, to be candid, determining this price is rather challenging. Realistically, to achieve performance comparable to our Dragon 1, one would need to invest at least $2 million, if not more. Therefore, if we were to decide based on this, the price of our Dragon 1 could not possibly be set below $2 million. The price set for our Dragon Core generation is simply beyond the means of nearly 99% of the global population. Naturally, we will not adopt such a pricing strategy. However, if we were to base our pricing on the current market value of mainstream chips, it would be utterly impossible. This is a truth that everyone should recognize, as the performance capabilities of our Dragon Core generation do not permit it to be sold at such a modest price point. The costs associated with our research and development, production, and sales are substantial, and I hope everyone can appreciate this fact. When Chen Jin broached the subject of costs, those who had been eagerly anticipating a low-priced offering of the Dragon Core generation realized their hopes were in vain. After all, in all the years they had attended product launches, they had never witnessed a low price being announced when costs were discussed. Yet, just as they were preparing to adjust their expectations upwards, they heard words that filled them with astonishment. Chen Jin, having just discussed the issue of costs, continued, "However, our intention in launching the Dragon Core generation is to make it accessible for everyone. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of our press conference? Thus, after balancing performance, price, and demand, we have devised a customizable solution. This plan is quite straightforward. Our complete Dragon Core generation consists of 16 data processing cores, 8 graphics processing cores, 2 integrated cache units, and 2 storage units. Typically, an individual does not require such an abundance of cores or such formidable performance. So we have segmented this into various core configuration options for everyone to choose from. For instance, Our data processing cores are available in two configurations, 8 cores and 16 cores. The graphics processing units are also divided into 8 configurations, each corresponding to the number of cores offered. Similarly, the integrated cache units come in two options, 256 GB and 512 GB. As for the final storage units, a multitude of options is available, which can be reviewed on the large screen displaying the details. While this may appear somewhat complex, it ultimately relates to your specific needs. For example, if you desire stronger graphics processing performance, you could opt for 8 data processing cores while selecting the desired number of graphics processing cores. The same logic applies to the cache and storage units. Finally, the matter of pricing, which is of utmost concern to everyone, arises. Although the performance of the lowest configuration of the Dragon Core generation is considerably reduced due to the core segmentation, it still far surpasses any processor available on the market. Therefore, after taking into account our costs and the current chip prices, we have established the price for our lowest configuration, comprising 8 data processing cores, 1 graphics processing core, 256 GB of cache, and 20 TB of storage, at an astonishing 15,888 yuan. The reaction to this price was nothing short of overwhelming. "Wow, this price, my goodness!" exclaimed the audience. "Mr. Chen, you are my hero. From this moment on, I declare this place to be Chen Jin Square. I am in awe, brothers. This performance, this price, Mr. Chen is remarkable, and so is Vision Dawn." At the moment Chen Jin announced the price, thunderous applause, cheers, and even tears erupted from the crowd. When they heard that the price would be reduced through core segmentation, they anticipated a lower figure, but they never expected it to be this low. At 15,888 yuan. Prior to the advent of the Dragon Core generation, one could only acquire a configuration with a 485HX processor, 6080 graphics card, 64 GB of memory, and a 2 TB solid-state drive. Now, for the same amount, one could obtain 17 of the 485HX processors, 23 of the 6090 graphics cards, 256 GB of memory, and 20 TB of storage. The disparity is glaringly evident. Moreover, the maximum power consumption of the Dragon Core generation is merely 80 watts, while the combined power consumption of the 485HX processor and 6080 graphics card can easily reach 500 watts. The savings in power consumption are significant, especially considering that high-end power supplies can cost several hundred yuan. Thus, such a low price prompted them to recall a certain CEO as profound words. Aptly fitting for the current scenario, technology is not lofty and unattainable. It serves the people. This succinct statement encapsulated the collective sentiment of the crowd. However, across the ocean, certain individuals perceived this price as a nail driven straight into their hearts, leaving them gasping for breath. "It's over. Our toothpaste factory is doomed. How can we survive with such pricing? Does Vision Dawn need to be so ruthless?" The CEO of the toothpaste factory, upon hearing Chen Jin announce the price of 15,888, could no longer contain himself and slumped back in his chair, muttering in despair. His eyes were filled with hopelessness, as if he could foresee a bleak future for his company. Meanwhile, the CEO of the massage parlor company and other executives were equally disheartened, staring blankly at the live stream. Such a low price had extinguished any spirit of resistance within them. In truth, the performance of such a chip was beyond their reach. And even given a few more years, they would not be able to create anything comparable. This psychological disparity led them to fervently wish they were dreaming, hoping to awaken to find everything they had just heard was merely a figment of their imagination. Yet the unrelenting live stream confirmed the existence of the Dragon Core generation, revealing that the various chip architecture technologies they prided themselves on were now woefully outdated. Chapter 160, The Shocking Price 2. Their despair did not end there. For just moments ago, their securities department had relayed urgent news about an unprecedented sell-off of their stocks. Additionally, it seemed some were shorting their stock price, causing it to plummet like a deflated balloon, triggering a third trading halt that led to the cessation of market transactions. Although trading had ceased, the prevailing circumstances suggested that when the market reopened, a further decline was inevitable, and likely even more severe. The pricing of the Dragon Core generation had rendered their previous justification for investing in the research and development of carbon-based materials to placate shareholders utterly untenable. After much contemplation, it appeared that only one course of action remained. Meanwhile, at the helm of the leading semiconductor corporation in the United States, NVIDIA, executives convened in an emergency meeting as they watched the live broadcast. The CEO, a skilled swordsman by the surname Huang, felt a surge of anger as NVIDIA's stock price had plummeted below 100, nearly halving from its peak of over 180 per share. However, despite his fury, He could not halt the launch of the Dragon Core generation. Consequently, during the emergency meeting, they made a decision they had previously scorned, to unite with the toothpaste factory, the massage parlor, and renowned chip manufacturers like Qualcomm and SK Group to impose sanctions on China, forcing them into a corner. Furthermore, they intended to enlist the support of Microsoft and Apple to collectively challenge Vision Dawn. Although this decision was fraught with risk, they felt they had no alternative. If they did not fight back now, bankruptcy would soon follow. As the scene returned to the press conference, Chen Jin, having gauged the enthusiasm of the audience following the announcement of the lowest core configuration price, proceeded to unveil the prices for the other versions. In addition to the base configuration priced at 15,888 yuan, the prices for higher configurations would see a significant increase, which could be viewed on a large screen for comparison. First, let us discuss our second configuration, which features 16 data processing cores, 1 graphics processing core, 256 gigabytes of cache, and 20 terabytes of storage, priced at 25,888 yuan. Consequently, my pricing strategy can be interpreted as follows. For each incremental enhancement in the data processing cores, the price escalates by 10,000 yuan. Each additional graphics processing core incurs a price increase of 50,000 yuan, with a maximum configuration of 8 cores. The cache capacity, with each upgrade, adds 3,000 yuan to the price, and the current maximum supported capacity is 512 gigabytes. Regarding storage configuration, for every additional 10 terabytes, the price rises by 2,000 yuan, with the highest capacity currently supported being 1,000 TB. Should anyone wish to purchase an external storage module, our pricing remains consistent at 2,000 yuan per 10 terabytes, with no upper limit as of now. For those interested, please keep an eye on our official website and flagship stores across various e-commerce platforms. We will promptly launch sales following the conclusion of the press conference. In addition, the official pricing for our motherboard, chassis, and power supply set is 1,088 yuan. Our official motherboard boasts 2 full-featured DP15 interfaces, 2 HDMI 2, 3 interfaces, 1 USB 6 Type-C interface, and 1 proprietary Longting 10 interface. The Longting 10 interface is our innovative ultra-high-definition video output interface, supporting a maximum resolution of 153, 608, 640, and a video output refresh rate of 165 Hz. Although no monitors currently on the market support such an extraordinary resolution, its capabilities are indisputable. At this juncture, some may wonder about the price of the processor of 15,888 yuan, combined with the motherboard's price of 1,088 yuan, totaling 16,976 yuan, a figure that may be burdensome for the average consumer. What shall we do then? Is this thought shared by many of you? Upon hearing this, the audience nodded in agreement, some even waving their hands frantically to capture Chen Jin's attention. Noticing this, Chen Jin gestured for them to calm down before smilingly responding, "All right, I appreciate your sentiment. However, this consideration was something we contemplated from the outset. As you know, the performance of our first-generation Longting makes it challenging for us to make concessions. Thus, after much deliberation, we have devised a solution, introducing a brand new Youth Edition architecture. The so-called Youth Edition architecture is essentially a simplified version, a fact that should be familiar to everyone. The Youth Edition architecture bears some resemblance to the first-generation Longting, but differs in several aspects. For instance, its maximum power consumption is only 10 watts, with a minimum as low as 2 watts. Additionally, the area occupied by the data processing and graphics processing cores has been reduced by 70 compared to the first-generation Longting, resulting in a significant decline in performance. The floating point performance of the Youth Edition's data processing core has dropped to 0.15 teraflops, while the graphics processing core's performance has diminished to 0.45 pflops. As for the cache and storage units, after considerable contemplation, we have chosen not to reduce their sizes, maintaining the baseline configuration of 256 gigabytes cache and 20 terabyte storage. Therefore, following the new architectural optimization, our Youth Edition of the first-generation Longting employs a scheme of 6 data processing cores and 2 graphics processing cores, which does not allow for alterations in core quantity, but does permit modifications to the sizes of the cache and storage units. In summary, can anyone guess the price of our Youth Edition Longting? Feel free to take a wild guess. As soon as Chen Jin completed his sentence, a loud shout erupted from the audience. "Mr. Chen, 1999. This calling amused the other attendees, who burst into laughter at the price suggestion. Hearing this figure, Chen Jin could not help but chuckle, acknowledging the enduring impact of Lei Jun's classic pricing phrase on today's consumers. Despite the mirth, Chen Jin reminded the audience, While I understand everyone wishes for a lower price, $19.99 is indeed a tad unrealistic. However, I assure you that our pricing will be absolutely acceptable. Upon hearing this, the audience present, as well as those in the live stream, began voicing their guesses. $6,000, $5,999, $5,699, $6,999, $5,999, $6,599. The air was thick with numerous price speculations, while the live stream chat was even more chaotic, flooded with a myriad of price numbers, rendering the broadcast almost indecipherable without filtering. Chen Jin felt the audience's enthusiasm once again. Although it was a simple interaction, it clearly indicated their fervent desire to express their perceived price point. After approximately a minute, Chen Jin raised his hand for silence and remarked, "All right, everyone, I have been listening closely, and it seems all your suggested price ranges are above 5,000 yuan. Aside from the initial 1999, no one mentioned a price below 5,000. That truly surprises me. Since you all believe our pricing should exceed 5,000 yuan, allow me to offer you a delightful surprise. I hereby announce that the price of our Youth Edition Longting is 599 yuan. Upon this announcement, the audience erupted in astonishment. The hall fell silent for 2 seconds before an explosion of gasps filled the air. Some attendees widened their eyes, mouths agape, their expressions brimming with disbelief, as if questioning whether they had misheard. Others leapt from their seats, pointing towards the stage and exuberantly exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, you're incredible. The dawn of innovation is truly remarkable." Many exchanged incredulous glances, then erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Unbelievable. For just 599 yuan, one could acquire the performance of 2 485 HX processors and 6 6090 graphics cards. Who would believe that?" The atmosphere in the hall was reignited by this price revelation, with everyone reveling in the unexpected delight. Chapter 161. Conclusion of the press conference. Having concluded our discussion on the pricing of the Youth Edition Longting, we can now wrap up the announcement of the first-generation Longting Central Processing Unit. All versions of our chips will be available for purchase on our official flagship store on e-commerce platforms immediately following the press conference, including chips, motherboards, chassis, and power supplies. Please stay tuned. Next, we shall unveil our second product. Please take a moment to view our promotional video. As Chen Jin's voice faded, a promotional video for the Tongfei operating system began to play on the large screen. The video presented a first-person perspective showcasing the various features of the Tongfei operating system and its improvements over current mainstream operating systems. Additionally, the promotional video highlighted the capabilities of the Tongfei intelligent video generation model, which diverges significantly from existing AI models, enabling the authentic generation of any desired video, with outputs that are more realistic and tailored to your requirements. With this model, you can create any video you wish, provided it is not unlawful. After the audience concluded watching the promotional video, realization dawned upon them. Reflecting on Chen Jin's earlier performance tests, they recalled the distinctly different system desktop, which had piqued their curiosity, leading some to speculate that it was an entirely new operating system. At long last, an answer has emerged. It turns out they were not mistaken. This is indeed an entirely new system. However, the basis of its development remains a mystery. One cannot help but wonder if it might be yet another derivative of the Linux system. The audience engaged in fervent discussions, contrasting the raucous cheers that accompanied the launch of the Longting generation with the relatively subdued reaction following the promotional video for the Tongfei operating system. After all, they had encountered numerous operating systems in recent years, with several domestically developed variants based on Linux, leading to a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Chen Jin was well aware of this sentiment. Prior to the unveiling of the Tongfei operating system, he had tasked Xiao Lu with gathering extensive data, learning of several operating systems released in recent years in Huaxia. Consequently, he produced a promotional video rather than simply demonstrating the system live. Noticing the audience's lukewarm enthusiasm, Chen Jin took the opportunity to address them. After viewing our promotional video, it seems that the excitement is somewhat lacking. However, fret not, for I would like to formally introduce our second product, the Tongfei operating system, as well as our third product, the Tongfei intelligent video generation model. You have already gleaned the functionalities and advantages of our operating system and video model from the video, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Additionally, our Tongfei operating system is equipped with an intelligent AI assistant that can adeptly assist you in various tasks. For those interested in experiencing it further, you may download it from our official website at your convenience. Now, I would like to make 2 points clear. Firstly, Our Tongfei operating system is crafted entirely in the Chinese language and is not a derivative of any so-called Linux open source system. It possesses complete intellectual property rights. Secondly, while our system is developed in Chinese, it boasts excellent compatibility with current mainstream computer hardware. Installation is straightforward and drivers function seamlessly, alleviating any concerns regarding incompatibility. Furthermore, we have implemented measures for application operation, utilizing a simulated system environment to support the installation and execution of software in prevalent file formats, with performance loss not exceeding 2. Please note, however, that initial installation may require 1 to 2 minutes for the system to complete the environmental simulation. Your understanding in this matter is appreciated. Of course, we extend a warm invitation to software developers to join our Tongfei operating systems development initiative. We will provide comprehensive programming documentation, interfaces, and financial support. Specific plans will be announced post-event, so please keep an eye on our official website for updates. Lastly, I would like to discuss the pricing of our Tongfei operating system and the Tongfei intelligent video generation model. Our operating system is available in 3 versions: Server, Enterprise, and Personal, with the first 2 being paid options, while the Personal version is complimentary. Detailed information can be found on our website. As for the Tongfei intelligent video generation model, the activation fee is set at 128 yuan per year, with usage rights linked to your account and transferable across devices. With that, we reach the conclusion of our product launch event. If anyone has questions, please raise your hand, and I will randomly select 5 individuals to address their inquiries. Upon finishing his statement, hands shot up throughout the audience. After a brief survey of the crowd, Chen Jin chose a reporter from Byte News and said, "Let us begin with your question. What would you like to know?" Clearly taken aback by being the first selected, the reporter stood, accepted the microphone from a staff member, and expressed his surprise. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for this opportunity. I would like to inquire whether there are plans to export our Longting generation to overseas markets." In response to this inquiry, Chen Jin nodded. "Indeed, we have plans regarding the overseas market, but our primary focus during the first phase will be to prioritize the domestic market, which is expected to last approximately 3 months. This means we will initiate our global sales strategy around May of this year. Overseas users can look forward to it." Upon hearing Chen Jin's definitive answer, the reporter smiled and replied, "Thank you for your clarification, Mr. Chen. I have no further questions." After passing the microphone back to the staff, Chen Jin proceeded to answer 4 additional questions before announcing the conclusion of the conference. "Thank you all. Our inquiries have been addressed, and thus our launch event comes to a close. Please exit in an orderly fashion, and I appreciate your attendance." After concluding, Chen Jin stepped down from the podium and returned to the backstage lounge. Meanwhile, the audience, guided by staff, began to exit, hastening to return home to organize and publish the details of the product discussed at the event to seize the trending topic. Although it was possible to post articles using mobile devices at the venue, it was generally inconvenient. Most attendees only shared key information, as some data required editing on a computer. Back in the lounge, Chen Jin noticed Zheng Dongchu engrossed in his phone. Just as he was about to greet him, Zheng looked up and hurried over, exclaiming, "Boss, we just received word from the special team that our short-selling plan has been a resounding success, attracting substantial domestic and foreign investment. Renowned semiconductor companies such as Yageo Factory, Massage Parlors, Yingwei, 4-Star Group, and SK Group have all faced significant impacts, resulting in plummeting stock prices. As you previously mentioned, we should seize the opportunity and exit swiftly. The special team acted promptly after international funds entered the market and has received high praise for your friend's swift stock management, which significantly aided our efforts. Ultimately, our short-selling profits have exceeded $20 billion US. In response, Chen Jin nodded appreciatively. "Well done, everyone. I will calculate bonuses for the team in a couple of days. By the way, Zheng Shu, please arrange for our product to go live shortly. Ensure that they meticulously check the pricing and descriptions for accuracy before launching. Our products cater to a broad user base, and we must avoid any missteps." Zheng Dongchu was fully aware of the importance of these details. "Yes, boss. I have already instructed the team to conduct multiple checks, and I have verified it myself several times. We are ready to go live upon your command." "Excellent work. Please inform them that the next couple of months will likely see a surge in orders, and the packing and shipping teams will have their work cut out for them. However, they need not worry. The company will provide generous bonuses to ensure they work diligently." "Understood, boss," Zheng Dongchu replied with a nod. With that, Chen Jin exited the launch venue, leaving the remaining tasks to Zheng Dongchu and the staff present. After leaving the conference venue, Chen Jin glanced at the time, which had yet to reach 5 p.m. At a loss for where to go, he opted to return home. Upon his arrival, however, He was taken aback to find an unexpected figure seated on the living room sofa. Cielur. He recalled that today marked her first day at Jinla Technology, and she must be quite busy. Nevertheless, Chen Jin brushed aside such thoughts and walked directly into the house. At that moment, Cielur, having heard the sound of the door opening, turned her gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Jin, a look of surprise flickered across her face, and she hurriedly sprang up from the sofa, leaping towards him. Observing her exuberant demeanor, Chen Jin felt a twinge of helplessness, pondering how she could still be so childlike at the age of 23 or 24. Yet, inwardly, he was quite pleased. After all, who wouldn't cherish a soft, lively girlfriend? As he caught Cielur in her flight, he affectionately cautioned, "Be careful, Lur. If you come to me so quickly, what if I can't catch you?" Nestled against him, Cielur inhaled deeply, resembling a cat, and replied, "I wouldn't worry. I believe Brother Jin will catch me." Chen Jin said nothing further but lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry, proceeding toward his room upstairs. Cielur instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, gently resting her head against his chest. Once they reached his room, Chen Jin set her down by the bed and inquired, "Would you like to sit here for a while, or shall we go look at something together?" Tilting her head, Cielur responded, "It wouldn't be anything confidential, would it? Because I can't look at that." With a gentle pat on her head, Chen Jin chuckled and reassured her, "Rest assured, it's nothing confidential. Besides, even if it were, our relationship transcends such matters. Well, some things are meant to be seen, while others are not. There must be a distinction," she retorted, recalling how her father often taught her this lesson in her youth. "Indeed, my lure is the best," he affirmed, "but this particular matter is entirely innocuous. The product we are releasing does not pertain to the semiconductor industry, and as a result, several semiconductor companies in the West are facing dire straits. Their stock prices have plummeted, and they have even been short-sold by international investors. I plan to take a look at their misfortunes." Upon hearing this, Cielur's eyes brightened with excitement. "Oh, is that so? I must see this." During school, I often heard classmates complaining about the exorbitant prices of graphics cards, and processors and solid-state drives too. If the stock prices of these semiconductor manufacturers are crashing, that would indeed be a source of great delight. After their exchange, Chen Jin seated himself in front of the computer, pressing the power button on the monitor and beginning to navigate through the system. Cielur settled onto his lap, watching intently as he worked. Before long, Chen Jin accessed a website generated by the AI Shaola, which compiled the stock price trends of various semiconductor companies, including Eagle Nvidia, Toothpaste Corp, and Massage Studio, with a number of listed companies exceeding several dozen. The screen was awash with glaring red indicators, signaling that these companies were experiencing a downturn, with several triggering trading halts due to rapid declines, particularly the severely affected Eagle Nvidia Group. Pleased with the display before him, Chen Jin nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Now, this is truly gratifying. It's about time these companies received a stern lesson, reminding them that our Huaxia is not to be trifled with. Indeed, however, Brother Jin, if they plummet too drastically and feel cornered, might they not band together? What we do then?" Cielur, who had been watching closely, suddenly voiced a pressing concern. Chen Jin was well aware of this issue, having prepared for it prior to deciding to launch the Longting Generation 1. After submitting his report to Wang Tao, Wang promptly relayed it to the second elder, and after several days of deliberation, they agreed to proceed with the launch. Hence, in the month leading up to the release, they undertook extensive preparations, primarily focused on addressing potential challenges should Western companies unite against them. Their experiences over the years led them to believe that such a coalition was likely. Of course, the worst-case scenario would merely involve a supply chain interruption for chips. Given that the Longtang Generation 1 and the Tongfei operating system were already in place, this concern was insignificant. As for the chips that had already been sold, there was little to fear from any underhanded tactics by these semiconductor firms, unless they were intent on hastening their own demise. Thus, even if these companies attempted to impose sanctions, there was no need to worry about an impact on Huaxia. Rather, it could facilitate the market expansion of the Longting Generation 1. With this in mind, Chen Jin replied, "Look, our country has made ample preparations for this scenario, so there's no need to fret about their potential alliance. Moreover, we have sufficient stock of the Longting Generation 1, and our production speed is remarkably swift. Should they decide to unite against us, it would ironically work to our advantage." Hearing Chen Jin's explanation, Cielur sighed in relief. "That reassures me. Why were you worried? Have we ever launched a product without being fully prepared?" Chen Jin chuckled at her relieved demeanor. "Oh dear, I was just concerned. Onzième lueur peut-être plus folie. All right. I concede. To make amends for my oversight, I shall grant you a gift. What would you like?" Chen Jin gazed tenderly at Cielo, his voice brimming with affection. Anything I want? Her eyes sparkled at the prospect of receiving a gift. Of course, Chen Jin assured her. Then I want a kiss, she declared, her face flushing. Lure, how daring of you. But since you asked, I shall indulge your request, Chen Jin replied, drawing closer to her rosy lips and gently kissing her. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away as they savored the moment, until finally, Chen Jin's mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. There, shall we go eat? After dinner, we can go out and have some fun, Chen Jin suggested, looking at her. Yes, Cielure nodded softly in agreement. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Jin lifted Cielure from his lap. Once she regained her footing, he took her hand and led her downstairs. In the living room, his grandparents, parents, and other family members were present. His grandparents sat on the sofa, engrossed in their newspapers, while his father was absorbed in his phone, seemingly watching videos. Chen Jin's mother, Li Wan, busily knitted with a bundle of yarn, one of her favorite pastimes aside from dancing. Upon hearing the sound of their descent, everyone's gaze turned toward them. When they saw Chen Jin and Cielure holding hands, smiles spread across their faces. Finally, we were waiting for you too. Let's hurry and eat before the food gets cold, Li Wan said as she set her yarn aside. All right, Chen Jin and Cielure replied, somewhat shyly, before the group made their way to the dining room. After a warm and delightful dinner, Chen Jin took Cielure out for a stroll. As it was still the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, the streets were still imbued with the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival. Engrossed in their playful banter, the two lost track of time. In the days that followed, discussions surrounding the groundbreaking developments from Chuangxiang Shuguang dominated the trending topics. Many netizens who had not watched the live stream were drawn to the fervor of the trending conversations. Upon learning that Chuangxiang Shuguang had developed an entirely new semiconductor and chip technology, they eagerly joined the dialogues. Furthermore, numerous individuals who had promptly ordered the Longting generation and its associated accessories during the launch event began receiving their products in waves. Most of these enthusiasts were avid computer hardware aficionados, with a profound pursuit for optimal performance. Consequently, after assembling their computers and installing the systems, they were quick to delve into the user experience. The results left them utterly astonished. How could a computer operate with such unparalleled fluidity? For instance, when one is accustomed to waiting for software or files to load, the sudden experience of a system that opens everything instantaneously can indeed be disorienting. Such reactions were nearly universal among the first wave of users. Thus, they shared their experiences widely, providing meticulous reviews based on their insights. As a result, following the meteoric rise of the Longting generation, the Tongfei operating system also skyrocketed in popularity. Observers noted that even when the Tongfei operating system was installed on chips other than the Longting generation, it still facilitated seamless operation of software and files, albeit with significantly higher memory consumption than standard Windows systems. Consequently, computers boasting substantial memory, particularly those exceeding 64 gigabytes, exhibited performance that was several times superior post-installation of the Tongfei operating system compared to the original Windows system. This sparked an uproar among netizens, with discussions and praises echoing incessantly. Subsequently, various tech reviewers, from mobile to automotive, and even those unrelated to computer assessments, joined the Tongfei operating system discourse, elevating its prominence to unprecedented heights. Unlike the Longting generation, which required an investment of several thousand yuan for a first-hand experience, the Tongfei operating system was entirely free of charge, requiring neither payment for download nor activation. Therefore, aside from the minimal time and data costs for installation, the experiential expenditure was negligible. Amidst this fervor, the download figures for the Tongfei operating system surged dramatically, surpassing 40 million and continuing to accelerate. Following their installations, numerous netizens provided glowing reviews and enthusiastically recommended it to their friends. Concurrently, the Huaxia government initiated its own measures to expedite the widespread adoption of the Longting generation and the Tongfei operating system, issuing a public advocacy announcement. This announcement not only acknowledged the extraordinary significance of the Longting generation and the Tongfei operating system, but also commended Chuangxiang Shuguang for its achievements. Additionally, it urged government agencies and state-owned enterprises to expedite the transition to the Longting generation processors and Tongfei operating system, while allowing private enterprises and individual consumers to make changes based on their needs. Notably, this advocacy announcement was not merely rhetorical. Following its release, the National Development and Reform Commission of Huaxia issued a second announcement. This subsequent declaration indicated that, effective the day after its release, A special subsidy program for computer upgrades would commence, with potential subsidies reaching up to 15% of the product price. This meant that consumers could purchase designated computer components at a 15% discount, making it a remarkably attractive offer. The specified components, of course, pertain to products associated with the Longting generation. Importantly, this subsidy policy was not limited to individual consumers. It also applied to corporate procurement. Even early adopters of the Longting generation would receive corresponding subsidies. Although a one-time expenditure of over 5,000 yuan for a computer represented a significant financial outlay for many, the potential savings of several hundred yuan during this promotional event encouraged numerous individuals to place their orders. After all, in comparison to the performance of the Longting generation, its price was exceptionally reasonable, almost akin to a bargain. Thus, following the release of these two announcements and the implementation of the special subsidy program, sales of the Longting generation experienced explosive growth. Within a mere 3 days, over 3 million orders for the youth edition of the Longting generation were recorded. Even the standard version saw considerable demand. The overwhelming volume of orders led to a flurry of logistics vehicles continuously shuttling to and from the Chuangshan Shuguang Technology Park, causing traffic congestion on nearby highways. Fortunately, the traffic department intervened to alleviate the situation. Otherwise, the gridlock could have worsened. As the popularity of the Longting generation continued to soar, many corporate users also entered the procurement fray. Companies involved in big data, artificial intelligence, data quantification, and cloud services, as well as research institutes and special effects production companies requiring high-performance computing, found the Longting generation perfectly suited to their needs, and its price was astonishingly low. Consequently, amidst the substantial purchasing activity from both individual consumers and enterprises, sales of the Longting generation effortlessly surpassed 10 million, while downloads of the Tongfei operating system reached an astounding 60 million, all within a span of less than 10 days. Chapter 164. The Alliance of Giants and the Awakening of Giants. However, while discussions surrounding the Longting generation chip and the Tongfei operating system thrived in Huaxia, several semiconductor companies collectively issued a public statement. In this announcement, they claimed that the Longting generation, released by Chuangshan Shuguang, had inflicted irreparable and immeasurable damage to their businesses, demanding compensation amounting to 12 trillion US dollars. They threatened to cease supplying processors, GPU chips, flash memory chips, and RAM modules to Huaxia unless their demands were met. Furthermore, they insisted that Chuangshan Shuguang publicly disclose the technology related to carbon-based materials for the sake of human civilization's advancement. This announcement sparked widespread attention and debate globally, particularly among Huaxia's netizens, who were astounded by the audacity of these companies. Consequently, a massive wave of outrage erupted among the vast body of Huaxia's internet users, who launched a coordinated assault on the company's official social media accounts, inundating them with derogatory comments and mass reports, ultimately compelling them to disable comments in fear of further backlash. All of this was meticulously observed by Chen Jin through the information gathered by Xiao Lu. In truth, upon reading the announcement, Chen Jin felt equally incredulous. Did these companies ever consider the advancement of human civilization when they restricted the export of high-end chips to Huaxia, even going so far as to limit access to lithography machines? Now, faced with competition they could not withstand, they resorted to such shameless demands for technology disclosure. How ludicrous. Initially, he believed these companies were merely collaborating for the sake of sanctions. Now, they were absurdly demanding 12 trillion US dollars in compensation and the disclosure of carbon-based material technology. This was utterly fanciful. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong target this time. After Chen Jin reviewed the content of the announcement, he instructed Zheng Dongchu to issue a public response. Although Chen Jin refrained from employing a sarcastic tone this time, the essence of the reply remained equally incisive. For instance, the recent decline in stock prices among their companies was evidently attributable to the inferior quality of their technology, bearing no relation whatsoever to our company, Chuangshan Shuguang. The audacity to demand compensation from us is utterly preposterous. As for the proposal to disclose our technology, it suffices to suggest that they might first benefit from a good night's sleep. Perhaps they will dream of someone elucidating the technology for them, for dreams encompass all possibilities, as has been substantiated by many. With the release of Chuangshan Shuguang's official announcement, netizens from Huaxia promptly shifted their strategy, replacing derogatory comments with screenshots and inundating posts that had not yet disabled comments. Meanwhile, shortly after Chuangshan Shuguang's announcement went public, the Huaxia government also released a corresponding statement. This announcement similarly condemned the unrealistic notions of these semiconductor companies and their attempts to leverage market dominance to intimidate Huaxia, actions that clearly contravene Huaxia's antitrust laws. Effective immediately, the Huaxia government would initiate an antitrust review plan to conduct a thorough investigation into the market behaviors of these semiconductor enterprises within Huaxia. Any identified violations would result in severe penalties, including but not limited to fines and the confiscation of illegal gains. Upon the issuance of the Huaxia government's announcement, the executives of these semiconductor companies were left utterly astounded. After several days of deliberation and countless speculations regarding potential actions from the Huaxia government, including the possibility of fines, they were completely unprepared for the government's resolute stance. This predicament proved to be quite challenging. At a loss for effective solutions, the executives convened once more to strategize. Unfortunately, despite their discussions, they remained unable to devise a resolution unless they willingly accepted responsibility and complied with the Huaxia government's penalties, hoping for leniency. Otherwise, they were left with the option of a confrontational stance, which entailed ceasing to supply products to Huaxia. However, this posed a significant dilemma. Would halting supplies completely sever their products' market access in Huaxia? After all, if they cease supply, it was conceivable that the Huaxia government might subsequently ban their products from entering the Huaxia market altogether. Consequently, after extensive discussions without arriving at a viable solution, they parted ways in discontent. Subsequently, they engaged in multiple discussions, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. To confront Huaxia was tantamount to cutting off their own avenues for resolution and courting disaster. Setting aside the formidable capabilities of the Longting series, which had already eclipsed countless generations of their technology, Huaxia, as the world's second military and economic power with a population exceeding 1 billion, would not be intimidated by these publicly listed companies. In the eyes of the Huaxia government, their collective sanctions might merely amount to a minor irritant, akin to an ant bite, soon to be forgotten. Reflecting on this, the executives felt profound regret for their initial impulsiveness. Yet, no amount of regret could change the past. Reluctantly, these semiconductor companies were compelled to lower their proud heads and choose a path of compliance. They not only swiftly retracted the controversial announcement previously made, but also issued a new statement with utmost urgency. This new announcement expressed their apologies for their prior actions and a willingness to accept the Huaxia government's investigation and penalties, hoping for leniency. With the release of this announcement, global attention was once again captivated. Observers who had been following the unfolding events were taken aback by such a dramatic turn of events. Just moments before, these companies had boldly proclaimed their intent to cease supplying chips to Huaxia, only to immediately back down after the Huaxia government's announcement. The legendary act of contrition unfolded before their very eyes, eliciting laughter from many. Of course, the Huaxia government had no genuine intention of conducting a thorough antitrust investigation. Considering the Longting series had only recently been launched, with a long journey ahead before it could achieve full market replacement. A comprehensive antitrust inquiry might provoke a reckless response from these companies, a scenario the Huaxia government sought to avoid. Nevertheless, proper procedures had to be followed to uphold national sovereignty. Thus, in response to the semiconductor giant's capitulation, the Huaxia government released a corresponding announcement, acknowledging their apology while affirming that the antitrust investigation was a right conferred by Huaxia law and would proceed as planned. Ultimately, after several days of investigation, the Huaxia government imposed relatively minor penalties for minor infractions, but that was a matter for later discussion. Chapter 165. The 058C frigate sets sail. After a period of fervent activity spanning several weeks, the Longting series and the Tongfei operating system began to stabilize and grow. They had started to penetrate ordinary private enterprises rapidly, with user numbers increasing daily, with sufficient production capacity ensuring stable shipments. It was anticipated that they would soon capture a significant share of the domestic DIY computer market. The subsequent task naturally involved striving for international markets, although challenges such as sanctions from Western nations and rising tariffs were anticipated. However, these concerns did not trouble Chen Jin. If sanctions were imposed, they could simply refrain from selling to those countries. As for tariff increases, that could be easily addressed by adjusting prices, as it was the citizens of those countries who would bear the cost. Thus, following the conclusion of the press conference, Chen Jin delegated subsequent matters to Zheng Dongchu and refocused his attention on the shipyard. The 058C was poised for its sea trials, and notably, 3 frigates would be conducting trials simultaneously. This round of trials would take place in the open ocean rather than in the coastal waters of the South China Sea, necessitating considerable preparation. This included stocking up on provisions, drinking water, daily necessities, fuel, and, crucially, ammunition. Given the nature of the open ocean trials, ammunition was indispensable, especially since the trials inherently involved testing weapon systems. Consequently, Chen Jin instructed the staff to fill the ammunition hold to capacity, envisioning a display for the affluent patrons in the Middle East, which might entice them to purchase additional vessels. After several days of relentless preparation, all 3058 sea frigates were ready to set sail. On Saturday, February 27, 2027, under clear skies, the 3 frigates were elegantly docked at the military port of the South China Shipyard, their metal hulls gleaming in the sunlight. At Chen Jin's command, a few fireworks erupted above the port, and the fully prepared frigates, amidst the gaze of onlookers, sounded their horns before gracefully departing the harbor, steering towards the Pearl River estuary. As it was a weekend, and the route and timing of the trials had been announced in advance, coupled with the heightened attention following the 058 sea frigates unveiling at last year as Haizhu Maritime Expo, numerous naval enthusiasts flocked to the vicinity of the South China Shipyard early in the morning, eager to witness the naval vessels setting sail. The people of Huaxia, known for their love of spectacle, were drawn to the scene, prompting hundreds to gather in curiosity about the unfolding events. Standing on the deck, Chen Jin waved at the multitude of spectators across from him before returning to the command room. Unbeknownst to him, this simple gesture had been captured by numerous onlookers and subsequently uploaded to Douyin, accompanied by captions exclaiming, "Today marks the day the 058 sea frigate set sail." Initially, I merely intended to observe, but to my surprise, General Chen actually waved at us. How delightful! Of course, Chen Jin was oblivious to these developments at the moment. As the 2 gas turbines, each boasting an impressive power output of 46,000 kW, began to operate at high speed, the 3 frigates gradually picked up momentum. Despite their considerable size limiting them to a speed of 20 knots, the initial sluggish acceleration provided a palpable sense of thrust. After more than an hour of navigation, the trio of vessels finally departed from the Pearl River estuary, having bid farewell to the narrow waterways. They were prepared to unleash their full power and commence the performance tests. At that moment, the unmistakable whir of helicopter blades resonated from above, heralding the arrival of an esteemed guest. Prince Fad, a client invited to partake in the sea trials, had not boarded the ship initially. Instead, he had opted to fly in by helicopter after Chen Jin and the others had exited the Pearl River, a decision they had mutually agreed upon. After all, it seemed rather inappropriate for a Saudi prince to appear aboard a military vessel in China. Thus, this alternative method was chosen to avoid any potential misunderstandings. As Prince Fad and his entourage disembarked from the helicopter, Chen Jin approached with a warm smile and greeted them. "Welcome to our 058 sea frigate sea trial. It is rather noisy on the deck, so if you would kindly follow me this way, Prince Fad." With that, Chen Jin led the way, while the prince, unable to contain his curiosity, began to admire the surroundings, exclaiming, "By the grace of the Almighty, this vessel is truly magnificent. Mr. Chen, might I inquire if the delivery timeline could be expedited? I am eagerly anticipating equipping our nation with this warship." In response, Chen Jin turned back with a hint of resignation. "I apologize, Prince Fad, but we are already working tirelessly to fulfill your order. The production of warships involves numerous intricate processes, which simply cannot be hastened further. Moreover, our promised delivery time frame of 1 year is already remarkably brief. I assure you, you will find no one who can deliver more swiftly than we can." Upon hearing Chen Jin's reply, Prince Fad felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, with no alternative, he replied, "Mr. Chen, may the Almighty forgive my impatience. My enthusiasm for this warship has caused me to overlook the challenges you face. I sincerely apologize for my behavior." Following this, the prince performed a gesture unique to Saudi culture, signifying his hope for forgiveness. Observing this, Chen Jin responded with a smile, "It is quite all right, Prince Fad. I completely understand your sentiments. Were I in your position, I too would harbor similar thoughts. Indeed, it is a natural inclination. Therefore, there is no need for you to apologize for your enthusiasm. Now, let us proceed to the command room, where I will introduce you to our sea trial plan." "Thank you immensely for your understanding, Mr. Chen," Prince Fad replied earnestly. With that, the pair hastened toward the command room. Along the way, Prince Fad and his entourage exhibited an insatiable curiosity, observing every aspect of the vessel's interior, including the bustling personnel, machinery, and overall layout. Had it not been for the visionary initiative, they would have found it impossible to acquire such a high-caliber frigate. as evidenced by the fact that Saudi Arabia's most formidable vessels are merely a handful of Riyadh-class frigates. Thus, the pristine and orderly scene aboard the 058C further deepened their appreciation for the profound heritage of the Eastern power. However, given that this was a Chinese military vessel, they were cautious not to scrutinize too closely, mindful that there might be sensitive areas they should not access. Furthermore, as this was their inaugural experience participating in a sea trial, they were particularly vigilant about their conduct. Upon arriving at the command room, they were truly introduced to the marvels of future technology. As a warship that would not be launched for over a decade, its control room bore significant differences from contemporary vessels. For instance, the massive battlefield display system, measuring an impressive 100 inches and utilizing semi-transparent technology, was a creation that would not emerge until 2029, available only from the super factories in the technology park. This system could vividly depict targets detected via radar and sonar, encompassing environmental factors such as hydrological fluctuations, wind, waves, currents, islands, stationary or moving vessels, aircraft above, and even underwater activities. Additionally, it integrated data from fleet communication links and satellites, effectively consolidating battlefield information and presenting it on a map, allowing for immediate situational awareness and precise command decisions. The entire command room featured a minimalist design, devoid of superfluous items. Even the control panel bore fewer buttons than usual. Beyond essential manual controls, such as braking, steering, anchoring, and firing, most functions were touch-operated, significantly enhancing operational fluidity. Consequently, the command room exuded an aura of science fiction, a glimpse of the future. "Prince Fahd, please come over here." Chen Jin beckoned as the prince and his companions marveled at the command room's cleanliness and futuristic aesthetics. Upon hearing this, Prince Fahd approached. Chen Jin gestured toward the map displayed on the screen, saying, "Prince Fahd, if you direct your attention here, you will see our first stop for the sea trial. Fujian Province, China. According to our plan, once our vessel exits the Pearl River estuary, we will gradually increase the ship's speed to conduct hull endurance tests, starting with a speed of 40 knots, then 50 knots, and ultimately reaching a maximum of 60 knots. We will also assess maneuverability at high speeds, among other evaluations. Given that faster speeds result in a steep rise in fuel consumption, although our operational range reaches 500 nautical miles, sufficient for this sea trial, we have chosen to incorporate a midpoint stop for refueling before proceeding to our second location for the next phase of testing. The test will encompass radar and sonar system performance, communication systems, and weapon systems, covering a wide array of projects. Additionally, we will conduct crucial damage control and firefighting tests to ascertain our ability to effect repairs promptly following enemy strikes. Prince Fahd, should you have any inquiries during our testing, please do not hesitate to ask me or our staff. As our esteemed client, we are naturally obligated to address any questions you may have regarding our products." With that, Chen Jin led Prince Fahd toward the observation deck within the command room, which offered the most expansive view of the entire ship, allowing for an immersive experience of the forthcoming high-speed journey. Thus, upon reaching the observation deck, Chen Jin remarked, "Prince Fahd, this is our observation platform. Our entire command room is constructed with high-hardness, single-sided, high-transparency, explosion-proof glass, which not only significantly enhances visibility, but also prevents adversaries from spying on the internal workings of the command center, thereby ensuring the safety of personnel. For now, I shall limit my introduction to this. The remaining details will be elaborated upon by the staff during subsequent testing. As we are about to commence the first phase of testing, I must take my leave momentarily to inspect the preparations. When the testing begins shortly, the pace will be rather brisk. Although you will be able to perceive the changes in speed quite well from here, you may also distinctly feel the vessel sway. Should you experience any discomfort, please do not hesitate to communicate with the staff. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen Jin, for your thorough explanation. We shall manage the rest ourselves." After shaking hands with Prince Fahd, Chen Jin returned to the command room after briefing a staff member on the prince's situation. The personnel involved in this sea trial are all from the Southern Fleet, specifically assigned by Commander He Zhenghua, ensuring that their individual military capabilities are exemplary, which alleviates Chen Jin's concerns. Subsequently, Chen Jin picked up the radio and commenced the first test. All units, commence execution of the first test immediately. Following his command, the 3085C frigates, under the crew's adept operation, increased their engine output, releasing plumes of thick smoke that soared skyward. Before long, the vessels reached a speed of 40 knots. While such velocity would present noticeable turbulence in smaller ships, it merely resulted in slight rolling on the 5,000-ton displacement vessels. The breathtaking speed offered a remarkable visual spectacle, particularly as the bow cleaved through the waves, eliciting awe from observers like Prince Fahd atop the lookout. As the speed escalated to 50 knots, the already magnificent scene transformed into an even more breathtaking sight. The waves before the trio of ships seemed to surrender, parting swiftly to either side and leaving behind long trails of foam. When the speed surged further to 60 knots, the spectacle became utterly exhilarating. The tumultuous sea was violently displaced by the prow of the swiftly advancing vessels, sending forth cascades of massive spray and mist. The ship began to rock vigorously due to the tremendous impact of the waves, requiring unfamiliar crew members to grip the safety rails firmly to maintain their balance, as a moment's carelessness could result in being thrown off balance. The intense visual stimulation afforded Prince Fahd a heart-pounding experience. This sensation starkly contrasted with his prior experience aboard a yacht traveling at 85 knots, where the motion was merely a jarring shake within a confined space, with the force of the waves directly transferring through the hull. Now, it felt akin to being aboard a spacecraft, where the entire vessel influenced one's movement. Mastering the rhythm of this motion could potentially render it manageable. However, for Prince Fahd and his companions, mastering such a rhythm was far from feasible. Thus, after 9 hours of swift navigation, the three vessels finally arrived at a naval docking port in Fujian province to commence refueling. Although the distance traveled was a mere 800 kilometers, approximately 450 nautical miles, the rapid journey consumed nearly 800 nautical miles worth of fuel, leaving them with only 700 kilometers of range. This would significantly impact their subsequent operations, necessitating this mid-journey refueling. Of course, they could have opted for another method by summoning a comprehensive supply ship to assist with the refueling, a suggestion previously put forth by Commander He Zhenghua, considering that 3 warships were participating in the sea trial together, ensuring additional security. However, Chen Jin believed that this was merely a straightforward trial run before returning, thus deeming a supply ship unnecessary. Moreover, a one-day stopover would not pose any significant issues, given Chen Jin's conviction. He Zhenghua and his team did not press the matter further and acquiesced to Chen Jin's decision. Chapter 167, Weapon Testing and Enemies at Sea. The following day, after a period of rest, the temporary sea trial fleet set sail from the port towards the designated location, approximately 800 nautical miles southeast of Baodao province. This site is over 700 nautical miles from the nearest Guam, ample distance for their testing. Departing directly from the Fujian port, the journey exceeded 1,000 nautical miles. At a cruising speed of 40 knots, they would require over 25 hours to reach their destination. Although this duration was lengthy, they had no alternative, as the vastness of the ocean was immutable. In the boundless expanse of the Pacific Ocean, golden sunlight sprinkled like fine gold dust upon the tranquil sea surface. Throughout the prolonged voyage, while Chen Jin did not need to constantly monitor the fleet status, he endeavored to keep Prince Fahd and his companions informed about potential issues they might encounter during the journey. Thus, he frequently conferred with the relevant personnel and relayed the information to Prince Fahd. Naturally, most inquiries were directed to the ship's professionals, allowing Chen Jin to take a more leisurely approach. Along the way, the 3 warships confirmed the structural stability of the hull, including stability at high speeds, maneuverability, and seaworthiness under varied sea conditions. Additionally, the communication and navigation systems were tested and found to align with the predetermined objectives. Next, they simply needed to validate the radar, sonar, and weapon systems to complete their mission. Prior to this, Chen Jin had arranged for 7 surface target vessels to be positioned at the designated site, comprising 3 decommissioned missile corvettes, each weighing around 500 tons, 3 tank landing ships weighing approximately 300 tons, and 1 decommissioned cargo ship with a displacement of 120,000 tons. Such an extravagant arrangement is likely unparalleled. Coordinating the transport of these target vessels required considerable effort from Chen Jin, particularly the 120,000-ton cargo ship, which had nearly lost its own propulsion and thus required external assistance for towing. This caused the contracting company to take an entire month to position it at the specified location. In addition to surface target vessels, several small deep-sea submarines were dispatched for sonar performance testing. As for aerial targets, due to the limitations of space aboard the ship for larger drones, only small rocket-assisted UAVs could be utilized for testing. Before long, the 3 vessels reached the designated target area. Prior to their arrival, the test layout had already been established. The 3 ships were positioned in an equilateral triangle formation, with each warship occupying a distinct position. Spaced 240 nautical miles, 440 kilometers, apart to assess the range performance of anti-ship missiles. Additionally, a target vessel was placed on either side of each ship, allowing personnel on board to visually monitor missile impact and the subsequent damage to the target vessels through telescopes or drones. The 120,000-ton cargo ship was positioned centrally among the three warships for the final firepower strike assessment. Prince Fahd, we are about to commence the testing. At that time, our data will converge here, where you may observe it. Very well, Prince Fahd replied. Subsequently, Chen Jin gestured to the acting fleet commander, Liang, a temporary code name, not his real name, indicating that they could officially begin. Upon receiving the command, Liang showcased his military professionalism and exceptional execution skills. Seizing the fleet's broadcasting equipment to issue orders, I hereby declare that all personnel of the temporary fleet shall enter a state of wartime readiness. First officer, sound the battle alarm. A resolute voice responded, understood. He then activated the alarm aboard the ship, with the other two vessels following suit. Soon, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire ship, its shrill sound seemingly capable of tearing through the tense atmosphere. Prompted by the alarm, the combat personnel swiftly took their positions, busily preparing for the task at hand. With each command issued, the various functionality tests were initiated, starting with the radar's scanning performance assessment, which included, but was not limited to, scanning, locking, and tracking at different ranges. This was followed by evaluations of the sonar system, electronic warfare system, damage control system, and protection system, culminating in the firepower testing segment. Unlike the other assessments, the firepower test encompassed the close-in weapon system, naval gun system, multi-role launcher system, torpedo launch system, and vertical launch system. Particularly noteworthy was the vertical launch system, which underwent multiple examinations. As a vessel lauded for its firepower capabilities, the frigate's vertical launch system exhibited significant disparities compared to existing systems worldwide, with notable differences in its launching methodology. Consequently, the soldiers aboard, encountering this system for the first time, approached it with a degree of trepidation. Thus, they required time to acclimate and master its operation. Ultimately, after 4 days of rigorous testing, the vertical launch system completed all evaluations. When Chen Jin and Prince Fahd stood before the display, viewing the footage transmitted by drones, they were both struck by the formidable power of the Firepower Network's vertical launch system. In the footage, a 120,000-ton superfreighter was struck by an anti-ship missile, penetrating it as if it were made of paper. Its seemingly robust hull offered little resistance. Following the impact of the first missile, a barrage of subsequent missiles descended like rain. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted on the freighter's deck and side, with the ferocity of the blast generating a rolling heat wave and a powerful shock wave, rapidly spreading in all directions like a tumultuous tide. Witnessing this scene from the aerial drone's perspective, Prince Fahd could hardly contain his astonishment. Even Chen Jin found himself internally remarking on the impressive display. During this firepower strike test, the three vessels each launched 2 volleys of missiles, with 6 missiles per volley. In just over 10 seconds, the 120,000-ton freighter endured 36 heavy anti-ship missiles, with 27 direct hits. Consequently, its massive structure was shattered in an instant, sinking beneath the waves in less than 10 minutes. As the freighter vanished, everyone aboard understood that their sea trial had concluded flawlessly. Even the typically composed soldiers could not restrain their jubilant cheers. Following the test, Liang, the acting fleet commander, approached Chen Jin with a report and remarked, "Sir, our sea trial mission has been successfully completed, with all tests passed perfectly. Here is the report for your review." After receiving the document from Liang, Chen Jin smiled and responded, "Well done, everyone. Since our task is complete, let us have the galley bring out the provisions I prepared earlier. Let us celebrate this occasion." "Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of all our comrades, I express our gratitude," Liang replied before moving aside to relay the message. That evening, they hosted a lively celebration. Though termed a banquet, it was essentially a gathering of eating and drinking. Chen Jin had specifically arranged for some special ingredients to be unveiled for this day, as the soldiers had little chance to enjoy such delicacies while on maritime missions, thus serving as a reward for their hard work. The following morning, after the 3058 sea frigates regrouped, they commenced their return journey. This time, they opted for a route towards the southern part of Treasure Island Province, rather than their previous direction. The rationale behind this choice was to conduct the final evaluation of their endurance capabilities. They would travel the extensive distance of over 3,000 kilometers at a speed of 20 knots. However, after covering less than 100 kilometers, they unexpectedly encountered pirates from the land of the rising sun. Chapter 168. the rampancy of the Japanese pirate gang. Upon hearing the term Japanese pirates, Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback. Did the land of the rising sun truly still have pirates? He confirmed. Are you certain they are pirates from the land of the rising sun? Indeed, sir. Although their vessels bear no obvious national insignia, their pirate flag unmistakably identifies them as the Murakumo pirate gang, a notorious crew predominantly composed of individuals from the land of the rising sun. They often take refuge on uninhabited islands along major shipping lanes, evading radar detection while lying in ambush. It is through this method that they have plundered numerous vessels over the years. Li Yang elaborated, pointing out various large floating reef-like islands capable of concealing vessels under 3,000 tons, explaining why their radar failed to detect the presence of these pirate ships, resulting in their ambush. Sensing that Chen Jin may not be well versed in this information, Li Yang provided a brief overview. Oh, the citizens of the land of the rising sun have become so brazen as to form a pirate gang? Has no one taken measures against them? Chen Jin inquired with some confusion. Of course, there are those who wish to deal with them. However, the vessels they target are primarily from smaller nations on other continents, such as Africa, Europe, and Oceania. They never engage with powerful nations. Consequently, no one has intervened with these pirate gangs. Even we, the Huaxiao nation, have reasons not to address them, as their presence has not yet caused us any losses. The small countries they pillage yearn to retaliate against these pirates, but their distant locations and lack of strength hinder them. Should they issue a bounty, the cost would be exorbitant. The reason for this is that the Murakumo pirate gang boasts considerable strength, with over 20,000 members, armed with an array of advanced weaponry, including AK-47s, MP-5 submachine guns, RPGs, individual rocket launchers, and short-range rocket artillery, effectively constituting a medium-sized combat brigade. Most importantly, they possess 2 frigates of unknown origin and several military speedboats, albeit outdated models from the 1970s and 80s. Nevertheless, our investigations indicate that these vessels are generally in operational condition. Liang explained in detail in response to Chen Jin's inquiries. In other words, if we wish to deal with them, we must confront the firepower of 2 frigates and several military speedboats. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Jin furrowed his brow and continued to inquire. Indeed, Chief, Liang replied. According to the videos provided by the victims, the Murakami pirate group invariably deploys those 2 frigates to coerce merchant vessels into submission, thereby extorting exorbitant tolls. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jin voiced another question. Given that they previously refrained from robbing our Chinese merchant ships, what emboldens them now to intercept us? Do they not see the national flag of China flying above us? Moreover, we currently possess 3 state-of-the-art warships, whereas they only have 2 antiquated vessels. Are they truly so reckless as to invite their own demise? In response, Liang shook his head and replied solemnly, Chief, this is precisely the aspect that perplexes me. Historically, upon recognizing our Chinese merchant ships, they have always allowed them to pass without incident. Their current decision to intercept us, despite knowing we are accompanied by 3 warships, is utterly illogical. However, our available intelligence is limited, preventing us from fully analyzing their intentions. At this juncture, Liang paused to ask, Chief, should we issue a public broadcast to warn them? Chen Jin nodded in agreement. Proceed. You are now the acting commander of our temporary fleet. You need not consult me when making decisions. Simply act according to your own judgment. Acknowledging the directive, Liang saluted Chen Jin and swiftly departed. Once Liang had exited, Chen Jin turned to Prince Fad and remarked, Prince Fad, it is highly probable that we will soon engage in combat. Are you inclined to return to the quarters for safety, or shall you remain in the command center? The quarters provide a relatively secure environment, yet rest assured, should hostilities arise, it will not be us who face annihilation. There was a note of confidence in Chen Jin's tone as he spoke. Mr. Chen Jin, I shall remain in the command center. I wish to experience the sensation of naval combat firsthand. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare for me, replied Prince Fad. Chen Jin nodded affirmatively. Very well, but do ensure your safety. At that moment, Li Yang's voice resonated through the public address system. Vessels ahead. This is a test vessel belonging to the China-based Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company, Limited. You have obstructed our passage. Please vacate the area immediately. Repeat, vessels ahead. This is a test vessel belonging to the China-based Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company, Limited. You have obstructed our passage. Please vacate the area immediately. After 3 consecutive broadcasts, Li Yang awaited a response, but when none came, he prepared to issue a further warning. Suddenly, a voice from the opposing vessel interrupted. Attention, Chinese ship. We are aware of your identity, and you are now encircled by us. Comply promptly by shutting down your engines and silencing all ship signals. And submit to our boarding inspection. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. The same message was repeated 3 times over the ship's intercom. The arrogance of this declaration incensed the soldiers on board, who felt compelled to retaliate. However, just as the pirates' broadcast concluded, the radar operator suddenly detected 4 unidentified warships. Observing this, the radar operator swiftly reported, "Commander, the radar has detected 4 large warships at positions 194, 201, 285, and 302, approximately 50 kilometers away and moving rapidly." Additionally, based on the radar signal analysis, these 4 vessels displace at least 5,000 tons. Chapter 169, Situation Analysis. Is it possible to ascertain the specific types of these 4 warships? Li inquirit urgently. Commander, we can identify them, but it will require sonar data for analysis, which is expected to take about 5 minutes, the radar operator responded. Understood. Once the results are available, inform me immediately, Liang nodded. However, before he could continue, another radar operator interjected with urgency. Commander, the radar and communication systems are encountering full-band jamming signals from 4 directions. Fortunately, the system has filtered these signals and remains unaffected. Maintain vigilant observation of enemy movements and report any unexpected developments promptly, Li Yang instructed. The realization that the pirates had initiated full-band jamming confirmed to Li Yang that their audacity in intercepting them was not merely due to the addition of 4 warships. This jamming tactic was their trump card. Yet, the rationale behind deploying such a tactic puzzled him. After all, based on publicly available technologies, there was no indication that these pirates possessed full-band jamming capabilities. If they had indeed been concealing it, why reveal it now? As he pondered this conundrum, Li Yang approached the battlefield sand table imaging system for a closer inspection. After some time, Li Yang murmured, "They first demanded we silence our ship's signals and intended to board us, and now they are attempting to encircle us with 4 unidentified warships, displacing over 5,000 tons. Furthermore, they have implemented full-band jamming. All these indicators suggest that their objective is not mere robbery. They must have ulterior motives. But what could those motives be?" At that moment, the first radar operator, having completed the analysis of the 4 warships, approached Li Yang with a report in hand and stated, "Commander, after cross-referencing our radar and sonar data, we have confirmed the identities of the 4 unidentified warships. They are Akizuki-class destroyers from Japan." Akizuki-class? Are those not the vessels equipped solely by Japan's maritime self-defense force? How could they possibly be colluding with pirates? Li Yang exclaimed, suddenly aware that something was amiss. He hurried to the captain's console, seized the ship's intercom, and spoke rapidly. "Attention all personnel, attention all personnel. The ship is now entering combat readiness level 1. Everyone return to your stations and prepare for full combat operations. Simultaneously, all vessels maintain formation and initiate full power reverse maneuvers. We must swiftly extricate ourselves from the enemy's encirclement." He repeated the directive 3 times over the intercom before swiftly approaching Chen Jin, stating, "Chief, based on the information we currently possess, I believe Japan's objective may very well be our 3 frigates. They likely intend to use their pirate guise to hijack our vessels, thereby creating confusion. However, I am left with one lingering question. What emboldens them to attempt such a brazen act? Setting aside our military capabilities, do they not fear that their actions will be traced back to them by China?" After listening to Li Yang's analysis, Chen Jin fell silent for a moment before posing his own question. "Just moments ago, they have indeed subjected us to full-band jamming interference, correct?" "Yes, Chief." Li Yansukchinkli replied. "Given that they have executed full-band jamming interference against us, let us boldly speculate. First and foremost, there is the matter of our capabilities. Our recent announcement concerning distant ocean testing follows the conventional procedures of sea trials. Even with our weaponry, our strength remains rather limited, and it is evident that they were not unprepared, as demonstrated by their deployment of 4 destroyers. Alas, they have encountered an unconventional situation this time. Moreover, they initially presented themselves as pirates, during which the 4 Akizuki-class destroyers were conspicuously absent, effectively crafting a false identity for us. If we were to report this information back home now, it would merely convey that we were intercepted by pirates. Subsequently, the arrival of the 4 Akizuki-class destroyers, which immediately activated full-band jamming interference to obstruct our signal transmission and disrupt our radar, rendered us incapable of relaying the latest information. Although we are aware that this is the work of the minor nation, our homeland remains oblivious, having received only the news of our interception by the Murakumo pirate group. Ultimately, After they complete their hijacking, they could conveniently eliminate the Murakumo pirate group, leaving no witnesses. Even if our nation suspects the involvement of the minor nation, they will be unable to provide evidence, as our final transmission was merely that we were intercepted by pirates. Consequently, our country would not only be unable to impose effective sanctions against the minor nation, but might even feel compelled to express gratitude, considering they eradicated the Murakumo pirate group. As a veteran bookworm of 10 years, Chen Jin, upon hearing Liang mention the pirate's identity, instantly discerned the true intentions of the minor nation. Was this not a classic case of using another's hand to kill? The minor nation truly harbors lofty ambitions. Upon hearing Chen Jin's analysis, Liang also suddenly realized, exclaiming, no wonder I always felt something was amiss, but could not articulate it. It turns out the minor nation intends to use a knife to kill, albeit they have chosen the wrong target. Indeed, let us first report the information we have gathered to our homeland, then request permission to open fire. Since these little devils wish to employ treachery, we shall stage a counterattack, demonstrating our strength while conveniently acquiring the reputation of having eliminated pirates. 2 birds with 1 stone. As Chen Jin cheerfully remarked. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately, Liang replied before hastily departing. Soon after, Liang ensured that the information collected thus far was transmitted back to the homeland, expressing a desire to request permission for preemptive fire. This maneuver completely disregarded the minor nation's full-band jamming interference. Chapter 170. The order to sink from above. Meanwhile, aboard the Akizuki-class destroyer fleet of the minor nation, as Liang commanded a full-power retreat, the radar operators aboard the minor nation's fleet noted an anomaly. The distance displayed on the radar between their ships and the enemy vessels was rapidly increasing. This indicated that the enemy was indeed retreating and at a far greater speed. The radar operator, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly reported to the commander. Report, Ichoken, the Chinese warship is retreating at an accelerated pace, significantly faster than us. The distance is widening considerably. Upon hearing this, the minor nation's commander, Ichiro Harukida, changed countenance, muttering in disbelief. What is happening? Are they truly attempting to escape? However, there was little time for speculation, so he quickly commanded, increase our power to maximum. We must pursue and not allow them to escape. With Ichiro Harukida's orders, the 4 Akizuki-class destroyers swiftly ramped up their engine power, exceeding speeds of 30 knots. Yet, despite their superpowered pursuit, the distance between them and Chen Jin's fleet continued to grow. Ichiro Harukida was filled with anxiety, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He knew that if they allowed Chen Jin to escape, all their prior efforts would be in vain, plunging the minor nation into an exceedingly passive predicament, and he would be branded a traitor. At that moment, a staff officer hurriedly approached, visibly flustered. Ichoken, our engines are operating beyond capacity. If this continues, we may encounter a malfunction. Ichiro Harukida glared fiercely at him, barking. Immediately report to the homeland. Inform them that the Chinese warship is exceptionally fast, and we are unable to catch up. Request permission to sink them. Yes. The staff officer dashed away to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Ichiro Harukida stood on the bridge, peering through his military binoculars, straining to locate Chen Jin's fleet. Unfortunately, the distance had already stretched beyond 55 kilometers, rendering them invisible through the lens. Just as despair began to settle in, a disheartening sound reached his ears. Beep, beep, beep. As the urgent and abnormal signal alert sounded, the radar operator, busy with his duties, was the first to notice the alert. Instinctively checking the full-band jamming interference system interface, he found it was indeed operational. How could this be? The radar operator wasted no time and quickly approached Ichiro Harukida. Report, Ichiro-kun, the radar system has detected a segment of satellite signal emanating from the Chinese fleet. We are unable to interfere or intercept. What? Do we not implement full-band jamming interference against them? How can they still transmit signals? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Ichiro Harukida's expression changed dramatically. He seized the operator by the collar and demanded, report. Ichiro-kun, we are currently analyzing the issue. The specific cause is still unclear, stammered the radar operator, terrified by the confrontation. Hurry and analyze it. If this mission fails, we shall all be branded as traitors of the Empire. Prepare to commit seppuku. With an angry huff, Ichiro Harukida released the radar operator's collar and replied, Yes, I will analyze it immediately. Freed from his collar, the radar operator hurried back to his workstation, immersed in frantic activity. This scene was once again fully overheard by other personnel of the minor nation. The earlier full-power retreat of the temporary sea trial fleet had already hinted at the seriousness of the situation, yet they still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, this time, with their own full-band jamming interference in operation, the Chinese fleet was somehow still able to transmit information, delivering a crushing blow that obliterated their last shred of hope and enveloped them in chaos. It is imperative to remember that they had prepared to hijack the Chinese warships, a move indistinguishable from instigating war. Amid the ensuing turmoil, as the minor nation-S fleet realized their plot had been exposed in the Southern War Zone Command of China, Commander He Jinghua, upon receiving the report of the second transmission from the temporary sea trial fleet, could not help but grow solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "First, let them break free from the encirclement at maximum speed, then prepare for battle. Should the enemy open fire first, there is no need for further reports. Return fire immediately. This minor nation truly dares to act against my people. As for the authorization to open fire, I shall promptly request it from above and ask them to wait for 3 minutes." Yes. Upon receiving the order, the subordinate swiftly exited He Jinghua's office, racing against time to contact the temporary sea trial fleet. After watching his subordinate leave, He Jinghua retrieved the satellite phone from earlier and dialed the Grand Elder's number. The call connected swiftly, and He Jinghua spoke in a hurried, yet coherent manner. "Grand Elder, this is He Jinghua. The fleet led by Chen Jin is currently undergoing sea trials in the Pacific and has encountered an interception by a fleet of 4 Akizuki-class destroyers from the small country of Japan. They have activated full-spectrum jamming interference, clearly well-prepared, thus placing their situation in a state of dire urgency." On the other end of the line, the Grand Elder's steady voice responded, "Jinghua, do not panic. Please elaborate on the situation." He Jinghua, aware of the gravity of the matter, promptly relayed the information received from the temporary sea trial fleet to the Grand Elder and requested authorization to engage in active fire. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder replied, "Since the small country of Japan seeks to play a two-birds-with-one-stone game, it would indeed be a pity for us not to indulge them. Jinghua, immediately inform Chen Jin and his team that we have approved their request for active fire, but they must ensure the safety of our personnel." The Grand Elder then emphasized with increased gravity, "Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, sink those 4 Akizuki-class destroyers. Even if complete destruction is not feasible, they must suffer severe damage and lose all combat capability. This is an exceptional opportunity to weaken the small country's power. We cannot afford to let it slip away." Understood. With clear instructions in hand, He Jinghua ended the call. He then summoned his subordinate and instructed, "Reply to the temporary sea trial fleet, informing them that their request for active fire has been approved. They may engage at any time, but they must prioritize their safety and ensure that our personnel remain unharmed. Additionally, the higher-ups have made it clear that if an opportunity presents itself, we must sink those 4 Akizuki-class destroyers. Even if complete annihilation is not possible, they must sustain significant damage and lose their combat effectiveness. Therefore, let them strike fiercely. There is no need to fear any repercussions, as the higher-ups will cover any issues. I have long had an aversion to that small country of Japan. Damn it. Yes." The subordinate accepted the command and departed. Chapter 171, A Call for Assistance. Subsequently, He Jinghua felt the situation was still precarious, considering that the small country had 4 destroyers and 2 outdated frigates. Although the 058C frigate boasted superior firepower compared to the small country, a 3-6 confrontation was still a daunting prospect. After all, it is often said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, He Jinghua picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. Before long, the call connected, and the voice on the other end inquired, "Commander, what orders do you have for today?" "Li Ling, what is the current location of the Chi Lu aircraft carrier?" He Jinghua did not respond to the inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own. "Commander, the Chi Lu aircraft carrier is currently on a patrol mission near the Dongsha Islands. Is there a problem?" Upon hearing He Jinhua's question, the voice on the other end quickly replied, "It is a highly urgent matter. The temporary sea trial fleet, led by Chen Jin, has recently been intercepted by 4 Akizuki-class destroyers from the small country of Japan, along with the Murakumo pirate group. The situation is extremely critical. I have already dispatched orders for them to engage freely, but I fear unforeseen incidents may arise. So I am preparing to send the Chi Lu aircraft carrier for support. However, if the Chi Lu is near the Dongsha Islands, it won't be able to reach them in time. Li Ling, I will send you a coordinate. Quickly check which of our naval vessels are nearby and report back to me immediately." He Jinghua experienced a moment of disappointment upon learning that the Chi Lu aircraft carrier was near the Dongsha Islands. Meanwhile, Li Ling, Recognizing the severity of the situation after He Zhengguo's explanation, promptly responded, "Understood, Commander. I will check right away." After speaking, Li Ling immediately began searching on the computer. Soon, he discovered a promising target, the Liaoning Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. The Liaoning Battle Group had just concluded a joint military exercise with the Arctic Bear 2 days prior and was en route back. They were now less than 600 nautical miles from the coordinates provided by He Zhengguo. If it were an ordinary warship, traversing that distance would take over 10 hours, by which time it would be too late. However, aircraft carriers are different. They carry fighter jets. At fighter jet speeds, that distance could be covered in just over 10 minutes, allowing them to arrive at the battlefield and engage in combat. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ling exclaimed, "Commander, our Liaoning Aircraft Carrier Battle Group is precisely in the vicinity of that coordinate, less than 600 nautical miles away." "What? This is excellent news. I recall that the Liaoning had just completed their military exercise a couple of days ago. They should have been returning from the north of the small country. So why are they coming back from the south?" He Zhengguo responded with surprise. "Commander, have you forgotten? The Liaoning is scheduled to dock at Chen Jin on March 15th for an open house day for the aircraft carrier." "Oh, right, I must be getting forgetful," He Zhengguo admitted. "Very well, Li Ling, contact them immediately, explain the situation, and request that they arrange for support as quickly as possible. Be sure to inform them that the 4 enemy vessels are of unknown identity, allowing us to engage them directly. Remember, we can indeed sink them. I have already reported this matter to the higher-ups, so there is no need to worry about any repercussions." "Understood." Li Ling acknowledged the command and immediately set about making contact. Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the Liaoning aircraft carrier, "Report to the commander. We have received an urgent message from Colonel Li Ling of the Southern Theater." Upon receiving the message from Li Ling, the communications officer hurriedly reported to the fleet commander. Zhang Qi, puzzled by the urgent communication from the Southern Theater, wondered if there was a significant event unfolding. He took the telegram from the communications officer and began reading it. As he read, his brow furrowed deeply, and he quickly responded, "Verify the authenticity of this telegram." "Understood." The communications officer promptly acknowledged. Before long, he returned and reported, "Commander, Colonel Li Ling's identity has been confirmed, along with validation from Commander He Zhengguo. The identities are verified as accurate." "Good. Summon Lu Si to me and inform him that there is an urgent mission." Zhang Qi commanded decisively. "Yes." The communications officer quickly departed. Within a minute, a man approximately 35 years of age entered the bridge of the Liaoning aircraft carrier. This was Lu Si, the individual Zhang Qi had referenced. He inquired, "Commander, you call for me?" "Indeed. We have just received an urgent telegram from the Southern Theater Command, stating that due to the time-sensitive nature of the situation, Zhang Qi swiftly summarized the circumstances for Lu Si. "What? The small country dares to attack our warships? Do they wish to instigate a war?" Lu Si exclaimed in anger upon hearing Zhang Qi's explanation. Shaking his head, Zhang Qi replied, "Lu Si, this is not the time for such discussions. Immediately arrange for 3 flight squadrons and 1 early warning aircraft to proceed to support at maximum speed, striving to sink the enemy warships. Be aware that these are real adversaries, and they are 4 of the small country's main destroyers, whose strength cannot be underestimated. Ensure that they prioritize their safety." "Understood." After receiving the command, Lu Si saluted and swiftly departed to organize the mission. Zhang Qi, watching Lu Si leave, turned his attention back to the telegram in hand. Subsequently, he seized the fleet's broadcast microphone beside him and declared, "Attention all personnel! Attention all personnel! We have just received a distress signal requesting support from the Southern War Zone. The telegram states that our temporary sea trial fleet is under attack by 4 Akizuki-class destroyers from the Empire of the Rising Sun and an interception group known as the Murakumo Pirates. The situation is exceedingly grave. As members of the People's Navy of Huaxia, it is our sacred duty to protect our homeland. Now is the time for us to step forward. Effective immediately, all units shall enter a state of level 2 combat readiness. All vessels increase speed. We shall strive to reach the battlefield at the earliest opportunity." Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the flagship of the temporary sea trial fleet, after the communications officer relayed the received response to Li Yang and Chen Jin, both men's eyes gleamed with determination. After exchanging a glance, Li Yang took to the fleet's broadcast once more and proclaimed, "Attention all, we have just received orders from higher command. The directive permits us to engage freely and urges us to sink all enemy destroyers. Brothers, the opportunity for glory has arrived." Following Li Yang's impassioned speech, the soldiers aboard the vessel felt their spirits ignite with fervor. Chapter 172. devastating strike. Liang then began to strategize the attack plan. The enemy possessed 4 vessels, whereas we had only 3, making one-on-one confrontations unfeasible. Thus, we needed to disperse our targets. The first vessel shall engage the enemy's ships 1 and 2, original positions 194 and 201, using a 66 separation attack mode. The second vessel will target enemy ships 3 and 4, original positions 285 and 302, also utilizing a 66 separation attack mode. The third vessel will provide supplementary fire using a 3,333 separation attack mode. As for the remaining 2 antiquated ships, we shall disregard them for now. Our focus will be on eliminating the enemy destroyers first. We aim to deliver a double salvo to annihilate them, leaving them no opportunity for retaliation. Therefore, all units must launch missiles with utmost speed, allowing them to experience the taste of our firepower. Upon concluding his orders, the captains of each ship swiftly mobilized. A multitude of commands were rapidly input by the operators, relaying to the central computer system. The Firepower Network missile launch system was activated, with a preset launch quantity of 12 missiles. Beep, the missile launch system confirmed successful activation, with a charging time estimated at 3 seconds. Beep, charging complete. The hatches have opened, and we are ready to launch. The fire control radar is now being activated. Activation successful. Target acquisition in progress. Target locked. Strike mode adjustments underway. Beep, adjustment successful. Observing this, the missile operator promptly informed the captain, "Captain, all strike targets are locked in. We may proceed with launch." In response, the captains of each ship wasted no time and succinctly commanded, "Fire." With that command, 12 missiles swiftly erupted from the launch bays, igniting as they soared towards the enemy vessels. Following the first salvo, the missile launch system began its second charging cycle, with an estimated time of 5 seconds. Beep. Charging complete. The hatches have opened, and we are ready to launch. Fire. With the completion of the second charging cycle, the missile operator pressed the launch button once more, unleashing another 12 anti-ship missiles from the bay. Thus, a total of 72 anti-ship missiles were unleashed in 2 simultaneous salvos, akin to furious fire dragons, trailing long tails as they hurtled towards the enemy fleet. Meanwhile, on the side of the enemy fleet, alarms blared, warning. Warning. Fire control radar engaged. Fire control radar engaged. As the temporary sea trial fleet activated their fire control radar, chaos ensued among the enemy ranks. Yet, before they could react, the radar system emitted another piercing alert. Warning. Warning. Incoming missile. Incoming missile. As a series of frantic alarms echoed, Ichiro Haruta's eyes widened in terror, frantically commanding his crew to initiate evasive maneuvers. Quick. Activate the air defense system and launch the anti-aircraft missiles at maximum speed. As the orders were issued, the enemy fleet's anti-aircraft missiles ascended, forming what appeared to be an impenetrable interception net across the ocean. However, as more anti-aircraft missiles soared into the sky, Ichiro Haruta felt an increasing sense of dread. For the number of missiles fired fell far short of the incoming onslaught. He fixated on the radar screen, watching the missile signals approach relentlessly. 72 signals in total. How could they hope to intercept such an overwhelming assault? In that moment, Ichiro Haruta regretted accepting this mission. Wouldn't it have been better to stay home with his wife and children? Yet, there are no pills for regret in this world. One must take responsibility for their choices. At a distance of over 60 kilometers, with the YJ-27 missiles achieving speeds up to 47 Mach and terminal velocities reaching 56 Mach, they would arrive at their target in under 50 seconds. Conversely, the Sea Sparrow missiles carried by the Akizuki-class destroyers, with a maximum speed of only 4 Mach, were utterly inadequate for intercepting the YJ-27s. Thus, the fate of these 4 Akizuki-class destroyers was all but sealed. Boom! 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 With successive impacts, a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted as the first enemy ship succumbed to the onslaught. Under the barrage of 9 YJ-27 missiles, one penetrated its ammunition magazine deck, creating a gaping hole. Moments later, a second wave of 9 missiles struck, diving through the breach and directly hitting the ammunition store. Boom! With an even more intense explosion, the violent chain reaction obliterated the ship, tearing it asunder and sending it plummeting to the ocean depths. The crew aboard had no time to scream. Swept away by the force of the cataclysm, the fates of the other 3 vessels were similarly dire. Although the 4th ship was spared a direct hit on its ammunition store, it was struck twice on its side by missiles, ripping a gaping wound in its hull. With torrents of seawater rushing in mere moments, a portion of the vessel sank beneath the waves. At this rate of inundation, it would likely succumb to the depths within 5 minutes. As for the remaining ships 2 and 3, their luck was slightly better. They had not been directly struck on their waterline, allowing them to remain afloat. However, their decks and bridge had suffered grievous damage, evident from the half-destroyed bridge and numerous craters on the deck, testifying to the magnitude of the assault they endured. In stark contrast to the devastation faced by the enemy fleet, the sonar operator aboard the temporary sea trial fleet was diligently analyzing the sounds emanating from the water. Soon, the sonar operator accurately detected the desired signals and promptly turned to Li Yang, reporting, "Commander, the sonar system has received 3 signals of objects entering the water. 2 of these occurrences originated simultaneously from the same direction. 2 signals from the direction of the enemy's first vessel and 1 from the 4th vessel. Based on our current analysis, the 2 signals from the first vessel were caused by its hull breaking apart." Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to the captain of the first vessel, instructing, "Immediately deploy our drones to assess the situation. If the remaining 2 enemy vessels still possess combat capability, we shall continue our assault." "Aye, sir." Receiving the command, the captain of the first ship promptly made the necessary arrangements. In a short while, 2 military-grade drones were launched from the catapult, swiftly heading towards the small sun fleet. Chapter 173, Aftermath. Given the drone's relatively modest speed of just over 300 kilometers per hour, it took nearly 11 minutes for them to traverse the 60-plus kilometers to their destination. Subsequently, the drone operators transmitted the footage to the sand table imaging system. The images revealed that out of the original 4 Akizuki-class destroyers, 2 had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a myriad of oil slicks and debris on the water surface. Meanwhile, on the 4th vessel, numerous personnel from the Small Sun Nation were seen struggling. Without aid, they would likely soon become prey for sharks. As for the position of the first ship, apart from a considerable amount of burning debris, no individuals from the Small Sun fleet were spotted floating in the water, which corroborated previous speculations. Chen Jin, Li Yang, and Prince Fad exchanged satisfied nods upon witnessing the dire state of the Small Sun fleet on the screen. Li Yang, with a hint of jest, remarked, "It appears that the remaining 2 vessels were merely fortunate. The missiles struck their decks. We must be more vigilant next time. It would be quite embarrassing if word got out that all 18 missiles failed to sink a single destroyer." Haha, they say nothing is absolute. So what is the embarrassment in that? Although the 2nd and 3rd vessel from the Small Sun fleet were fortunate enough not to be directly sunk, a couple of additional strikes from us would certainly send them to the depths. Chen Jin, responding in kind to Li Yang's playful banter, added, "Indeed, but at this juncture, we needn't waste our missiles. Let us simply maneuver our ships closer and deliver a couple of torpedoes to them, then swiftly eliminate this Murakumo pirate group." "Very well. You may decide on the specific arrangements." Li Yang. Chen Jin acquiesced to Li Yang's proposal. Li Yang then took to the fleet's intercom, announcing, "Attention, all crew members, attention. 2 out of the 4 Small Sun warships have been directly sunk by us. Although the remaining 2 have not been sunk, they have lost their combat capability and now float like 2 iron boxes on the surface. As we all know, our mission is to sink the enemy, and thus our task remains incomplete. Therefore, we still have some aftermath work to do. For instance, let us treat them to a couple of torpedoes. Henceforth, all ships, heed my command. Immediately alter course and proceed at maximum speed towards the Small Sun fleet. Upon reaching within 3 kilometers of the target, the first ship will engage, while the 2nd and 3rd will maintain vigilance." Following Li Yang's orders, the 3058C frigates swiftly adjusted their course towards the coordinates of the Small Sun fleet. 14 minutes earlier, aboard the Liaoning aircraft carrier battle group, on the bridge of the Liaoning. "Commander, the long-range radar has detected missile flight signals originating from a vicinity near our temporary sea trial fleet, and the number of signals is substantial. Moreover, at a distance of approximately 60 kilometers from the temporary fleet, a few missile flight signals have also been detected, confirming that our forces have engaged with the Small Sun fleet." After the temporary fleet launched its missiles, the Liaoning, equipped with advanced long-range radar, immediately identified the missile signals. The radar operator, not daring to delay, promptly reported the situation to Commander Zhang Qi. Upon hearing this, Commander Zhang, somewhat anxious, exclaimed, "How could contact occur so swiftly? Our forces haven't even arrived yet. Did the Southern Theater not inform them of the reinforcements? This won't do. Hurry and check if any of our satellites are passing over that area. If so, apply for their deployment immediately. Use request code 956-2712, quickly." "Yes, sir." The radar operator immediately set to work. Before long, He located the relevant satellite information and began inputting the request code. Given that the code provided by Zhang was a unique one-time use code for the Liaoning carrier group, it possessed a high level of authorization. Thus, once the radar operator entered the code, it was swiftly approved. He then transmitted the satellite imagery to the large screen and reported back to Commander Zhang. Commander, we have 2 satellites scheduled to pass over the target area in 2 minutes, one of which can alter its trajectory and remain for 1 minute. I have switched the feed to the large screen for your review. Good, replied Commander Zhang, fixing his gaze on the screen, as did the others on the bridge. 2 minutes later, the target satellite appeared directly overhead the small sun fleet. The footage revealed multiple spots of fire erupting on the surface of the water. And upon magnifying the image, the situation became strikingly clear. All 4 Akizuki-class destroyers were ablaze, with one visibly split in 2 and nearly submerged. This scene left the individuals on the bridge utterly astonished. Even Commander Zhang could not suppress a gasp of disbelief, exclaiming, "What is happening?" I recall that the Akizuki-class destroyers are their mainstay vessels. How could they be destroyed in less than 2 minutes? And all 4 at once? What is the situation with this temporary sea trial fleet? Confounded by the circumstances, Zhang called for an officer and instructed, "Investigate the vessel information of this temporary sea trial fleet and report back to me promptly." "Yes, Commander. I will look into it right away." The officer swiftly grabbed a tablet and began to search. In mere moments, he discovered the relevant information about the temporary sea trial fleet within military communications. He then reported, "Commander, the temporary sea trial fleet is a hastily assembled group under the Southern Theater, consisting of 3058 sea fire support frigates. This type of frigate was designed and constructed by the South China Shipyard and made its debut at last year's Haizhu Maritime Expo. The South China Shipyard is currently part of Yangsheng Dreamlight Technology Company, Limited, with Chen Jin as the legal representative, and he is coincidentally listed among the members of the sea trial fleet. As for the specifications of the 058 Sea Fire Support Frigate, the details were not thoroughly outlined in the temporary fleet's registration documents, but the information can be retrieved from our database. Here are the details for your review, Commander. Chapter 174. There is nothing that a torpedo cannot resolve. The 058 Sea Fire Support Frigate? I recall this frigate, which boasts a remarkable speed of up to 60 knots, 72 vertical launch cells, and the capacity to carry a maximum of 144 anti-ship missiles or 288 surface-to-air missiles, achieving astonishing sales of 21 units at the expo. However, hasn't this frigate already been exported? Why is it still undergoing sea trials? Commander Zhang mused aloud, slightly puzzled as he took the tablet and began scrutinizing the displayed information. Upon closer examination, he indeed discovered several discrepancies. The Fire Network's vertical missile launch system can simultaneously launch up to 12 missiles and has a mere 5-second interval between subsequent launches. It is no wonder that the warships of the Little Sun country were annihilated in less than 2 minutes. Who could withstand such overwhelming firepower? This is precisely the terrifying aspect of the firepower network system. If we were to replace all our 054A frigates with this model, wouldn't our strike capabilities ascend to an entirely new echelon? TSK, it seems I must ponder this matter thoroughly and then consult with the higher-ups. Commander Zhang Qi, while observing the data on his tablet, found himself increasingly enamored with this new frigate. Unfortunately, the crew configuration of the Liaoning aircraft carrier group is essentially fixed for the foreseeable future, and the prospect of replacing the vessels seems unlikely for several years. Thus, what excuse could he possibly conjure to convince the higher authorities to agree to a replacement? Commander Zhang pondered this in silence. After a while, unable to devise a suitable justification, he handed the tablet to the signal officer and instructed, "Since the temporary sea trial fleet has already obliterated the Little Sun country's fleet, our fighter jets would be of no use there. Please inform Lu Si to recall our aircraft, stating that the enemy has been vanquished and our support is no longer required." "Yes, sir." The signal officer acknowledged the order and promptly returned to his station, relaying the message to Lu Si, who was busily engaged on the carrier's deck. Thus, 3 flight squadrons reluctantly chose to return. Initially, they had been tasked with supporting their sea trial fleet against the Little Sun country's warships and were eager to demonstrate their prowess, even anticipating the possibility of earning commendations for sinking enemy vessels in real warfare, a dream for young pilots in the 21st century. Even without formal recognition, such a feat would surely provide ample bragging rights among comrades for months. However, before their excitement could fully materialize, they were abruptly notified by higher command that the Little Sun country's fleet had already been eliminated by the temporary sea trial fleet, rendering their support unnecessary. Who could endure such disappointment? Yet, they had no choice. With the enemy annihilated, their presence would indeed serve little purpose. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on the situation from a different perspective, the realization that their temporary sea trial fleet had successfully vanquished a fully armed Little Sun Country fleet was a testament to its formidable combat capability. This was undoubtedly excellent news for China. Thus, as they journeyed back, their initial frustration gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, the temporary sea trial fleet, blissfully unaware of the sentiments back at their command, was hastening towards the location of the Little Sun Country's fleet after confirming its destruction. Traveling at a speed of 60 knots over a distance of over 60 kilometers would still require approximately 34 minutes. Ultimately, they anchored 3 kilometers away from the position of the Little Sun Country's fleet, where through binoculars they could discern 2 warships that had yet to sink, still belching flames and smoke. As for the other 2 vessels, apart from some debris, no signs of them remained. Soon, the captain of the first ship seized the microphone, tuned the channel to the torpedo compartment, and commanded, "Torpedo launch compartments, prepare torpedoes 1 and 2. Captain, torpedo launchers 1 and 2 are ready," responded the crew swiftly. Hearing this, the captain turned to the torpedo operator and instructed, "Target bearings 185 for Ship 2 and 263 for Ship 3. Launch 1 torpedo at each." "Acknowledged, Captain." Bearings 185 and 263 are calibrated, and the active sonar has locked onto the targets. The torpedo operator executed the commands with alacrity. "Very well. Let us send them off on their final journey. Fire." With the captain's command, the torpedo operator pressed the launch button. In an instant, high-pressure gas was released within the launch tubes, propelling 2 torpedoes forcefully into the water. The dull thuds of their entry signified the successful launch. Due to Prince Fod's presence, Chen Jin decided against deploying supercavitating torpedoes, as such potent weapons designed for submarines necessitated stringent confidentiality. Instead, they were armed with lightweight Fish 7 torpedoes. Nevertheless, even a lightweight torpedo could severely damage a several thousand-ton destroyer if detonated at the waterline. Currently, their targets were merely 2 iron boxes floating on the ocean surface, allowing for precise control of the torpedoes to ensure detonation at the waterline, at a distance of 3 kilometers. With the Fish 7's cruising speed of 30 knots and terminal speed of 43 knots, the torpedoes would reach their targets in just 3 minutes. Boom! Boom! With 2 resounding explosions, the distant iron boxes erupted in towering flames. Their seemingly robust hulls were lifted dramatically by the force of the blasts, forming an arc before they crashed back down. Such a violent impact would be more than enough to devastate not only a 6,000-ton Akizuki-class destroyer, but even the Maya-class vessels of the Little Sun Country would struggle to withstand it. Thus, the fate of these 2 iron boxes was sealed. They would be torn asunder. Inside the vessels, some surviving personnel from the Little Sun Country screamed for help. Yet tragically, their cries fell on deaf ears, unheard from 3 kilometers away by the temporary fleet. Consequently, Chen Jin, witnessing through his binoculars the 2 iron boxes split in half and slowly sink beneath the waves, could not suppress a satisfied smile. How audacious of the Little Sun Country to harbor such intentions. It appeared that a bit of trouble would need to be stirred up for them in the future. Chapter 175, Captives. He then turned to Prince Fod, who was also peering through binoculars, and said, "Prince Fod, our primary adversary has been vanquished. I sincerely apologize for the fright this journey has caused you. Once we eliminate the remaining Murakumo pirate group, we shall be able to continue our return." Upon hearing this, Prince Fod lowered his binoculars and excitedly replied to Chen Jin, "By the grace of God, Mr. Chen Jin, you need not apologize. It is the Little Sun Country that owes you an apology. In fact, I should be expressing my gratitude to you. For it was your invitation that allowed me to witness this modern warfare firsthand, a truly enlightening experience. I shall return to seek additional funding from my father to procure more of these formidable warships for our nation. We will forever remember your generosity in offering such advanced vessels to Saudi Arabia." "Haha, I appreciate your recognition, Prince Fod," Chen Jin responded with a smile. He then turned to Liang and instructed, "Liang, arrange for ships 2 and 3 to continue pursuing the Murakumo pirate group. They cannot have gotten far. We must ensure their complete annihilation, leaving none behind. These pirates are likely agents of the Little Sun Country, and they deserve no mercy. As for our ship 1, let us remain here to deal with the aftermath. There are still many personnel from the Little Sun Country floating in the water, and we should rescue them." "Yes, sir." Liang acknowledged the command, but was momentarily puzzled. Why should they rescue personnel from the Little Sun Country? Despite his confusion, He proceeded with the arrangements. After a while, having assigned the tasks, Liang returned to Chen Jin's side and inquired with curiosity. Commander, why must we rescue these unfortunate individuals from the water? Would it not be more beneficial to let them fend for themselves? Upon hearing this, Chen Jin understood that Liang had momentarily overlooked the deeper implications. So he smiled and elucidated, Liang, have you ever heard of the value of captives? Sometimes they can serve a significant purpose. For instance, we could extort a sum from a nation of the Little Days as compensation for our losses, correct? You are aware that their recent actions are rather disreputable, and our government is unlikely to disclose this incident publicly. Otherwise, it would lead to a complete breakdown in relations. Thus, this grants us considerable maneuvering room. With that, Chen Jin adopted a tone as if addressing the citizens of the Little Days and continued. Firstly, you wouldn't want this affair to become public knowledge, would you? Very well. We expended 72 missiles and 2 torpedoes during this operation, and we expect you to cover this expense. Let us say 5 million per missile. Since our missiles are not inexpensive, amounting to a total of 7 billion. Secondly, your unexpected interception startled our soldiers and our esteemed guests, ruining our pleasant journey home. Surely, some compensation for emotional distress is warranted. Let us settle on 100 million for that. Thirdly, we have rescued a number of your soldiers from the water, expending considerable manpower and resources in the process. Would it be unreasonable to charge 1 million per individual for their rescue? Having made his point, Chen Jin reverted to a more casual tone. You see, with such simple intimidation, we could potentially reap hundreds of millions of dollars. And the nation of the Little Days would have no grounds to refuse. If we were to be more aggressive and raise the price further, it would still only amount to a few $100 million. Thus, these individuals in the water are worth $1 million each. This money could significantly improve the rations for our soldiers and sustain us for quite some time. Moreover, once we rescue these people, they will owe us their gratitude. After listening to Chen Jin's explanation, Liang's eyes lit up with understanding. Of course, how could I have missed that? It's no wonder the commander receives such accolades from the general. There's indeed a reason for it. He promptly replied, I see now. I will arrange for more personnel to assist in the rescue. There are at least a dozen individuals on the surface, and the ones I dispatched earlier may not suffice. With that, Liang swiftly turned to make further arrangements. Before long, 4 military inflatable boats headed towards the floating individuals, adding to the 3 already dispatched, totaling 7 boats engaged in the rescue effort. This round trip could save at least 30 individuals, equating to a value of 30 million, a tremendous profit. Moreover, from Chen Jin's vantage point on the ship's island, he could see at least 70 to 80 individuals adrift in the water. Thus, just from the captives alone, a minimum of 70 million could be gained. Even the most astute businessman would find it hard to resist such an opportunity. It is not surprising that Liang, who lacked business acumen, failed to consider this approach initially as a military man. Ultimately, after nearly 2 hours of back and forth, the 7 boats successfully rescued 86 individuals from the water. Meanwhile, the ships 2 and 3, pursuing the Murakumo pirate group, returned with good news. 2 old, dilapidated corvettes were sunk after being struck by torpedoes, their cries echoing as they descended to the depths, all without the need for missiles. The fleeing military boats, one by one, were targeted by the ship's cannons, leaving none unscathed. Thus, the meticulously orchestrated interception by the Little Days, which sought to undermine us, was thoroughly dismantled by our temporary fleet with astonishing speed. All 4 Akizuki-class destroyers sank, with casualties exceeding 400. In contrast, our temporary fleet emerged unscathed, with not a single soldier injured, nor any damage to the warships, save for the expenditure of some missiles and torpedoes. This exemplified the overwhelming force of technology. Once the 3 warships convened, the captives rescued from the Little Days were evenly distributed among the vessels for better management. After all, the journey back would take several days, and managing the daily needs of the 86 captives aboard one ship would impose a significant burden. As a nation that prides itself on being friendly, we could never engage in the mistreatment of prisoners. Thus, dividing them for management was the most prudent course of action. Once the captive situation was resolved, Liang instructed that the current status of the fleet, along with news of the annihilation of the Little Days fleet and the Murakumo pirates, be relayed back to the homeland. Subsequently, the temporary sea trial fleet commenced its return journey. Chapter 176. The return journey. 5 days later, the temporary sea trial fleet finally reached the shores of the motherland. After over 10 days at sea, merely gazing at the distant coastline filled them with immense joy. However, unbeknownst to them, during their return journey, footage of their annihilation of the Murakumo pirate group had gone viral online. This video, released by the official account of the Southern Military District, left no doubt as to its authenticity. In it, two 058C corvettes launched merely 2 torpedoes, sending the previously boastful Murakumo pirates to the depths. What followed was even more thrilling, showcasing the corvette's cannons targeting the pirate boats with a remarkable accuracy of 100. Can you imagine the exhilaration of witnessing a flawless shot in a game, now replicated in reality? Indeed, the video demonstrated each shot hitting its mark, further amplifying the spectacle. It is worth noting that the boats in the video were not stationary. They were high-speed moving targets, lacking fixed trajectories. The difficulty of hitting such targets was exponentially increased. Yet, in this context, the cannons achieved a perfect hit rate. This indicated that the fire control system of these cannons possessed extraordinary computational capabilities. Otherwise, such an outcome would have been unattainable. Thus, this remarkable display ignited the fervor of netizens in our homeland, who flooded the comment section with exclamations of admiration and excitement. As the video gained traction, it drew the attention of many who expressed disapproval, arguing that such lethal force was inappropriate and advocating for more peaceful resolutions. This incited heated exchanges between those criticizing and those defending the actions. Yet paradoxically, the video's popularity only surged. It even reached foreign networks, capturing the interest of international audiences. Consequently, as the temporary sea trial fleet entered the Pearl River estuary, they were recognized by passing citizens. Many began recording videos and sharing them online. In this way, the excitement spread rapidly, with numerous admirers flocking to the riverside to chase after the advancing warships, snapping photos and filming their encounters. At this moment, on the bridge of the number 1 ship, Chen Jin gazed at the ever-increasing throngs of people lining both banks of the river, feeling a profound sense of confusion. There had not been such a multitude when he had set sail. Why, upon his return, had so many gathered? Fortunately, the artificial intelligence, Xiao Lu, promptly relayed information to him. After perusing the message, a faint smile graced Chen Jin's lips. It turned out that the video of the pursuit of pirates had been released and had gained considerable traction online. No wonder there were so many netizens flocking to witness the event. This realization filled Chen Jin with a sense of pride, for the acknowledgement of his endeavors was, aside from financial gain, one of his deepest desires. After more than an hour, the makeshift fleet finally docked at the South China Shipyard. Given the presence of dozens of Japanese captives and the serious nature of the issues involved, military personnel had secured the shipyard prior to their return. Besides the soldiers tasked with safeguarding the facility, all other workers have been granted a day off. Furthermore, the riverbank opposite the dock and the nearby office buildings that had a view of the shipyard had also been cordoned off and closed for the day to facilitate the discreet transfer of the captives. As for the subsequent handling of the captives, that was a matter for the state to oversee. Nonetheless, Chen Jin had reported his previous extortion idea to Commander He Zhenghua, as it was a concept worth several $billion dollars. As he observed soldiers escorting the captives onto vehicles, Chen Jin turned to Li Xiaoyang, previously known as Li Yang, standing beside him, and said, "Xiaoyang, our sea trial mission was executed flawlessly. We not only eliminated 4 Japanese destroyers on our return journey, but also dismantled a notorious pirate group, which has left Commander He extremely satisfied with our performance. He just informed me that upon your return to the military district, he will apply for a commendation for you. As for the specifics, we will have to await the official announcement, but I can assure you that it will be significant. Otherwise, Commander He Wouldn't felt the need to inform me in advance. Therefore, you may wish to share this news with the soldiers to lift their spirits." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang was visibly excited and promptly saluted, exclaiming, "We are immensely grateful to the nation, Commander He, and our superiors for their recognition. We will certainly continue to strive for excellence." "Very well. I appreciate your hard work during this time. If there are no further issues, you may return now." Chen Jin replied with a smile and a nod. "Yes." Li Xiaoyang saluted once more before swiftly making his way back to the military formation. Before long, the air was filled with joyous laughter from the soldiers, likely as a result of Li Xiaoyang sharing the news of the commendation. Amused, Chen Jin smiled and boarded a vehicle in the factory compound, heading toward the main entrance. As for Prince Fad and the others, they had already departed via helicopter before entering the Pearl River, so the subsequent reception for foreign guests was no longer his concern. Upon arriving at the entrance and stepping out of the vehicle, he was greeted by the charming sight of Xiaolur standing at the door, a bouquet of fresh flowers in her hands. As soon as she spotted Chen Jin alighting from the car, she dashed toward him like a celestial being. Not having seen her for over 10 days, Chen Jin could not deny his longing. Instinctively, he opened his arms to catch the approaching Xiaolur, embracing her tightly. "You have finally returned." I thought I would go mad from missing you these past 10 days, Cielur exclaimed, clinging to Chen Jin as if wishing to merge into him, her voice tinged with playful reproach. In response, Chen Jin gently stroked her back and hair, tenderly saying, I have missed you too. Each day, I long to see my dear Lur. After a moment of intimacy, Cielur released Chen Jin and presented the flowers to him with a smile, saying, Brother Jin, these are for you. Welcome home. Chen Jin accepted the bouquet, admiring the vivid blossoms in his hands, and then looking at the radiant Cielur before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Thank you, Lur. These flowers are as beautiful as you. Hearing Chen Jin's compliment, Cielur blushed and buried her face in his chest once more. After sharing a tender moment, Chen Jin took her hand and led her toward the parking lot. Upon reaching the car, he gallantly opened the passenger door for her. Once she was seated and buckled in, he circled to the driver's seat, placed the flowers in the back, and started the car, driving them home. Throughout the journey, a light and cheerful atmosphere enveloped the vehicle as Cielur, like a joyful bird, chattered animatedly about recent happenings in her life and at the company. She recounted a delightful incident where a female employee had to bring her 4-year-old daughter to work due to the sudden closure of kindergarten for a day. The little girl, being exceptionally adorable, had captivated the attention of all the employees, filling the office with laughter and joy. As Cielur spoke of the little girl's cuteness, her face lit up with longing. For his part, Chen Jin merely smiled and listened intently, while internally he began to resolve certain decisions. Chapter 177. The welcome home banquet. Upon returning home, Chen Jin was met with an exuberant celebration from the Chen family. As the only heir of the Chen family, he had never been away for such a prolonged period, especially not for a venture at sea, which was relatively perilous. Consequently, after his departure, his family had been consumed with worry, their hearts heavy with anxiety over his safety. Even his parents, who usually went out dancing daily, chose to remain at home. Fortunately, Chen Jin had returned safely. That evening, the Chen family hosted a welcome home banquet for him, inviting Cielur's family as well. The banquet hall was brightly lit, adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes. Surrounded by loved ones, they indulged in the feast, while Chen Jin regaled them with tales from the past 10 days, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, when he recounted how they had been ambushed by 4 Japanese destroyers on their return journey, the lively chatter ceased, and everyone's attention fixed intently on him. Even Cielur, seated beside him, could not help but reach out and grasp his hand, saying, Brother Jin, you mustn't engage in such perilous endeavors again. It sounds incredibly dangerous. At that moment, Xie chimed in. Indeed, you must be more cautious in the future. Some matters can be entrusted to your subordinates. While it may sound harsh, it is the reality. Otherwise, what is left for the employees to do if the boss handles everything? As long as we do not delay or withhold their wages, we are fulfilling our duties as good employers. You may not realize how worried we were while you were away. Your mother even chose not to dance after dinner, and your grandparents were equally concerned. You need to consider your family's feelings more, added Chen Jin's father. Although Chen Jin's mother, grandparents, and Cielur's mother remained silent, their eyes clearly expressed their concern for him. Overwhelmed by the depth of their care, Chen Jin nodded earnestly, responding, I understand, and I appreciate your love and support. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, as well as Uncle Xie, Annie, and Lur, I acknowledge my mistakes. This recent maritime expedition was primarily intended to showcase our capabilities to our esteemed clients. Hence, I had devised a plan for a swift round trip, believing it would not consume much time. Moreover, prior to departure, I had contemplated the potential for unforeseen circumstances, which is why we opted to embark fully equipped with ammunition. However, despite my considerations, I regrettably overlooked your sentiments. Therefore, I assure you that such a situation will not recur in the future. Well, as long as you recognize your mistakes, that's sufficient. We are not here to cast blame, but rather to encourage you to consider the family's feelings when making decisions, replied Xie with a smile upon hearing this. Yes, I understand, Chen Jin affirmed, nodding earnestly, then gently squeezing the small hand he held. Feeling the warmth emanating from their clasped hands, Chen Jin turned to exchange glances with Cielur. They both broke into laughter, and the elders, witnessing their interaction, could not help but join in the laughter, filling the room with joyous sounds once more. Thus, the atmosphere in the banquet hall gradually softened, and everyone resumed their meal, savoring the delectable dishes laid before them. The conversation shifted from the encounter with the small nation's destroyers to the subsequent annihilation of their warships. As Chen Jin recounted the events, the listeners could vividly imagine the devastation wrought upon the small nation's destroyers after their destruction. However, there was not a trace of pity in their hearts, for it was the small nation that had initiated the blockade, and Chen Jin's actions were merely retaliatory. Therefore, when Chen Jin described how the temporary naval testing fleet had decisively obliterated the 4 warships of the small nation with a dual missile strike, his grandfather could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Well done. Those small nation folks deserve it." The others, inspired by his grandfather's words, erupted into applause, acknowledging the sentiment. Following this, Xie Jingye added, "Chen Jin, it seems that the small nation has misjudged your strength by targeting you. After this incident, they will undoubtedly reassess the firepower of their frigates and devise new strategies and measures. You must remain vigilant in the future. Indeed, I'm well aware of that. However, I will not be involved in the subsequent matters. Our sole responsibility is to ensure the quality and timely delivery of the warships." Chen Jin responded with a nod. "Good. As long as you understand. Now let's continue our meal, lest it grows cold," Xie Jingye replied. "Certainly," Chen Jin agreed. With that, the attention of the guests shifted away from him. Having spent the past 10 days aboard the warship, the meals had adhered to naval standards, markedly different from what Chen Jin had enjoyed previously in the military district of Yangqing. His assessment was simple, edible, but not palatable. Consequently, having not savored fine cuisine for over 10 days, he could not resist the urge to devour the array of his favorite dishes laid out before him. Naturally, he maintained basic dining etiquette, especially with both families present. Observing Chen Jin's eagerness, Xie Lur and Chen's mother quickly began to serve him, their pace swift, filling his bowl to the brim. The sight startled Chen Jin, prompting him to interject, all right, mother, my bowl cannot hold any more. Let's wait until I've finished." "Okay, understood," Xie Lur replied with a smile, halting her serving. "Very well. I shall refrain from serving you further, but do make sure to eat plenty. As you've lost some weight during your time away," Chen's mother advised, though she ceased her actions. "Yes, mother, I understand." Chen Jin nodded in acknowledgement, then resumed his hearty meal. After dining, Chen Jin took Xie Lur outside. Having not seen each other for over 10 days, they chose a quaint riverside path instead of a lively amusement park. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely, sharing the unfinished conversations from the afternoon. The moonlight cascaded like water, enveloping them in a warm embrace, crafting a tender tableau of young love. Chapter 178. Negotiations between 2 nations in the following days. Chen Jin sought to make amends for his absence with Xie Lur. Apart from essential work, he devoted nearly every day to her company. Meanwhile, significant events unfolded across the globe. For instance, the German nation welcomed a female president whose style bore a striking resemblance to that of the leader who had instigated a world war years prior. Consequently, many speculated that the onset of a Third World War was imminent, inciting considerable alarm. Additionally, the small nation announced that Prime Minister Abe Shinzo would visit Huaxia on March 17, 2027, to discuss strengthening the amicable relations between the 2 countries. Upon reading this news, Chen Jin scoffed, recognizing that the pretense of fostering friendship masked the underlying issue of captives that necessitated their visit. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what topics they would address, pondering if they would heed his previous proposals. Soon, March 17, 2027, arrived, the day of the small nation's prime minister's visit to Huaxia. Throughout the day, the state guest house in the capital was under stringent security, with no one outside the discussions privy to their conversations. However, the following day, Chen Jin received a call from He Zhenghua. "Chen Jin, are you available to talk?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jin glanced around, being in the laboratory without any outsiders. He replied, "Commander, I am in the lab, and there are no outsiders present." "Good. You must have seen the news regarding our discussions with the small nation's prime minister yesterday, correct?" He Zhenghua inquired once he confirmed Chen Jin's privacy. "Yes, I have seen it. I find the topics discussed quite intriguing. Are you calling to elaborate on this matter?" Chen Jin's interest was piqued. "Indeed, regarding your previous suggestion to extort a sum from the small nation, we achieved remarkable success in our negotiations, securing a compensation of $1 billion for their losses. I neglected to inform you that when I authorized you to fire, our Liaoning aircraft carrier group was approximately 600 nautical miles behind you, returning to base. Therefore, we sought their assistance. They deployed 3 flight squadrons and an early warning aircraft. Although the mission was later canceled, we incurred expenses, and thus we demanded additional compensation under that pretext. Consequently, the total compensation we requested amounted to $1 billion. You cannot imagine the expression on Abe Shinzo's face when we presented this condition, and they had no choice but to acquiesce. We made it clear that if they did not agree, all negotiations would be terminated. At this revelation, Chen Jin was taken aback. I initially thought my suggestion was quite audacious, yet it appears you have outdone me. Merely for the deployment of 3 flight squadrons, even if the mission was aborted. You dare to demand over $400 million from them. I humbly concede. He chuckled. Hey, how do you speak? What we are asking for is a reasonable compensation. Do you understand? How can it be called blackmail? Regarding Chen Jin's accusation of their actions being underhanded, He Jinghua expressed considerable disagreement, retorting with a laugh. All right. It seems I misspoke. Our request is indeed reasonable. But Commander He, your phone call today must encompass more than just this issue, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Jin realized he had erred in his words and swiftly shifted the conversation. He Jinghua showed no sign of displeasure at the change of topic and continued with a smile. Indeed, the little nation is aware they have overstepped. If we were to expose this incident, they would become the target of global scrutiny, which would impose significant constraints on their future development. Therefore, we seized upon this point and presented them with a demand to publicly acknowledge that the Diaoyu Islands have been an inherent territory of our great nation since time immemorial. Did that little fellow as Prime Minister agree? Chen Jin was taken aback by the audacity of their demand. Of course, they consented. They dared not refuse. After all, following our years of persistent patrols, the Diaoyu Islands are essentially under our occupation and management. They are merely like a cooked duck, stubbornly quacking. He Jinghua added, furthermore, we framed this demand as an opportunity to enhance friendly exchanges between our nations, effectively providing them a graceful exit, causing them no loss. Thus, that Abe Shinzo fellow readily agreed upon hearing our proposal. So, Chen Jin, your maritime trials have afforded our great nation an excellent opportunity to reclaim the Diaoyu Islands with legitimacy. Moreover, coupled with the technology you previously provided, it plays a strategically vital role in our national development. Therefore, after deliberation, we are preparing to award you a Huaxia Medal, with the ceremony scheduled for the end of this month. As for the specific time and place, someone will notify you then. You must pay attention to your appearance and conduct. This ceremony will be broadcast live nationwide. Wait, a Huaxia Medal for me? Commander He, isn't this a bit premature? I can't help but feel it's somewhat absurd. Chen Jin stammered, taken aback by the news of being awarded such an honor. Even someone as indifferent to accolades as Chen Jin found himself stumbling over his words. The Huaxia Medal is the highest honor in our nation. Since its establishment, fewer than 20 individuals have received it, each having made monumental contributions to the country, while I have only graduated 2 years ago. Compared to these venerable figures who have made significant contributions, I am indeed far too young, which is why I find this situation rather ludicrous. In response, He Jinghua earnestly replied, Chen Jin, it is by no means absurd to award you the Huaxia Medal. Setting aside other considerations, your contribution of anti-gravity technology to the nation alone merits such recognition. Were it not for the rule that limits each individual to 1 medal, awarding you 2 would not be excessive. Do not underestimate the technologies you have shared. Each possesses strategic importance for our nation. Therefore, accept this honor with pride. Perhaps you should inform your family, allowing them to share in your joy. Yes? Upon hearing this, Chen Jin chose not to dwell further on the matter, since they deemed it appropriate. Why should he continue to fret? He solemnly replied, very well, I am profoundly grateful for the nation's recognition, and I shall continue to strive diligently. Chapter 179. The surprise of the Huaxia Medal. All right, I shall not interrupt your experiments any longer. Remember to keep an eye on your phone in the coming days. I expect someone will contact you soon, He Jinghua concluded before hanging up. Staring at the phone that had long since disconnected, Chen Jin remained in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the weight of the news He Jinghua had just conveyed. Initially, his only ambition had been to leverage the technologies within the system to transform his company into the most formidable tech enterprise in the world. He had never aspired to attain any national honors. Each time he shared technology with the state, it was with the intention of negotiating a transaction. The special steel formula and process worth 50 billion Huaxia coins, the solid-state graphene batteries chosen for secure development in collaboration with the state, and the anti-gravity technology and Osprey transport aircraft technology he provided to obtain military equipment production qualifications. These were all approached as transactions, yielding him the desired outcomes. Yet, he had not anticipated that despite acquiring what he sought, the nation would still deem his contributions as altruistic, leading to the award of the Huaxia Medal. Perhaps the perspectives of an individual and the state diverged significantly. After all, the technologies he exchanged could be readily acquired with technology points. Developing them from scratch would demand immeasurable human and material resources, not to mention the countless failures associated with new technological research. Therefore, it was likely that the authorities viewed his request during technology sharing as trivial compared to the importance of the technologies themselves. Ultimately, Chen Jin could only perceive it in this light. Returning to reality, He found himself disinterested in continuing his experiments, so he left the lab and headed home. Chen Jin, is it true? The nation is going to award you the Huaxia medal? At the old Chen household, upon hearing Chen Jin's announcement, his parents and grandparents were incredulous. Yes, arrangements will be made shortly, and the ceremony will take place at the end of this month. Acknowledging their disbelief, Chen Jin nodded affirmatively. My goodness, is it possible our ancestors are smiling upon us? Following Chen Jin's confirmation, the family collectively fell into a stunned silence, struggling to grasp the reality of their lineage producing a person of national stature. It is noteworthy that, whether from centuries ago in Chenjia village or the merged Xinjiali village, the majority of villagers had predominantly engaged in commerce, resulting in a lack of prominent figures. Now, Chen Jin had ascended from an ordinary citizen to a national hero. How could they come to terms with such a sudden and monumental surprise? Fortunately, Chen Guoxiang, the grandfather, having seen much in his time, quickly regained composure and addressed Chen Jin. Xiao Jin, this surprise has taken us all aback. We must deliberate on how to share this with the villagers. This honor belongs not only to the Chen family, but also to Xinjiali village as a whole. With that, Chen Guoxiang turned to Chen Jin's father, Chen Guoxing, and instructed, Guoxing, please notify all village officials to convene a meeting regarding the celebration. We should hold a village assembly in a few days to announce this news, allowing everyone to rejoice. Understood, father. I will make the arrangements right away. Chen Guoxing, the current village chief, hurriedly departed to fulfill his duty. Within 3 minutes of his departure, the village loudspeaker crackled to life with his voice. Attention all villagers, attention all villagers. All village officials are requested to proceed to the village committee office for a meeting. Please relay this message to one another. Attention all villagers, attention all villagers. We kindly request all village officials to convene at the village committee office for a meeting. Those who have received this notice are encouraged to inform one another. Attention all villagers. After this announcement was repeated thrice, the majority of the villagers took heed, sparking a flurry of speculation regarding the sudden necessity for a meeting of all village officials, especially since such gatherings had not occurred in over a year. Consequently, several village officials hastily made their way to the village committee office. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of Chen Guoxing, who was seated in the position of the village head with a broad smile adorning his face. This left the officials somewhat perplexed, prompting them to inquire, Village head, your radiant smile suggests that something joyous must have prompted the convening of this meeting. Pray, share with us. Patience, my friends. Once everyone has arrived, I shall disclose the matter. Prepare yourselves, for this is indeed a momentous occasion. Chen Guoxing teased, withholding immediate details. As others noticed his reluctance to reveal more, they settled into silence in their respective seats. Soon, all village officials had assembled, and it was then that Chen Guoxiang made his entrance. Observing him, the others rose to greet him. Old village head, what brings you to partake in this meeting? Is it perhaps related to you? With a light-hearted wave of his hand, Chen Guoxiang replied, Haha, certainly not. Please, take your seats. I will elucidate shortly. Very well, the crowd responded, resuming their seats. Chen Guoxiang continued. The purpose of this gathering is to announce a significant piece of news. Chen Jin has been selected as a recipient of the Huaxia medal, and the award ceremony will take place at the end of this month. What? The Huaxia medal? That young lad Chen Jin has received the Huaxia medal? The village officials were taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment as they turned to Chen Guoxiang. Indeed, it is the Huaxia medal, Chen Guoxing affirmed, taking over the conversation. Good heavens! Our Xinjiali village has produced a national hero. No wonder the village head was grinning from ear to ear. It is truly a remarkable development. Indeed, the officials echoed, their amazement palpable. Although it is Chen Jin who has received the medal, it is a triumph for all of us and for Xinjiali village. This not only elevates our village's reputation, but also provides a role model for our children, a multifaceted benefit. Thus, the purpose of gathering you all here today is to discuss convening a meeting for all villagers, where we can formally announce this joyous news and allow everyone to partake in the celebration. Furthermore, we shall seize this opportunity to host several feasts, inviting villagers from surrounding areas to join in the merriment. As the focus of the gathering shifted to the joy at hand, Chen Guoxing quickly interjected to share his thoughts. Rest assured, all expenses for the feast will be covered by us, requiring no financial contribution from the village. Therefore, let's simply discuss how to host these festivities. You are correct, Guoxing, Chen Guoxiang concurred. Although it is our Chen Jin who has been honored, it is indeed a momentous occasion for our village. This is precisely why I asked Guoxing to notify everyone for this discussion. Both the village head and the old village head are right. This occasion certainly warrants a celebration. Our village has never seen a figure of such renown. And with Chen Jin receiving the Huaxia medal, it is as though we are breaking new historical ground and establishing a benchmark for future generations. In light of this, even if we find ourselves short on provisions, we must procure firecrackers to commemorate the event. Chen Shuiming, the village secretary, was the first to voice his agreement after listening to the explanations. Indeed, it must be done. As all village officials expressed their consent, they commenced discussions regarding the arrangements for the villagers' meeting and the logistics for the feasts. Xinjiali Village, with a history spanning over 400 years and situated in the bustling metropolis of Yangcheng, has seen considerable development in recent years. Although not located in the city center, it has attracted many seeking tranquility, including numerous entrepreneurs and workers who have chosen to settle here. Currently, Xinjiali Village boasts a resident population of nearly 4,500, with approximately 2,000 individuals holding village household registration. Should they only invite those with local registration to the feasts, the logistics would be relatively straightforward, requiring less than 200 tables if arranged for 10 individuals per table. However, their intention to extend invitations beyond just local residents to include those residing in the village and neighboring areas significantly increases the expected attendance. Given the magnitude of potential participants, without a comprehensive plan, hosting such an event would be unfeasible. Thus, after 2 days of diligent effort from over a dozen village officials, they finalized the plan. Immediately, they set about the first task, confirming the number of attendees. According to their estimates, the 2 neighboring villages each have populations of around 5,000. If 80 of them participate, the combined attendance from the 3 villages could reach approximately 12,000, with an additional 1,000 reserved for contingencies to prevent exceeding expectations. Moreover, there may be additional attendees drawn by the festivities, such as internet celebrities, journalists, or curious onlookers. It would be impractical to turn them away on such a celebratory occasion, so they accounted for another 2,000 in their budget. Lastly, family and friends, along with Chen Jin as classmates and relevant officials, would also need to be included, adding another 2,000 to the count. In total, they anticipated around 15,000 attendees. Based on a table for 10, this would require setting up 500 tables. Chapter 180, the award ceremony. Organizing a banquet of this scale presents challenges not only in maintaining order, but also in the culinary preparations, which would likely necessitate at least 200 chefs to manage the staggering number of 500 tables. Additionally, staff for washing dishes, preparing ingredients, serving, and other logistical support would require an estimated 1,000 personnel. Thus, this endeavor represents a substantial gathering of manpower. In typical circumstances, securing approval for an event with over 15,000 participants would be quite challenging. However, this particular instance is of a unique nature. Chen Jin, the youngest recipient of the Huaxia medal at merely 24 years of age, has contributed groundbreaking technologies to the nation, the impact of which is comparable to that of the atomic bomb, a national treasure. Therefore, to ensure the smooth execution of the forthcoming award ceremony, relevant authorities had already been informed in advance to prepare accordingly. Consequently, when the village secretary submitted the application for hosting the banquet, the authorities approved it without hesitation, promising to dispatch officials to maintain order, emphasizing cooperation. With the banquet application approved, subsequent arrangements became significantly more manageable. As long as the budget was sufficient, support would be readily available throughout the process. For Chen Jin, the budget was undoubtedly the simplest aspect at present. Consequently, the setup for the entire banquet was evolving visibly with remarkable speed. On the 3rd day following Heijin's call, Chen Jin received a phone call from the Huaxia Medal Awarding Working Group. The purpose of the call was primarily to express gratitude for his significant contributions to the nation, and to establish a role model for the vast populace of Huaxia. Following a vote in the meeting, it was decided to present him with a Huaxia medal, alongside a nationwide announcement and other rewards. Naturally, in comparison to the Huaxia medal, the other rewards held little significance for Chen Jin. Furthermore, the day after the working group's notification, 5 business vehicles marked with the insignia of the Huaxia Medal Awarding Working Group arrived at Chen Jin's residence. They provided a detailed explanation of the entire awarding ceremony's process, as well as important considerations for his speech during the ceremony. Additionally, they presented him with a specially designated outfit for the occasion, which he did not need to prepare himself. Ultimately, The time and venue for the awarding ceremony were set for March 29th at the Yangqing International Conference Center, with numerous important leaders expected to attend. Despite the limited preparation time, the collaborative efforts of various departments ensured that the arrangements for the Huaxia Medal awarding ceremony progressed swiftly. Finally, on the much-anticipated day of March 29th, the ceremony unfolded as scheduled. The event commenced with a significant speech delivered by the top leader regarding the importance of the awarding ceremony. This was followed by the solemn awarding process, during which the Huaxia Medal was ceremoniously presented to Chen Jin. Subsequently, it was Chen Jin's turn to deliver his acceptance speech. When he stood at the podium, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no nervousness. After all, this was a momentous occasion broadcasted nationwide. Not only was there a live stream online, but also television coverage from various provincial stations. The audience reached a scale that was incomparable to previous press conferences, with a significant number of older generations and children among the viewers. Thus, every gesture he made could potentially influence the futures of these children. As a result, Chen Jin experienced a few stumbles in his speech during the initial moments. Fortunately, upon seeing the encouraging expressions of his family and Cielur in the crowd, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. Indeed, as a billionaire CEO, the owner of a super technological system, and a reincarnated individual, if he were to feel anxious over such a matter, how could he possibly lead Huaxia into the deep blue future? Ultimately, with his mindset adjusted, Chen Jin delivered his speech flawlessly, articulating his words with clarity and conviction, allowing the entire nation to recognize him and the efforts he had invested in technological research and development. Moreover, he naturally included advice for the youth, such as the importance of diligent study to realize their dreams, which were essential components of his address. Although some might deem these suggestions trivial, unbeknownst to them, many students grappling with uncertainty found renewed determination to continue their studies after hearing Chen Jin's words. They believed that if he could achieve such accomplishments by the age of 24, it was beyond the reach of familial influence. Thus, the only possibility lay in his own efforts. Therefore, as younger individuals, if they exerted themselves diligently, they too might carve out their own paths. In this manner, Chen Jin's simple speech unexpectedly provided a steady stream of high-caliber talent for the future of Huaxia, akin to a serendipitous planting of willows that would yield shade. After Chen Jin concluded his remarks, the hall erupted into thunderous applause that resonated for an extended period. Countless media reporters directed their cameras toward Chen Jin at that moment, permanently documenting this moment of glory. Years later, many would still reference this awarding ceremony to educate future generations. As the ceremony concluded, attendees gradually dispersed. Chen Jin and his parents were invited to a conference room. Chen Jin, how did you feel about delivering your speech at the ceremony? The top leader inquired, smiling at Chen Jin, who was dressed formally. Haha, I was quite nervous at first, but after seeing everyone's encouragement, I quickly adjusted my mindset, Chen Jin replied candidly. Indeed, that is evident. However, for a young individual to perform so admirably in such a setting for the first time, you're already ahead of your peers. So there is no need for psychological pressure. Frankly, your performance has exceeded my expectations. The top leader nodded in satisfaction at Chen Jin's response. He then turned to Chen Jin's parents and Cielur, asking, You two must be Chen Jin's parents? Surprised by the top leader's inquiry, Chen Jin's parents responded somewhat nervously. Yes, leader. Haha, there's no need to be anxious. Your child has brought significant technology to the nation. I should be thanking you, the top leader remarked, causing the tension in Chen Jin's parents to ease. Chen Jin's father, Chen Guoxing, looked at Chen Jin with pride and replied, This is our duty. And it is our honor that Chen Jin can contribute to the country. Although Chen Jin's mother, Li Wan, did not speak, her eyes reflected the same sentiments as her husband. The top leader responded with a smile. Well, you have done well. The nation will never forget those who contribute their efforts. Thank you. After their conversation concluded, the top leader retained Chen Jin for a private discussion. Chen Jin, do you have any insights regarding the propulsion issue for the Nanongate project? He inquired after Chen Jin's parents had departed. Yes. I have made improvements based on the ion thruster, which I have named the plasma propulsion engine. Its single-unit thrust can reach 210 tons, which, when combined with anti-gravity technology, is sufficient to resolve the propulsion issues. However, there are still some problems that need to be addressed, which should take about 1 to 2 months to finalize. I will notify you once it is ready, Chen Jin explained. What? You've already solved it? The top leader's expression was one of astonishment. Initially, he had only asked out of casual curiosity, as his primary purpose for retaining Chen Jin was not this matter. Yet, he had not anticipated Chen Jin's revelation regarding the propulsion issue, along with the announcement of a plasma propulsion engine boasting a thrust of 69,210 tons. This engine, powered by nuclear energy, was simply invincible. In the past, he would have maintained absolute composure regardless of the situation. However, this time, he was genuinely astounded. Even more so than if the beautiful nation had suddenly launched an attack on the little days. Yes, leader, Chen Jin replied calmly, aware of the top leader's astonishment. Excellent. Now, the rise of Huaxia is unstoppable, not even by the beautiful nation. The top leader exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Chen Jin's confirmation. He then recalled the purpose of having retained Chen Jin and continued, "Oh, by the way, the reason I kept you here was to discuss another matter. I did not expect to receive such a tremendous surprise. Chen Jin, you truly are a blessing for Huaxia. You flatter me, leader. As for the other matter, please feel free to share," Chen Jin responded. At first, Chen Jin presumed that the number one leader had summoned him merely to inquire about the situation at Nanchaman. However, he was taken aback by the nature of the discussion, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Indeed, after meticulous deliberation, we have decided to publicly disclose a portion of the anti-gravity technology while retaining the core competencies for ourselves. This approach will not only facilitate the effective development of the anti-gravity technology, but also ensure that we maintain our absolute leading position. What are your thoughts on this? Once the number one leader concluded his explanation, he turned his gaze towards Chen Jin, seemingly seeking his acquiescence. Upon hearing that the matter pertained to technology sharing, Chen Jin bowed his head in contemplation before responding, "Leader, I have already entrusted the anti-gravity technology to the state. So any subsequent decisions regarding the technology should be made by the state. However, if you're seeking my personal opinion, I wholeheartedly agree that it should be shared. As the broader the knowledge base, the more rapid the advancement of technology. Very well, although you have relinquished the technology to the state as its inventor, it is only natural that we seek your input. Since you have no objections, we shall proceed with our plan." Given Chen Jin's approval, the devised plan could indeed be executed. "I believe it poses no issues," Chen Jin reaffirmed. "Excellent. Then I shall not impede your joyful time with your family any longer. You may return now." With that, their conversation concluded, and Chen Jin departed from the conference room. Chapter 181. The banquet begins. As Chen Jin stepped out of the conference center, he spotted his parents, along with Xie and her parents, standing at the entrance, seemingly searching for someone. The moment Chen Jin appeared, smiles illuminated their faces. Realizing they had likely been waiting for him, Chen Jin quickened his pace towards them. Upon nearing, Xie joyfully leaped into his embrace, wrapping her long legs tightly around his waist like a koala clinging to a tree. And then she looked up with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother Jin, you were so handsome when you were speaking on stage just now." Chen Jin gently supported her with his left hand and playfully tapped her smooth forehead with his right, saying, "You, despite being grown, still resemble a child." Turning to his parents and Xie family, Chen Jin suggested, "Dad, Mom, Uncle Xie, Auntie Xie, let us head back. The banquet should be about to commence." Before leaving, he had noted that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The return journey to Qinjiali village would take nearly an hour. Thus, departing now would mean they'd reach home around 3 o'clock. "All right, let us hurry back so they won't have to wait too long," Chen Dad responded. With Chen Mom and Xie Dad and Xie Mom nodding in agreement, the group made their way towards the parking lot. Along the way, they encountered numerous media reporters eager to interview Chen Jin, but he politely declined, citing inconvenience. Observing this, the reporters refrained from pressing further. Having received explicit directives from their superiors to avoid coercing Chen Jin into interviews unless he willingly consented. Otherwise, it could jeopardize not only their jobs, but the very survival of their company. Consequently, they made their way smoothly to the parking lot, where they entered their vehicle and returned to Qinjiali village. Upon their arrival in the village, they beheld the village roads adorned with banquet tables, a truly magnificent sight. Had the roads not been spacious enough, accommodating the 500 tables would have necessitated utilizing roads from neighboring villages. Consequently, upon returning, their vehicle could not proceed further, compelling them to disembark and walk. At that moment, the villagers already seated for the banquet erupted into cheers upon seeing Chen Jin, followed by thunderous applause. This unexpected display of affection left Chen Jin feeling somewhat bashful. However, with the roads lined with tables, he had little choice but to wave at the villagers while hastily holding Xie's hand as they made their way home. Fortunately, the villagers merely cheered and waved, not rushing towards him for photographs or autographs, which relieved Chen Jin immensely. Before long, he spotted his grandparents, who were seated on a stone bench, laughing and conversing with Xie's grandparents, alongside her uncles and some cousins. Upon noticing Chen Jin's arrival, their faces lit up with radiant smiles. His grandfather was the first to rise, waving at them with a cheerful grin. Chen Jin, have you completed the award ceremony? Show it to me. Yes, Grandpa. Chen Jin replied with a smile, receiving a rectangular box made of golden silk nanmu wood from his father, which he then presented to his grandfather, Chen Guoqiang. Though the exterior of the box appeared rather ordinary, the contents were anything but it housed the highest honor of Huaxia, the Huaxia medal. Chen Guoqiang accepted the box with trembling hands and gently opened it. In an instant, a medal, typically seen only on news broadcasts, glimmered before his eyes. The medal shone with a solemn and majestic radiance under the sunlight, with each intricate detail seemingly narrating a grand historical saga, allowing one to genuinely appreciate its significance. This poignant moment brought tears to Chen Guoqiang's eyes as he gently touched the medal before swiftly closing the box and returning it to Chen Jin. His voice slightly choked. He said, Xiao Jin, this honor is bestowed upon you by the nation, so cherish it well. And strive to contribute more to the country and the people in the future. Yes, I will, Chen Jin replied, standing tall. Well then, let us commence the banquet. Today is a joyous occasion, and we mustn't keep everyone waiting. As Chen Guoqiang's words resonated, a wave of applause erupted, marking the official beginning of the feast. A multitude of service staff began rhythmically delivering steaming dishes to the tables. For the more distant tables, a catering cart was employed to transport multiple dishes at once, effectively enhancing the serving speed. Subsequently, Chen Guoqiang led the way, guiding the group towards the courtyard of the old Chen family home. Meanwhile, Chen Jin engaged in conversation with Xie Lu's cousins, who, despite having heard of the Huaxia medal, had never seen it in person and were thus immensely curious. Consequently, Chen Jin opened the box for them to admire. They eagerly pulled out their phones to take pictures and record videos, as such an item was indeed rare. Chen Jin allowed them to capture the moment, knowing that photography would not harm metal. Upon reaching the courtyard of the old Chen family home, the cousins reluctantly tucked away their phones and expressed their gratitude to Chen Jin, who dismissed their thanks with a casual wave, viewing it merely as a photo opportunity. After everyone had taken their seats, Chen Jin made his way into the house, intending to place the medal he held in his hand into his room for safekeeping. Following that, a joyous banquet awaited. That evening, in the village square of Chenjikin, a magnificent fireworks display was set to unfold. Chen Jin had arranged for nearly 10 million worth of various types of fireworks, including celestial flower showers, golden titanium willows, and rainbow auspicious clouds, among others. From small to large fireworks, the display encompassed every popular variety adored by netizens. Additionally, he unveiled some futuristic fireworks products, such as those that could display characters upon explosion, and fireworks that filled the sky with images of jellyfish, dolphins, and other animals, showcasing what a true fireworks show entailed. In any case, this time, both the audience present at the banquet and the viewers watching through live broadcasts profoundly experienced the joy that fireworks could bring. Chapter 182. Announcement of Anti-Gravity Technology. At 1 a.m., after the fireworks display had concluded, the village gradually returned to silence. Yet, the lingering scent of gunpowder wafting through the air still attested to the previous spectacle's grandeur. Meanwhile, in Chen Jin's room, he lay embraced with Xie Lu, who had just finished drying off after her shower on the soft bed. Lure, did you enjoy yourself tonight? Chen Jin asked with a smile, tightening his hold on her delicate form. I had an absolutely wonderful time. The fireworks were stunning, and many of them were ones I had never seen before. So beautiful. I even took a lot of photos and videos. Look, Brother Jin, eager to share her joy. Xie Lu quickly retrieved her phone and opened her album to showcase the images and videos she had captured that night. After displaying all the photos and videos, she was still not satisfied and continued to flip through them, clearly enamored by the fireworks performance. Chen Jin quietly noted this and planned to treat her to similar displays during future celebrations or significant occasions. As he contemplated this, Xie Lu rolled over, completely resting her body atop Chen Jin, finding a comfortable position to continue her viewing. Unbeknownst to her, this action held a profound impact on the passionate young man. Feeling the softness against his chest, Chen Jin could no longer suppress his feelings. He leaned closer to Xie Lu's ear and softly proposed, Lure, shall we have a child? At his words, Xie Lu's ears flushed crimson, and she fumbled with her phone, causing it to slip from her grasp onto the bed. She then lifted her head, her voice a blend of shyness and anticipation. Brother Jin, gazing at the beautiful girl before him, her face flushed and eyes sparkling with hope. Chen Jin realized that his words were precisely what she had longed to hear. With a gentle smile, He leaned down and kissed her soft, sweet lips, while Ciel'er eagerly entwined her delicate tongue with his. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted, observing the blushing, breathless Ciel'er before him. Chen Jin could no longer restrain himself and turned her over, pressing her gently onto the bed. The following 20,000 words are omitted. At 10 a.m., while Chen Jin and Ciel'er remained in slumber, numerous prominent official media accounts, including those of the Chinese government, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, announced a momentous piece of information. China had officially achieved a breakthrough in anti-gravity technology and completed the manufacturing of various anti-gravity technology samples, confirming that this technology was now commercially viable. Consequently, the Chinese government officially shared this anti-gravity technology with the national populace, inviting everyone to participate in its application, improvement, and iterative development. Within less than 5 minutes of the announcement, it surged to the top of all social media trending lists. Whether it was the star-chasing fans engrossed in celebrity gossip, the working professionals busy at their jobs, or the retirees dancing in the park, everyone paused their activities to scrutinize the announcement. The content of the announcement was brief, merely over 500 words. Yet, these words led them through a whirlwind of emotions. From confusion to astonishment, and finally to sheer shock. Anti-gravity technology, wasn't that something only found in novels or films? How could it possibly be developed by their own country and deemed commercially viable? Could this truly be real? However, when they prepared to voice their skepticism, they saw that the source of the information was the Chinese government, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It was clear this was genuine. Soon after, the online community transitioned from shock to ecstatic enthusiasm, brimming with imaginative product suggestions ranging from anti-gravity vehicles to anti-gravity aircraft, which were merely the basics. Others proposed far-fetched ideas like anti-gravity roller coasters, anti-gravity bamboo helicopters, anti-gravity flying shoes, and anti-gravity backpacks and suitcases, with suggestions pouring in incessantly. In fact, many netizens fervently urged Bus to promptly embrace anti-gravity technology and produce affordable, quality products. Reports indicated that over 15 million individuals participated in this fervor. One could only imagine the excitement surrounding the practical applications of anti-gravity technology in everyday life. By noon, after sleeping for over 9 hours, Chen Jin stirred from his slumber. The previous night, as it was their first experience, they had indulged until nearly 3 a.m. before finally drifting off. Upon awakening, Chen Jin glanced at the young girl peacefully resting on his chest, his heart brimming with affection. Although he wished to let her sleep a little longer, it was already noon, and having gone over 16 hours without food, she must be hungry. Thus, he gently called to her, "It's time to wake up." After a few moments of coaxing, Ciel'er opened her sleepy eyes and inquired, "Brother Jin, what time is it?" Chen Jin reached out to smooth her tousled hair, replying, "It's already noon. We need to get up and eat, or we'll be starving." "What? It's already noon? Oh no. Waking up so late will definitely get me in trouble with Annie. What should I do?" Ciel'er exclaimed the Naflaster. She had heard that most mothers-in-law disapproved of their daughters-in-law sleeping in too late, as it was seen as laziness. Now, having risen afternoon, wouldn't that spell disaster for her? Realizing this, she felt a lump rise in her throat. Chen Jin, witnessing her distress, couldn't help but chuckle. "You know my mom. She's not one to fuss over such things. Besides, she adores you. If we've done something wrong, she might scold me, but never you. So don't worry. And do you know why my mom hasn't come to wake us up for breakfast?" After hearing Chen Jin's explanation, Ciel'er began to calm down. "You're right. Annie clearly likes me, so she wouldn't hold this against me." Upon contemplating this, Ciel'er's face broke into a smile. Almost immediately, she recalled Chen Jin's earlier query, which prompted her to ask, somewhat perplexed, "Brother Jin, it seems Annie usually calls us to rise around 9 o'clock. What could be the reason for her silence this time?" Noticing Ciel'er had taken an interest in his question, Chen Jin leaned in closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and whispered in her ear, "Don't you think your voice was rather loud last night? Mom and Dad must have heard, which is why they didn't come to wake us. Hee hee." "Oh dear, Brother Jin, you're incorrigible," Luer exclaimed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she playfully swatted at his chest. Chen Jin chuckled, capturing her hand and placing a gentle kiss upon her knuckles. "All right, no more teasing, let us get up." Luer repeat softly. Chapter 183. The unification of world technology, given that their relationship had reached fruition the previous night. Chen's parents, now aware of the outcome, were thrilled to see the two descend the stairs. Chen's mother eagerly made her way to the kitchen to prepare lunch for them. which merely entailed reheating the chicken soup she had prepared that morning for their nourishment. She had anticipated them rising much earlier, not expecting their slumber to extend so late, leaving the soup to grow cold. After consuming the nourishing chicken soup that Chen's mother had meticulously prepared, the somewhat bashful Xiaolur requested that Chen Jin carry her back to the room. Each time she caught Chen's mother's gaze, her mind drifted back to Chen Jin's earlier words about her raised voice the previous night, filling her with a deep sense of shyness. Thus, avoidance became her sole recourse. Chen Jin gently placed Xiaolur on the bed, indulging in a tender moment before rising to approach the computer desk, where he picked up his phone. Upon unlocking it, he discovered the internet was abuzz with activity. Various news apps, social media platforms, and messages were simultaneously broadcasting a singular announcement. Huaxia had unveiled its anti-gravity technology. This revelation surprised Chen Jin. He had anticipated at least a fortnight's delay before the official announcement. To his astonishment, it was made public the very next day after his previous discussions. Clearly, preparations had been in the works for quite some time. With this development, it dawned on him that the hybrid passenger aircraft he had previously exchanged could now be launched. He had intended for this aircraft to serve as a replacement for domestically produced passenger planes, but the lack of public knowledge regarding anti-gravity technology had stalled its deployment. Now that the technology had been announced, it was the perfect moment to introduce this passenger aircraft. With this thought in mind, Chen Jin opened his computer and swiftly began to operate it. To promote the Star hybrid passenger aircraft, he would need to undergo scrutiny by the air traffic control authorities, followed by an application for flight routes. Naturally, Chen Jin had no intention of operating an airport himself. He merely needed to ensure the aircraft would pass the air traffic control review, leaving the routing concerns to others. This task was remarkably straightforward for him. Before long, Chuangxiang Shuguang announced to the public the launch of the first passenger aircraft built upon anti-gravity technology. With governmental endorsement, the Star hybrid passenger aircraft swiftly passed the air traffic control assessment and entered the practical application phase. Backed by the state's support, airlines promptly engaged in mass procurement. The rationale was simple: cost savings. The Star hybrid passenger aircraft utilized anti-gravity technology, allowing it to operate with both anti-gravity and engine power, resulting in approximately half the fuel consumption compared to conventional passenger aircraft. In contrast, the electricity consumed by the anti-gravity generator was a mere pittance compared to the exorbitant price of aviation fuel. Consequently, for routes of equivalent distance, utilizing the Star passenger aircraft would incur fuel costs approximately one-third of those required for traditional aircraft. For capitalists, the prospect of saving two-thirds on expenses was an opportunity too enticing to decline. Thus, within a mere 6 months, most domestic airlines had replaced over half of their aircraft. During this period, Chen Jin also submitted comprehensive data on the plasma propulsion engine to the Nantiangmen project. After addressing the flight power system, the progress of the Nantiangmen project accelerated remarkably. So swift was the advancement that Western nations, still grappling to fully comprehend the anti-gravity technology unveiled by Huaxia, soon observed a super spacecraft weighing several 100,000 tons ascending into the skies over Huaxia's northwestern desert. As those Western nations deployed military satellites to monitor the colossal vessel quietly stationed there, they momentarily feared an extraterrestrial incursion. Even the President of the United States was nearly compelled to initiate a nationwide state of emergency. Ultimately, upon realizing that this was a vessel crafted by Huaxia, they exhaled in relief but were left feeling profoundly powerless. It seemed that Huaxia's technological prowess was beginning to outstrip their own, and the pace of this advancement was accelerating. Consequently, even the most arrogant among them were compelled to re-evaluate their relationship with Huaxia. Thus, under the leadership of established powers such as John Bull and the Gallic Rooster, many European nations joined the organization spearheaded by Huaxia, the World Scientific Development Cooperative Exchange Conference, abbreviated as the WSDC. The organization's founding purpose was to bolster technological exchanges, sharing, and trade among nations, promoting rapid technological advancement. Initially, most members of this organization were countries friendly to Huaxia. However, as Western European nations also chose to join, smaller nations began to follow suit, resulting in a growing membership. Ultimately, the only country remaining outside this coalition was the United States, still under the impression that their technology surpassed that of Huaxia. Meanwhile, the new generation of the 055 destroyer was launched, dubbed the 055M. This vessel boasted a staggering full-load displacement of 19,800 tons, with vertical launch systems increased to 204 units. The entire ship was designed with intelligence technology, reducing the need for human operation by 40. thereby decreasing the crew size. This innovation allowed for additional space within the ship's interior to be allocated for ammunition storage, significantly enhancing the 0.55L's munitions capacity. Furthermore, the YJ-21A, a super high-speed anti-ship missile utilizing the same rocket fuel and propellant as the YJ-27 missile, made its debut. This missile increased its range to 3,000 kilometers while maintaining a cruising speed of Mach 9, with a terminal attack speed reaching an astonishing Mach 15. Moreover, its explosive power was enhanced by at least 50, capable of severely damaging a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier with a single strike. Such remarkable capabilities left the President of the United States momentarily at a loss. Many American netizens even speculated that the anti-ship missile was a hoax, launching a barrage of ridicule online. However, once Huaxia released testing videos of the missile, those once boisterous Americans fell silent. The speed of such missiles rendered interception impossible. In the event of conflict with Huaxia, their aircraft carriers might be obliterated before reaching the operational range of their carrier-based aircraft. With a range of 3,000 kilometers, it exceeded the operational capabilities of all existing carrier-based aircraft worldwide. Thus, stripped of their carrier advantage, their remaining options were limited to nuclear submarines and nuclear weapons. Regrettably, they neither desired nor dared to engage in nuclear warfare with Huaxia, especially with the latter's capability to deploy anti-ship missiles with terminal interception speeds reaching 15 Mach. Who could foresee whether they might later unveil air defense systems capable of 20 Mach or even 30 Mach? If their launched nuclear warheads were intercepted by Huaxia, how could they possibly defend themselves against a retaliatory barrage of hydrogen bombs? Moreover, Huaxia had even shared its anti-gravity technology. To claim that they lacked some formidable hidden technologies would be met with disbelief. Thus, they hesitated to take such a gamble. In a state of desperation, the wise leader had no choice but to announce that the beautiful nation would join the World Union. Consequently, the exchange of scientific and technological knowledge across the entire blue planet entered a new era. Simultaneously, upon the announcement of the beautiful nation's accession to the World Union, all previous sanctions imposed on Huaxia were lifted. High-end technological products under the auspices of Dreamlight, such as bearings, yachts, solid-state graphene batteries, the Longting generation of chips, and the Tungfei system began to flow into the beautiful nation, swiftly becoming essential in most households. Following the substantial sales of these products, Chen Jin's accrued technological points soon surpassed 100 million. Ding! Congratulations, host! The total number of technological points has officially exceeded 100 million, granting you access to the third stage of system upgrades, which has now been completed. The upgraded system has unlocked the interstellar navigation category, where technologies can be exchanged at merely 10 of their original price. Additionally, all technologies priced at or below 1 million points will be sold at a 50% discount. Furthermore, the system's materialization function will also see a reduction in materialization costs, now set at 70 of the original price, which would drop to 50 upon reaching the next level. Ding! The announcement of new features is complete. Other specific details of the system are for the host to explore. After the system's voice faded, Chen Jin opened the system interface to meticulously examine the newly added content. However, upon seeing the interstellar navigation category just introduced, he was utterly astonished by the technologies displayed therein. The Panga-class starship boasts a cruising speed of 0.3 times the speed of light, with a maximum speed reaching 0.35 times the speed of light, equipped with a level 3 ion shield and a particle cannon capable of obliterating small planets like the Moon, all for the exchange price of merely 3 million. If combined with the system's materialization function, he would only need around 5 million technological points to fully fabricate this starship. At this moment, the dream of exploring the stars and the sea was finally within reach. After glancing at the prices above, Chen Jin murmured to himself. Chapter 184, A New Journey. 5 years later, at the First People's Hospital of Yangcheng, in the delivery room, the now 30-year-old Chen Jin paced anxiously outside the delivery room, accompanied by both families of the Chen and Xie clans, all awaiting with bated breath. Additionally, Chen's father and mother each held a small boy's hand. One of the boys appeared to be around 4 years old, while the other was about 2. Though young, they bore a striking resemblance to Chen Jin. Indeed, these two little boys were his sons, the elder named Chen Lejuan and the younger Chen Line. At this moment, they too anxiously gazed at the delivery room door. Having just been informed by their grandparents that their mother was in the process of giving birth to a brother or sister, a process that would be exceedingly painful. Before long, the sounds of 2 infants crying echoed from within the delivery room. Upon hearing those sounds, Chen Jin's heart soared with joy. had the door not been closed. He would have rushed inside. Just as he felt like an ant on a hot pan, the delivery room door finally creaked open. Two nurses emerged steadily, each cradling a small infant in their arms. One of the nurses, with a smile, gently announced, "Congratulations, Mr. Chen. You have been blessed with twin daughters. Your wife experienced an exceptionally smooth delivery, and both babies are in excellent condition." Upon hearing this, Chen Jin nodded with a smile and inquired, "May I go in now?" "Yes, Mr. Chen," one of the nurses quickly replied, understanding his concern for his wife. Confirming this, Chen Jin turned to his parents and remarked, "Take good care of the little ones," before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Once inside the delivery room, he saw Xiaolur lying weakly on the hospital bed, her once rosy lips now pale. Yet upon seeing Chen Jin, she still managed to muster a joyful smile, despite her frailty. This sight tugged painfully at Chen Jin's heart, prompting him to swiftly approach the bedside and take her hand, saying, "You've worked hard, how are you feeling now? Is it still painful? Brother Jin, it no longer hurts. I just feel a bit weak. How are the babies?" Feeling the warmth radiating from his touch, Xiaolur sensed a revival of strength within her feeble body. "They're fine. The nurses have taken them out to show Grandma and Grandpa. Care to guess whether we have twin sons, twin daughters, or perhaps a pair of a boy and a girl?" Chen Jin teased, wanting to surprise her. However, as Xiaolur gazed at Chen Jin's beaming face, she instinctively knew the answer but opted not to reveal it directly, instead feigning uncertainty by asking, "Are they twin sons?" "No," Chen Jin chuckled, shaking his head. "Then there must be a boy and a girl." Onzième aventure, struggling to suppress a smile. Her attempt to conceal her knowledge only causing her further amusement. Observing her struggle to stifle laughter, Chen Jin realized she must already know they were twin daughters and was merely teasing him. Thus, he playfully feigned annoyance, saying, "Ah, you little trickster, playing games with your husband. Oh dear, I just didn't want to spoil your excitement." "I acknowledge my mistake," Xiaolur replied, finding contrition. "Very well, I shall forgive you, for you are my precious wife," Chen Jin said, gently teasing her nose, his eyes filled with affection. After they shared a tender moment, Chen's mother and Xia's mother each entered, cradling a baby girl. Xia's mother leaned in first, cooing her, "Look, here are your twin daughters. How adorable. Would you like to touch them?" Chen's mother, equally beaming, chimed in, "You finally realized your dream. These two little darlings will surely grow up to be as beautiful as you." As she spoke, she gently rocked the infant in her arms, who waved its tiny arms and made cooing sounds, as if greeting everyone present. This heartwarming scene filled the room with laughter and joy, echoing throughout the ward. Time swiftly passed, and 3 years later, Blue Planet had witnessed a third industrial revolution lasting nearly 3 years, propelling technological advancement into a new phase. With a plethora of innovative technologies emerging, countless private enterprises, leveraging research into anti-gravity technology, had begun developing anti-gravity spacecraft, facilitating rapid travel between Blue Planet and the Moon. Some had even expanded their operations to Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter, with interstellar navigation entering a phase of rapid development. It was believed that soon, massive interstellar vessels would come to fruition. In light of these developments, there was no longer a need for Chen Jin to pay excessive attention. He could delegate subsequent guidance to artificial intelligence. As for the potential for AI rebellion, under the system's influence, such a scenario would forever remain impossible. Thus, with his work set aside, Chen Jin was finally able to pursue his dreams. "Lure, are you ready?" At this moment, Chen Jin, seated in the cockpit of the Pangu-class starship, turned to glance at Xiaolur in the co-pilot's seat. "Are you ready, Brother Jin?" Xiaolur replied with a radiant smile. "All right, then let us embark. To the stars and the vast ocean of the cosmos, we are on our way." As soon as Chen Jin's words fell, the Pangu-class starship surged forth like a shooting star, carrying Chen Jin and Xiaolur into the exhilarating journey of space exploration that awaited them.